Randy Sitzberger, Abby Nikolai, and J.J. Crawford for the state.
Your Honor, good morning. Donna Kukler, Pablo Galaviz, and Brad Navreski up here with Jessy Kurczewski.
All right, off the record, Attorney Kukler, you indicated there were some matters you wanted to address outside the presence of the jury.
Yes, Your Honor. We either last night submitted or it'll be pulled through this morning a request for Your Honor to sign a subpoena to DHS that will be to obtain Lynn Hernan's Quest records because we have knowledge that she was in fact receiving food stamps, and the detective testified yesterday that she wasn't. So we're asking the court to sign the subpoena so that we can obtain those records. The second thing that's going to be coming through is a request for you to sign documents so that we can obtain records from Lynn's Department of Correction records. And the records themselves, although I understand wouldn't be necessarily admissible, those records will show that Lynn received help from a social worker at the prison to apply for her disability benefits. The detective testified yesterday that the money that was going into her account every month was from regular Social Security, when in fact it was from disability benefits. So we're asking that you sign those when they are pulled through. And I just wanted to give you a heads up for the reason for them. We're asking that they come to the court rather than directly to us, and then the court can provide them hopefully to us in the manner that you think is appropriate.
Okay, sorry, jury was entering, and obviously we weren't planning for that yet, but understandable since Madam Clerk was asking if they were there. I don't believe we have anything in the queue just yet.
Should be coming in any minute.
All right, I'll have Madam Clerk keep an eye out for those, and then I can review them at a break. And obviously the state hasn't seen them yet to take a position one way or the other. But so I'll just take that under advisement at this point in time, and we'll wait till those are filed and we have an opportunity to review. Any other issues I need to address?
Not from us.
All right, anything? I think the state said no, but I'll just, I may not have asked you. I think I asked you off the record, but anything from the state?
Still a no, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Okay, then. Now we'll have the jury brought out.
All rise for the jury.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Well, at least now you know there's proof, right? That when you're not in here at 8:30, it doesn't mean we're just sitting here. We've heard on the record. No, I know. You all know that. All right. Then this morning, we will start with the cross-examination of Detective Plennis. Detective Plennis, please make your way to the witness stand. It is day 2, so I'll have Madam Clerk swear you in. For our members of our jury, I know you've met him previously, but Attorney Brad Navreski will be doing the questioning today.
You solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. And just for the record, so it's in the transcript, just state your first and last names.
Nathan, Nathan, Plennis, Plennes.
Thank you. Go ahead, Attorney Navreski.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Detective. Thanks for joining us here again.
Good morning.
Yesterday, you testified that you reviewed all of the financial documents in this case, correct?
Correct.
That included all the bank records that were provided through subpoenas, both the original subpoenas that I believe you did not personally do, and then additional ones that occurred in, I think, 2021. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you relied on these in creating your various demonstrative exhibits. Is that fair?
That's fair.
And I believe out of the exhibits that you had, the state introduced Exhibit 98, which was Lynn's account records for the money market account from BMO Harris that ended in 7601. Is that true?
Yes, she had the account in 7601.
And then you spoke about records from the account ending in 5336 were introduced as State's Exhibit 117, correct?
Correct.
Isn't it true that Lynn had 2 additional checking accounts in her name that BMO Harris provided records to on pursuant to that subpoena?
I believe there were 2 other accounts, yes, from BMO Harris that were provided.
Now, one of those was an account that ended in 5158. Is that correct?
I would have to see the records. I know there were 2 other accounts that were older, but yes, I don't know the exact account number of that one, of those 2.
That's fair. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may. You have that marked, please.
It's marked Exhibit 599. And I can also pull it up on the screen, but it's not published to the jury yet. Here in a second. Can you make sure Exhibit 599, which I'm showing you, is it up on your screen as well now?
No.
Could we also publish to the witness?
Go ahead.
And this is identical. I just thought the paper copies might also be easier for you to go through.
I appreciate that.
What I'm showing you is statements from each of Lynn's checking accounts. The earliest date we have records, which I believe is June 2016 for each of them. Or 2014, I'm sorry. Did you review the records that you obtained that included these exhibits? They would not have been in order. They would have been at the start of each of the accounts informations within the same return?
Yes.
Okay. And in 2014, you testified that Lynn first opened the money market account that ended in 5, or I believe it was the one ending. Actually, no, this was prior to, I'm sorry, let me back up. So the money market account was opened by Lynn at some point in late 2014, I believe you testified, correct?
Correct. I believe it was October.
Prior to that, she had already received inheritance. Is that true?
From my understanding, yes.
Do you know what her net worth, or let's not call it net worth, what the total amount of her balance accounts were at the time that we received the first records, June 2014?
According to these records for this account that you just provided?
For all 3 of the accounts that she had, correct?
I don't know the number necessarily of all the accounts, including this. I know we had approximately $250,000 in the 7601 account in the beginning of October of 14.
Okay. Let's start with the account ending in 5158. I believe it is page 1 of the exhibit. True that this would have been the account that was opened for her mother's estate shortly after her death?
Yeah, it indicates that it's the Lorraine M. Hernan estate, and it's got Lynn Ann Hernan personal rep.
At this point, I would move to admit Exhibit 599 and publish to the jury so that we can go through this exhibit together. No objection.
Thank you. Exhibit 599 is received. Permission to publish granted.
All right, got it up on the jury screen now. So this first page is the checking account created for the estate, as we just established. Can you give me the ending balance as of July 23rd, 2014? which is the earliest record that we have from this account.
The ending balance is $4,450.20.
All right, I'm moving us now down to page 3. Actually, let's move to page 2. That first one was short enough that it was only a single page, I guess. I'm showing you what is account number ending in 9707. And is that a checking account that belonged to Lynn at this time?
This would be, yes, 9707 was a checking account with Lynn Hernan's name on it. And the statement up here is from June 23rd, 2014 through July 22nd of 2014.
So ending, I think, a day earlier than the first one we looked at, correct?
That would be then the other checking account?
Correct. Just the statement period.
Yes.
And what's the balance of the 9707 checking account as of July 22nd, 2014?
The ending balance as of July 22nd of 2014 is $181,936.32.
All right, and next we're going to jump to page 4. And this is the earliest record we have for the 5336 checking account that you spoke of in detail yesterday, correct?
Correct.
And we've got an ending balance of July 19th, 2014, a couple days before the end of the statements that we just reviewed.
Correct.
What is the balance of that account as of that date?
The balance as of July 19th of 2014 for the 5336 account was $159,551.82.
So between the 3 accounts as of the end of July, or near the end of July, we're sitting at about 160,000 in one, 182,000 in the other, and 4,500 in the estate account, correct?
Correct.
So in mid 2014, Lynn had about $350,000 of cash. Is that cash in her deposit accounts, correct?
Yep. Yes.
And just a second. We talked in detail yesterday about the money market account as well. Is that true?
That's true.
Do you know how Lynn funded the money market account in October?
No.
At the point that she funded that money market account in October, she put approximately $250,000 in it, correct?
That's correct.
And that would leave about $90,000+ in her checking account had she taken it from these 2 accounts. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. Now I can, actually I'd ask that we stop publishing this for the moment. I'm going to hand you several exhibits that we'll go through together quickly to lay a foundation for all of them at once. So if I may approach the witness, I will hand you those now.
Go ahead.
Handing you what's at mark 600 through 606. And so looking at exhibit 600 to start, this is a table that I created based on the certified records that were provided to you from BMO Harris and Associated Bank, which you've testified that you've reviewed thoroughly. If you could look through, just breeze through the table and confirm that the transactions that you're seeing and the account totals matches your expectations, having reviewed the records in this case.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the witness testifying to a document that Attorney Kurczewski made without the witness having a chance to compare it against all of the financial documents that we went through yesterday.
Sustained.
Your Honor, it was provided to the state yesterday, and we can pull demonstrative exhibits from the entirety of the 4-year period if the detective prefers. He is testifying as to patterns of life that he saw after reviewing in detail all of the accounts from 2014 to 2018, made several opinions as to the health of Lynn's financial accounts.
I understand the objection is sustained. He has not had an opportunity to review it previously, to my knowledge. You can perhaps ask more questions and I'll revisit the issue.
Perfect, Your Honor. Thank you. Yesterday, you testified as to account 5336 and the money market account, correct?
Correct.
From the BMO records, you did not testify, mention, or refer to the 9707 account, correct?
That's correct.
You testified that Lynn created the money market account and that its existence came to be based on her inheritance of approximately $250,000, correct?
That's correct. That was my understanding.
When you say that was your understanding, do you doubt that understanding now?
No,
Okay. You presented this number and the transactions and the account activity of Lynn in the money market account over the course of several years based on this $250,000 figure, correct?
correct.
Fair to say that the exhibits that you provided and your testimony as to the 5336 count did not include any data from prior to 2016?
That's correct.
Why did you not include the account activity prior to 2016 for that account when you had it?
Because when I became involved in the case, the investigation that was ongoing surrounded the time frame beginning in 2016.
And that was based on Jessy, for lack of better words, re-entering Lynn's life in a more regular capacity, correct?
Correct.
So you testified repeatedly as to patterns of living that you were looking for in these records, fair?
That's fair.
You were trying to establish Lynn's patterns of living prior to Jessy entering her life, fair?
I established the patterns of life with Lynn's life from 2016 to her death.
And that was to try to determine whether transactions seemed quote unquote suspicious to you, correct?
Correct.
Now, knowing that the period of time that you were looking at from 2016 onward was the period of time where Jessy was already in her life, how can you establish the patterns of Lynn's life without Jessy's involvement based only on that information?
On Lynn's life, based upon just that 2016 period,
The patterns of life prior to Jessy's involvement in her life.
I was focused on the time period starting in 2016 in Lynn's life.
Now, having reviewed the records, it's fair to say that the money market account was left largely untouched from its creation in October 2014 through, let's say, (2016), it looks like in March. I believe you testified that was the first withdrawal from the money market account. Is that true?
I believe so, yes.
And you indicated that that was suspicious to you, correct?
That was the first activity in that account.
And is that what made it suspicious to you, just that it was the first withdrawal from that account that you're aware of?
That was the first activity with that account with any money coming out since the time of its creation. That's why I notated that transaction.
What was the balance of Lynn's checking account, the 5336 account, at the point that she made that withdrawal? I believe you testified to it yesterday.
I'd have to see the account. I don't know off the top of my head what the account was at that point.
Fair to say that it was fairly low?
I guess I'd have to see it. I don't know what fairly low is.
Okay. So we've established that in 2014, based on the first records that we have, Lynn's cash assets in her deposit accounts were approximately $350,000, correct?
Yes.
And based on the records that you discussed yesterday, as of approximately March 2016, Would it be fair to say that Lynn's net worth in those accounts, which no longer included the 9707 account, would it be approximately $270,000?
I believe it was around 250,000. I don't know if it was 270. I believe from the 5336 and the 7601. And I guess, yes, with the, I believe this is what, the 5158. Although that account was opened.
I'm Erin Mendenhall. I'm a mom, an air quality advocate, and the mayor of Salt Lake City. I've worked hard to earn real results and to rebuild the burned bridges of our past. I am determined to keep Salt Lake City moving forward.
Discover imagination with Tony's.
Total value was around $250,000, and there was $250,000 in the money market account. Fair to say her checking account was near empty?
Fair.
So around the time this first transaction occurred, Lynn had gone from a balance that we established of about, I believe, $98,000 in her checking account and $250,000 in the money market account to having exhausted that approximately $98,000. True?
The 98,000.
I'm sorry, I'm just objecting to vagueness. What $98,000 specifically, if we could have account numbers? Or exhibit numbers?
Sustain.
The $98,000 figure, if we want to go back and look at record 599, is based on the 3 checking account totals that we added up together. We got to about $346,000. You testified that Lynn opened a money market account with $250,000. That leaves around $90,000 in the account. Fair?
That's fair.
That would have remained in her 5336 account. Fair?
Fair.
By the time the money market account was tapped into, you've just testified that 5336 account was empty or near empty, correct?
No, Jack, the witness actually earlier stated he would like to see the record to answer affirmatively.
Sustain.
Did answer affirmatively. He agreed that the account was drained or nearly drained based on the net worth that he testified to yesterday.
I'm going to sustain the objection. You're talking in March of 2016, right? Is that your question related to that
The
time
question was
frame?
related to the difference between the opening balances of $346,000 and the $250,000 net worth he testified to in March 2016. It's a subtraction question.
Judd, I don't know if you want a sidebar. I know you don't want speaking objections, but I do have a response to this.
Yeah, let me meet the parties at sidebar, please.
And we have the first sidebar of the day. So let's see. What do we have in news headlines while we're have a moment? Excuse me. We have an Eyedrop recall, but it's not because of people using them for murder. Ah. Ooh. I was reading an article, or I should say scanning an article on something like 17,000 soldiers and Russian soldiers have abandoned their units in Ukraine. It just sounds to me like things are kind of going to pieces over there. Let's see. Now she's got the judge. She can get a curling iron, no problem. Let's see. Where's my news headlines? It says Russia has taken hundreds of thousands of casualties since attacking Ukraine last year. Thousands more troops have deserted. Let's see. The article is talking about the information campaign to demoralize the Russian troops. I need to ask Gordon about that because he's over there right now. And for the U.S., let's see, we've got this article here. It's from the BBC News. It says U.S. pilot charged for allegedly threatening captain. Former Delta airline pilot has been formally charged for allegedly threatened to shoot his captain during a flight last year. Jonathan J. Dunn was indicted in October by a grand jury in the state of Utah for interfering with the crew of a commercial flight. He is accused of threatening the captain because they wanted to divert the flight for a sick passenger. Dunn is due to be arraigned in November. According to the court documents seen on Tuesday by CBS, the BBC's U.S. partner, Dunn did assault and intimidate a crew member of the aircraft and did use a dangerous weapon in assaulting and intimidating the crew member during the August 2022 flight. He allegedly told the captain he would be shot multiple times if the flight was diverted, reads the state.
All right, thank you. The objection remains sustained. Please ask your next question.
I'm going to bring up Exhibit 98 that you discussed yesterday, and I'll publish that to you. Set up on your screen.
Yes.
And this is the same exhibit that you discussed yesterday, the certified BMO records, correct?
Correct. This is for the 7601 account.
And I'm going to jump to page 37.
Do you want this published or just question?
Just question for a second. I'll put them side by side and then ask to publish.
Okay, very well. Sorry for the interruption. I just wanted to point out it wasn't.
Totally okay. Thank you. This is the money market account, correct?
Correct.
And I'm showing you the March 10th, 2016 ending balance. Is that true?
That's correct.
All right, I'm going to put that to the side and I'm going to pull up quickly Exhibit 117, which is the, I believe, 5336 account. Oops. And just quickly, I'll have you again verify that this is the certified record from BMO that you received for the 5336 account.
Correct.
And let's jump forward to page 59. And this is the statement ending March 19th, 2016, correct?
That is correct.
So at this point, I would ask to publish to the jury.
Go ahead.
And we'll just take a second to wait for their screens to come on.
Apparently it's extra long this morning. All right, we have it.
Okay. And just looking at these two, we previously discussed the total in June 2014. These are the checking and money market account that Lynn had in 2016 in March. Can you give me the account totals for both of those accounts?
So the account total for the 5336 account as of March 19th of 2016 was $20,111.69.
And the 7601 account?
The 7601 account as of March 10th of 2016 was $250,041.81.
And this is the statement that includes that first $500 withdrawal, true, from the 5336 account? Or, I'm sorry, from the 7601 account, the money market account.
That's correct.
Thank you. So just back to my question, fair to say then, with no information as to how this money was spent, where it was spent, the balance of Lynn's kind of total accounts, and we can exclude the account that was Lorraine's estate, since that was about $5,000. It's kind of irrelevant since we don't have a lot of information about that. Fair to say her checking account balance had dropped significantly by March of 2016 from the original balance.
The original balance of the 5336 account?
Correct.
Can you go back to, you're talking about it dropped drastically during that month, this statement period, or?
No, over the course of the 2014 period that we talked about through the March 2016 period.
I don't recall what the.
Going back to 599, and we're on page 4 of that, looking at the original balance for July 2014.
Yes, it did drop drastically.
And I believe we discussed that about 70,000 of that had gone into opening the money market account, correct?
Yeah, I believe so.
So the $90,000 that was in the account, we're down to 20,000 as of the statement that I showed you a moment ago.
In March of 16, yes.
And this was at the first point that Lynn dipped into the money market account, as you testified, correct?
Correct.
Now, in your review of actually strike that. You had records going back to 2014 for all of the accounts that we've discussed today, correct?
I believe so.
Did you review those when you were doing your financial reviews?
When I went through the 7601 account, yes. I believe through the 5336, I believe I went through, I believe I documented from 14 on.
Okay, so you just didn't discuss it yesterday, but you had reviewed all of these in the course of investigating.
I believe so.
Okay.
If I received them, I would have at least gone through them.
So if I could stop publishing for a second. And I'm going to show you momentarily. We're just going to jump through and kind of look at these balances year by year. All right, if I can publish again. And for the record, we're in the same two exhibits. We are in 117 and 98. We are page 83 in 117, page 59 in exhibit 98. That is the 5336 checking on the left and the money market account on the right, correct?
That's correct.
And what is the statement end date on these two?
The statement for 5336 is December 19th of 2016, and the statement ending for 7601 is December 10th of 2016.
Okay, I believe I jumped the gun. The jury's screens probably are not on yet. I apologize for that. We will get right back on there. All right, sounds like we're good to go. Could you give me the ending balances for the 5336 account?
The ending balance for the 5336 account as of December 19th of 2016 was $10,090.81.
And the money market account?
The 7601 account as of December 10th of 2016 was $169,771.33.
So together, the total cash that Lynn has in her deposit accounts is about $179,000, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
And that is just shy of 2.5 years from the high balance of $350,000 in July or June of 2015 or 2014, correct?
Yes.
Fair to say that in those 2.5 years, Lynn had one way or another used approximately half of the total balance of her accounts?
Fair to say yes, that money is no longer in those accounts.
And half of it, correct?
Yeah.
All right. I am going to next show you, we'll jump forward to December of 2017. So we don't have to keep waiting on the jury screen. I'm just going to scroll through the exhibit and we'll find it together. And we'll take a look at those. Looks like on exhibit 117, we are on page 114. And we are getting close. I apologize for scrolling here with you, but we have found it. We are on page 92 of exhibit 98. And fair to say these are the accounts ending a couple days apart in December 2017?
Correct.
What is Lynn's checking account balance at that point?
The 5336 account as of December 19th of 2017 was $9,267.94.
And the money market account?
The 7601 account as of December 10th of 2017 is $30,506.20.
So about $40,000 together, correct?
Roughly, yeah.
And you testified yesterday to the fact that Lynn generally, actually never, to our knowledge, prior to 2018, used ATMs to withdraw cash or deposit cash to our knowledge.
Correct.
Or
We
deposit checks, I believe that would also be fair to say,
deposit checks.
by ATM.
Correct.
Throughout this period of 2014 to December 2017, she made several transfers between her accounts, though. Is that true?
Yes.
And those, to your knowledge, were always done in person with a teller? Or
All the transfers,
all the transfers were either in person with a teller or by phone, to your knowledge, correct?
to my knowledge, yes.
And those transactions you were able to trace between her money market account and 5336 checking. Is that true?
Correct.
Fair to say that beginning in, say I'd say after the $500 deposit you discussed in March of 2016 coming from the money market account, there were several transfers over the course of years from the money market account to the 5336 checking. Is that true?
Yes.
And those were generally large multi-$1,000 transfers.
Yes.
Do you recall whether the trend showed that those transfers were made at periods where the checking account was running low?
I'd have to look at the records. I don't know exactly where the accounts were off the top of my head.
Kind of fair to say, in your experience looking at kind of what you describe as typical financial behavior for Lynn or for anyone, money being transferred from a savings account to a checking account, and nearly always in that direction, is usually to make sure that there are funds available in the checking account to cover day-to-day living expenses. Fair?
That's fair.
So over the course of several years ending in the December timeframe that we've talked about in 2017, there were numerous transactions that would be consistent with somebody funding their living checking account that they use on a day-to-day basis with money from their savings. Fair?
That's fair.
I want to jump ahead just a couple months actually to February of 2018. So for the Exhibit 117, which is the 5336 checking, that puts us at page 120. And for the money market account, that puts us at page 97 of that exhibit. What are the balances of the accounts at this point?
The 5336 account as of February 19th of 2018 was $4,145.82. The balance as of February 10th of 2018 was $15,011.73.
So at this point, Lynn's total as of February 19th of 2018 for the 5336 account, and as of February 10th, 2018 for the money market account, Lynn's total cash deposits at BMO Harris were approximately $20,000, correct?
Cash deposits?
Or just her total account balances in her cash deposit accounts, these two accounts.
Oh, yeah, yes.
And we know that she had an associated bank account, correct?
There was, yes, an associated bank account.
Fair to say that that account was always in the low thousands at most and wouldn't really factor in if we're looking at someone's like net worth over a period of time.
It maintained, yeah, a low balance.
So assuming that that account was anywhere from, 1,000 to 3,000, just as an example, she's sitting at about $2,000 or $20,000 total cash available to her as of February 2018, right?
Correct.
And her total available cash remained at or below, let's say $30,000 between this period and the end of her life. True?
During that time frame, remained under
30,000 total across the accounts.
Yes.
Now I want to talk to you about a specific number of transactions. And let's stop publishing for a second because I want to bring up a new exhibit for that. If I can approach the witness with that one.
Go ahead with what document again?
This will be 609.
All right.
And I'd ask permission to publish here in a minute after we've given him a chance to look at it. All right, I am showing you what's marked Exhibit 609. This is a page that was extracted here. Let me get the page numbers for you. The first page of that is a excerpt from the Wells Fargo records that you testified to yesterday as to Jesse's 8149 account. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And the second page that I am showing you is an excerpt from the money market account for Lynn in April, or ending in April 2018, correct?
Yes.
Now, this March 2018 time period has particular significance in this case because of the Goldman Sachs loan. Is that true?
Correct.
Yesterday, you spent a great deal of time testifying as to the Goldman Sachs loan, the documents that were used to apply for it, and the account statements that were provided with that loan, true?
Correct.
And your understanding is those were fake documents, correct?
Correct.
You testified that this loan was applied for through Lynn's name, correct?
Correct.
The money was set to be deposited in Jesse's account, correct?
Correct.
In going over Jesse's expenses for that month, you testified to a number of withdrawals. On your exhibit, it was marked as ATM withdrawals. Fair?
That's fair.
It was a little over $12,000.
Correct.
And after a brief sidebar, I think we established that that number included all of the withdrawals for that period, and the fact that they were labeled ATM did not necessarily denote that that was the true method of withdrawal. Fair?
That's fair.
I would ask for Exhibit 609 to be admitted and permission to publish that. No objection. I'll pull that one back.
Exhibit 609 is received and permission to publish granted.
And just to confirm, the account number at the top, since these second pages don't have the party names, that 8149 account is associated with Jesse's Wells Fargo checking account, correct?
As of March 8th of 2018, it's associated with both Jesse's and Lynn's name.
Right, thanks for that clarification. On the first page here, on 312, there is a deposit for $30,000, correct?
That's correct.
And that is the proceeds from the Marcus, the loan that was procured.
Yes.
Several days later, on the 15th, there's a withdrawal,
Yes.
and that was for approximately $12,000.
Correct.
And that was done at a branch or a store, correct?
That's what it says. Yes.
You testified yesterday that you didn't know exactly how that money was spent, correct?
Correct.
And part of the reason is that it is a cash transaction. Is that true?
That's true.
Looking at Lynn's account statement for the same period for the money market checking account, what was her balance as of March 10th?
As of March 10th, it was $15,012.31.
And there was a deposit to her account of $9,900, correct?
That's correct.
That would have been a teller deposit in person.
That's correct.
And what date did that happen?
It states here March 16th.
And going back up to page 1, that would be the day after the withdrawal of $12,000 cash from Jesse's account, correct?
That's correct.
Is there anything significant that jumps out to you about the amount deposited here being $9,900?
There may have been a check in that amount.
And just from the perspective of investigating financial crimes, why would somebody deposit $9,900 as opposed to a $10,000 amount, the full $12,000?
Well, if it's under $10,000, it doesn't have to be reported.
So tell me more about what that means, what it means for a transaction to be reported.
Over $10,000, you need to report it to the IRS.
And when you say you need to report it, who does the reporting?
I believe the bank would do the reporting.
And what kind of information would they have to provide?
I believe they have to provide, I guess, where that money came from, why it was being deposited.
And that then becomes reportable for tax purposes, true?
True.
So somebody that wishes to deposit money without dealing with tax implications or questions as to where it came from would attempt to keep their transactions under 10,000, correct?
True.
Fair to say that we can't say for sure where this $9,900 deposit came from?
Oh yeah, I absolutely cannot tell you where that money came from.
And we absolutely cannot say for sure where that 12,000 withdrawal from Jesse's account went.
I absolutely cannot say where that money went.
But it is also fair to say that Lynn was added to Jesse's BMO account or Wells Fargo account on March 8th.
That's what the records indicate, yes.
And the deposit to the account was on March 12th of that year, correct?
The deposit in,
From the Marcus account to Jesse's Wells Fargo account.
yeah, it lists here as the date, I guess it would be posted to that account would have been March 12th.
Fair to say that the approval for the loan and disbursement might not have occurred on the same day?
Correct.
And I believe the Marcus records that we looked at yesterday said that March 8th was the date that the disbursement was approved. Is that true?
That's true.
So the same day the Marcus loan is approved, she's added to Lynn's account. Fair?
That's fair.
Several days later, 12,000 of that 30 are withdrawn. True?
True.
Looking at Jesse's account, no other source could have contributed to that 12,000 but the 30 that came in. Is that true? Let me actually rephrase that. If we go to, let's say, the 6th of March, which is just a couple lines above my highlighted line, what is the ending daily balance for Jesse's account?
It is negative $474.58.
And so we had a negative account balance. The only deposit coming into the account in that time period was this loan, correct? I'm sorry, there's a second one I'm now seeing, a $1,700 paycheck as well. So those two transactions, the $30,000 loan proceeds and one paycheck for $1,756.93, it looks like, on March 15th of that year, correct?
That's correct.
So the 12,000 had to be proceeds from the Goldman Sachs loan and or a portion of Jesse's paycheck, fair?
That's fair.
And just to reiterate, the 9,900 that was deposited, we cannot more particularly trace that money, but it was deposited in person. Are both those statements correct?
Yeah, it shows as a teller deposit, so it would have been deposited at the bank.
Okay. And we can stop publishing that. Let's switch tasks a little bit and discuss late 2018, the months leading up to Lynn's death. Now, I'm going to pull up two exhibits here again so that we can look at the records in late September. But as we previously established, her accounts remained below 30,000 through the entirety of the period from March through her death, correct?
Yeah.
And there were several transactions that you testified to yesterday, kind of at the end of August to the beginning of September, and then September at the time of her hospitalization through her death, true?
Yes.
And those were transactions you felt were suspicious for one reason or another?
Those were transactions, yes, that seemed irregular.
All right, bear with me for just a second while I pull these back up for us. All right, I would now ask to publish those again. We're back to exhibits 98 and 117. We're on page 112 of exhibit 98 and 140 of page 117. I'm sorry, we'll actually start at page 139 of 117. So once those are up, we can get into them. And I'd ask that we can just publish these to the jury now as well, since they're the same ones we've been going through.
That's fine. Go ahead.
All right. Is that now up on your screen while we wait for the jury's screens to
Yes.
kick in? Perfect. All right. Now, these are statements that both begin in August and end in mid-September, fair?
Correct.
And,
For the record, what year?
oh, I'm sorry, for the record, 2018.
Thank you.
And at this point, can you give us the balances as of September 10th for both of the accounts?
The 7601 account, the ending balance of September 10th of 2018 was $15,667.30. The ending balance for the 5336 account as of September 19th of 2018 was $2,118.82.
So about 17,600, fair?
That's fair.
Between the two. And this was prior to Lynn entering the hospital?
The 5336 ends shortly after Lynn goes into the hospital.
And she entered the hospital the 15th of September, 2018, true?
Correct.
And looking at the activity on the 5336 account for withdrawals and other debits, there is no activity in this time period after September 12th, correct? And I can scroll down for you if you need me to.
That's correct.
Okay. So prior to her entry into the hospital, all activity on this account stopped as of this particular month, right?
Correct.
Now I'm going to go down to the next one so we get the full picture. We're going to jump to page 142 of Exhibit 117. And 114 of Exhibit 98. And what are the ending dates for both of these statements?
For the 7601 account, the ending date is October 10th of 2018.
And for the 5336?
For the 5336, the ending date is October 19th of 2018.
So both of these cover the period of time that Lynn was in the hospital through her death, true?
True.
And if we look at the withdrawals and other debits in both of these, what is the first date that transactions begin happening?
The first date that transactions begin happening are September 21st.
That was about 6 days after Lynn entered the hospital.
Yeah.
And you've been present for the entirety of the trial, correct?
Correct.
And so you were here when we heard testimony from the medical examiner's office.
Yes.
and went through various medical records of when during this period?
Yes.
And I'm going to pull up another exhibit to show you here in a minute. Let's stop publishing the current ones, please. And if I could publish that, let's publish both to the witness and the jury. This is Exhibit 541. It was introduced by the defense several days ago during the testimony of the medical examiner's office.
Go ahead.
Is that up on your screen?
Yes.
All right, and you recognize this as the medical records, certified medical records that we discussed or that were discussed previously with the medical examiner, correct?
I know there were records that were provided, yes, to the medical examiner. I can't say I've ever reviewed them.
I'm going to object at this point to this document and this line of testimony based on a witness's lack of knowledge, and it's cumulative based on what the medical examiner already testified to.
Overruled. I don't have a question yet, so we'll see what they are.
I'm going to show you page 1. This is the certification of medical records. It's true that, or is it true that this set of records was provided by the state through subpoenas that were issued by investigators in this case?
I can't say I've ever seen the medical records other than sitting in court, but there is a certification on here. I can't say that these are the exact records. I don't know.
But you were here in court when these records were discussed and introduced, correct?
Correct.
You have no reason to believe these are anything but the records that we discussed and introduced in court previously?
I don't have a reason to believe that they aren't the same.
The exhibit's been received, and the jury can take notice of that. It was previously received.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm jumping ahead to page 517. Can we publish to the jury at this point?
Ask your question first.
My first question is, can you tell us the date and time of this record, the note in this record that I'm showing you?
I'm going to renew my objection that this is all cumulative to prior testimony.
Overruled.
This, it's notated, it says consults by Ann M. Thompson, 9/21/18 at 13:15.
So 9/21/18, the first date that we see some of these transactions occurring, fair?
Fair.
And I'm just scrolling here to get to the page that I want to discuss with you, since going up to the front made me lose it. Jump to it. All right. Now, just to reorient you, consults by Ann Thomas. This is the page before the one that we just looked at, correct?
Correct.
And this is still 9/21/18?
Yes.
All right. At this point, do you want me to continue?
For the record, you're on page 516 of the document. I just wanted to make a note of that.
At this point, I would ask to publish to the jury. I could continue asking if you would like more information as to where we're going.
No, go ahead. It's previously been received, so.
Okay. So you just testified several minutes ago, and this doesn't have to do with this document in particular. We'll let the screen come on, but that the transactions all began occurring on the 21st of September of 2018, correct?
That's how they're identified on the bank records, yes.
Okay. And we'll wait for the jury's screens to come up, and it looks like it is up. So let's proceed. True that this would have been day 6 of Lynn's hospital stay?
Yes.
Now I want to jump down to the second to last paragraph on the page. Can you read that paragraph to us?
The second to last paragraph on this page.
I guess we're showing 2 pages, sorry. Second to last paragraph on page 516 of the record, which is 511 of the actual document for some reason.
Okay. Met with patient along with Mary Neubauer, LCSW. I introduced the role of palliative medicine and how we help patients and families dealing with serious, potentially life-limiting illnesses and help them to navigate their care and focusing on the whole person, providing emotional, social, and spiritual support, including symptom management, information sharing about what to expect from the illness itself, but available treatment options and what effect those options may have on the disease course, and provide effective communication and caring support.
Can you go ahead and read the paragraph following that?
What's that?
Can you go ahead and read the paragraph that follows that?
She right away seemed upset and talked about refusing to do GI Rex as she has had a colonoscopy in the past and they found nothing. And she is frustrated that she is having these issues for 5 years and she feels nothing has helped.
And what is palliative care, if you know?
From what I've learned in court, what palliative care is would be assistance. I guess you could go to like a rehabilitation facility. It could consist of assisted living. It could consist of hospice. Obviously, that's my understanding from when I was here in court.
And in the first paragraph that you read, fair to say that they were discussing with her the scope of her medical issues, which included serious, potentially life-limiting illness-related symptoms. Is that true?
Yeah, Jack, that's a misstating of prior testimony and this document.
Overruled, he may answer, given his understanding and being in court throughout the testimony and his role in the investigation.
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
Fair to say, based on your understanding of this record, hospital workers were having a discussion with Lynn about what it looks like to receive palliative care based on having a potentially life-limiting illness.
Correct.
Thank you. We can take this exhibit down. Now, yesterday you discussed the kind of a pretty broad shift in Lynn's financial behavior beginning September 21st of 2018, true?
I don't know if September 21st was the broad shift of all the financial changes. I know that summer, like June, July, August, I think we documented that there were changes.
Do you recall when the first use of an ATM to withdraw cash was in Lynn's accounts?
I believe that was in September when Lynn was in the hospital.
And fair to say, based on the 2 statements that we looked at for the 5336 and the money market account, there was no activity on the account until September 21st prior to her or following her entry into the hospital, correct?
Correct.
So if there were ATM withdrawals for the first time in September of 2018, they had to occur on or after the 21st of September, true?
True.
So fair to say there was a radical shift in repeated ATM withdrawals over the course of several days, many happening on the same day, following the palliative care discussion that Lynn had with hospital staff.
I have no idea when those ATM withdrawals were done. They're indicated by their dates. I don't know how in correlation with that communication about palliative care, when those were necessarily withdrawn.
Fair to say for any of the transactions that occurred, let's say on September 22nd and onward until Lynn's death, those would have followed the discussion about palliative care that Lynn had, true?
Yes, they would have.
And we know from the record that she was upset about this discussion of palliative care and was refusing the recommended treatment options.
From what the medical records I just read stated, yes.
Okay. I'd like to shift gears a little bit and talk about kind of several, honestly, unrelated topics to kind of cover some ground that was discussed over the last several days that you had either involvement in the investigation of or were present for testimony on. Would you consider yourself having the role of lead detective for purposes of the financial aspects of the case?
I would consider myself, yes, taking over the financial portion of this investigation.
You were present for Korean Pose's testimony, correct?
Yes,
Now, one of the issues that you testified to yesterday was that Lynn had a safety deposit box for several years, correct?
correct.
And that up until, I believe, October 4th of 2018, all of the access to it was just Lynn herself, correct?
Correct.
But on the 4th of October, the day after Lynn's death, there was an access to the box by both Jessy and Jennifer Flowers, true?
That's correct.
Through the course of your investigation, though, did you learn that the money that had previously been kept in the safety deposit box had been removed by Lynn?
I was unaware exactly how much money or whether money was in that account or in that safe deposit box. There had been communications that there was money. I was unable to ever, I guess, verify what money or what was actually in that box.
So you don't know that money was ever in that box, true?
I can say I honestly don't know.
Fair to say that there was testimony that approximately $50,000 was kept in that box. I believe it would have been by Kareem that you were present for.
Yes,
And as you investigated the financial aspects of this case, you testified yesterday, actually, that you reviewed all of the interviews that were done with Jessy and others by other detectives, true?
I have seen some of them. I can't say I've seen all of them, but yes.
My question for you then is, did you review the recorded interview done by Detective Hoppy of Kareem's interview by police in August of, I believe, 2019?
I can't say I recall that interview particularly.
Okay. We'll move on from that then. Thank you. In your investigation of the financial aspects of this case, both relating to Lynn and then Jessy and Jennifer's accounts, you subpoenaed audio, video, and account information for each of the accounts, correct?
I believe, yes, that was all asked for in the subpoenas.
Fair to say that many of the responses indicated that due to retention policies, those weren't available,
That's true.
and only a handful were recovered from all of the different accounts.
That's true.
You also testified of your I guess, understandings as to Lynn's receipt of income in her Locks by Lynn account.
Yes,
And there was one monthly source of income in particular that she got in that account, true?
that's true.
Was that source of income present from the earliest records you received, I believe, which would have been mid 2016 for that account?
I have to review the records. I know that there was an ongoing payment that she received.
And that was from the Social Security Administration?
Correct.
What is your belief as to what that income was from?
It was just identified as Social Security. That could be a retirement, that could be Social Security. I don't believe she was necessarily old enough, but it could be a disability. It could be anything, but she's getting some type of Social Security benefit from the government.
As far as you're aware, there's only two ways you can receive money from Social Security, correct? Disability or reaching the
Correct.
And how old would she have been in 2016, if you recall?
I believe Lynn would have been 62.
And are you aware that that is too young to receive Social Security as a retirement benefit?
That's true.
Fair to say that this had to have come from Social Security disability.
Absolutely could have. Absolutely could be coming from disability.
And you don't otherwise have any information as to whether she was on disability or why, fair?
I do not.
Now, are you familiar at all with the financial rules surrounding receiving disability through Social Security?
I can't say I know them in detail. I do know some aspects in regards to disability.
So generally speaking, is it accurate for me to say that an individual receiving Social Security disability is subject to pretty specific income restrictions and asset restrictions?
Yes.
What happens if they go over those income limits or asset limits?
Like I said, I don't know necessarily the limits or how they decide on how much money someone is going to get. But I do know if there are certain, whatever the number is, that your disability or whatever benefit you're getting can be, I think they take it away or suspended or removed for that time. I don't know how that in detail works. I just know that there is formula that they use and numbers that they have in regards to how you would obtain that and maintain that.
So fair to say in summary, if you have too much money or make too much money, you can lose disability entirely?
Absolutely.
Fair to say that the IRS and Social Security share information about an individual's income as reported for taxes?
I would say that's fair to say.
And so an individual that is receiving disability might take measures were they to receive income over the limit to avoid having that income tax or reported as taxable to the IRS, true?
Yes.
Did it strike you as odd at all that the disability payments were coming to Lynn's business account at a separate bank than her personal checking accounts?
Just people have different banks. I figured that was probably the bank she had when she started that. I didn't really look into or notice necessarily why she had that account at that financial institution.
But fair to say that we established earlier, broadly speaking, that account always was $3,000 or less at any given time.
It was a low balance account, yes.
And that was an account, I believe yesterday you testified, that was used kind of just for monthly expenses. I think there was a Time Warner and an AT&T bill, fair?
That's fair.
Okay, so if someone were looking at that account, they would see an energy payment, true?
True.
A phone bill,
True.
and probably a TV bill, since we know Lynn did not herself have internet to our knowledge.
True.
But other than that, the account was not heavily utilized, true?
That's true.
Okay. Now, you're familiar with various loans that Lynn attempted to obtain in early 2016 or 2018 prior to the Marcus loan, correct?
Various loans.
It might have actually only been one through, I think, BMO Harris. Is that fair?
There was documentation regarding a loan.
Okay. And to your knowledge, Lynn filled that loan application out herself?
As far as I know, yes.
And at that point, as far as you're aware, that loan was denied, true?
I don't know if I was ever able to determine if it was necessarily denied. I just know that the documentation wasn't easy to read. I'm not sure if I remember seeing it actually saying it was denied. I don't believe I could ever attribute a payment from, so it was a BMO. I wasn't able to determine a payment from BMO.
So you didn't see any deposits from proceeds for a loan nor payments to that loan that would indicate that she received it, true?
True.
I am gonna ask that we post this just to the witness first. It is what has been marked as Exhibit 566.
And when is a good time, since we're approaching 10 o'clock? Let me know when it would be a good break to give the jury a break as well with your line of questioning.
You can just do it now, that's fine.
Okay. Since we're on a new exhibit, I think this will be a fine time to take a break. So all rise for the jury, please. All right, we'll be in recess until 10:15. I'll put the sidebars on the record when we come back.
Okay, and we have a break, and Aowen is speaking up. Let's see. Take a quick look and see what headlines there are out here in YouTube land. Oh, interesting. Says Charlie takes the stand in the Charlie Adelson trial. So the defense is already on the and got him on the stand. Wow. Maybe we'll take a look at that. Let's get this set up. We won't be able to watch all of this on the, of course, but maybe we'll do it over lunch too. Don't seem to have any audio yet. Let's see. Okay, it looks like we've got. Let's go forward a little bit. Looks like the jury is coming in here.
Everyone may be seated.
Let's crank up the volume.
My assistant has told me that you all are making good progress on the snacks that we've provided to you. It's been a long trial, so you are entitled. Is the defense ready to call its next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. We call Charlie Adelson.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do, sir.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly.
Charlie, let's start with the most important question. Did you cause the death of Professor Dan Markell?
Absolutely no.
Did you hire anyone to kill him?
No.
Did you put any letters in any diaper bags of Katie Magbanowa to have Professor Markell killed?
No.
Before we get there, let's spend some time on your background. How old are you?
I'm 47 years old.
Where were you raised?
I was raised in Coral Springs, Florida.
When were you arrested in this case?
I was arrested April 21st, 2022.
And by the way, are you? How do you feel right now?
I'm really nervous.
Why are you nervous?
My whole life depends on it.
Where have you been living since you were arrested a year and a half ago?
Leon County Jail.
Growing up, what was your family like?
It was pretty normal. I was in the middle of 3 children. My dad was a dentist. My mom was a school teacher. Played a lot of sports. Pretty normal upbringing.
Do you have a brother and a sister?
I have an older brother and a younger sister.
How close were you with your siblings growing up?
My brother, I wasn't real close with. My sister, I wasn't really that close with either, probably until I got into high school. And we were probably closer in age and had more in common. And then I got closer to her as the years went on.
Your family growing up, would you describe it? How would you describe it financially?
I'd say it was upper middle class. And then in 92, my dad lost a lot of money. And then wasn't upper middle class after that. And then my dad worked hard and he worked until he was 78. He retired.
Where did you go to high school?
I went to public school in Coral Springs. I attended Taravella High School.
Was school easy for you?
Not really. I mean, I had to work really hard to get good grades, and I really didn't get good grades until I went to college.
Where did you go to college?
I went to UCF in Orlando.
And after graduating from college, what did you do next?
I went to dental school.
Where did you go to dental school?
I went to dental school at Nova Southeastern in Fort Lauderdale.
After dental school, what did you do?
I did a residency in periodontics, and I did that at Nova Southeastern also.
Briefly, what is periodontics?
Periodontics is the surgery of the gums and bone, and it's 3 more years after dental school.
During your residency, did you work?
I did. I'd moonlight and I'd work nights and weekends as a general dentist.
When your residency ended, what was your financial situation?
I had about $200,000 in student loans.
Now, after graduating from your residency, what did you decide you were going to do?
I started basically moonlighting when I was in dental school. And then when I got out, I really didn't have money to start a business. So I started working for just individual dentists where I'd come in and do the surgery for them in-house, so they wouldn't have to send the work out, but the patients could still be seen by a specialist. So I travel from office to office.
When you started, and I think, when did you graduate your residency?
Graduated my residency in 2006.
When you started, how many offices did you travel to?
When I first started, it was just the first office that I was moonlighting in when I was in my residency. And then through an assistant that had worked there, she introduced me to a couple offices, and then those offices introduced me to more people, and it grew from there. By the end of the first year, I was probably working in, I would say, 6 or 8 offices.
By the time frame of 2014, when Professor Markel was murdered, how many offices were you working in, approximately?
Between 30 and 35 offices I would come in to.
When you graduated, where did you live?
When I graduated Perio, I lived in an apartment across the street from school, and then I bought my house. I still lived in 16 years or 20 years later after that.
And that house is where?
On Whale Harbor. I moved in there in 2006.
Now, during this time frame of 2014, can you describe for the jury how far you would travel? In other words, how far were the offices apart from one another?
I never turned any work down. So I had an office as far south as Cutler Ridge, which is a little bit north of Homestead. It's a good hour and a half south of Fort Lauderdale. And then my furthest office I went to north was in East Port St. Lucie, which is a good hour and 45 minutes north of Fort Lauderdale.
Port St. Lucie is probably about halfway between Miami and Orlando. Is that fair to say, or closer to Orlando?
I'd say it's probably closer to Orlando.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, your typical work week, what did it look like?
I would work in usually 2 offices a day. I would start around 8 or 9 o'clock, work in one office till about 1 o'clock, and then I'd go to another office and I'd piggyback it. I'd try to be in another office that was in the same vicinity as the first office, and I'd just usually start there around 1:30. I'd have it where it's only a 5 or 10 minute drive to the second office. I would tell them I could stay as late as you need. And then when people had emergencies, which when you work in 30 offices, there's always someone that has an issue. I would come into their office. I would just say, just have an assistant stay. And when I got done with that second office, if it was 8 o'clock, 8:30, I would still go in and I'd work in the third office. So it was almost 2 offices on most days. And I would say 20% and 30% of the time there was a third office.
How many days a week did you work? And again, we're talking about the 2014 time frame.
I was working 6 days a week, and then I was still working 6 days a week.
Now,
Sometimes every once in a while there'd be a big case, and my whole week was booked up, and the patient needed something, and it was hours, and I didn't have time, so an office would open up on Sunday, and I would go in on Sunday and do the work.
for the most part, in your job working in these offices, what form of payment were you paid mostly in? Was it cash or some other form of payment?
The offices would always pay me an office check.
Now, were you ever paid in cash from these offices?
I wasn't paid from the offices that I work for in cash, but if I was doing a work on like one of the assistants in the office or a friend of the dentist, and the dentist didn't want any money to come to him, and I was doing it as a favor, I would say, just go ahead and pay me in cash for the materials. And then the materials were expensive. Sometimes they were hundreds, sometimes it was $1,000. And then but the dentist didn't want to take any of the money from that person. So he was like, I'm removing myself from the situation. So the person would pay me the cash just for the materials for the work that I did on them. And that was really just when I was doing favors, and it was sporadic. Sometimes more than other, depends on the month.
By the way, backtracking a little bit, growing up, what profession was your dad in?
My dad was a general dentist.
And did your mom work growing up? when you grew up?
She was when she had 3 kids, and she still worked as a substitute teacher, where she would come in sporadically, but she wasn't working full time after she had the 3 of us.
Did there come a time where she worked in your dad's dental practice?
Yeah, I would say probably after the kids went to college, or maybe probably towards the end of high school, college. My mom came in and was doing front desk work and helping my dad out.
And what other roles did she have in the office?
She did the bookkeeping. She helped me with all my financial stuff as far as like paying insurances, making stuff with anything that was due at a certain time, licenses. She paid salaries at the office, and then also did front desk with Erica.
All right. Let's talk about the Adelson Institute. When you became this traveling periodontist, were one of the places that you traveled to your dad's dental practice?
Yes.
How often did you work at the Adelson Institute?
I would work at my dad's office, I would say every 4 to 6 weeks. And I would piggyback it. There was another office that I worked at every 2 weeks that was in the same plaza as my dad's. So I would finish there usually about 4 o'clock, and then I'd go into my office, and then I'd start working there at 4:15, and I'd stay as late as I needed to. 10, 11 o'clock.
Do you remember what the full name of the practice was called?
Well, originally, or when we changed it to.
Well, let's start with what you changed it to.
Okay. Well, when I graduated my residency in periodontics, I thought, since I was joining my dad's practice and it was now going to have a periodontist there, I thought we'd rename the practice and give it a fancy name. So we called it we copyrighted the Adelson Institute for Implants and Aesthetic Dentistry.
Okay. Now, growing up, did it have that name?
No.
It was just a plain old dental practice, right?
Yeah, it was just my dad and his 3 employees.
How many people worked at the Adelson Institute?
There was Erica Johnson, Clarissa. Erica was the front desk. Clarissa was my dad's assistant since 1979 until he retired 2 years ago. And then Amy was the hygienist. And then my mom when she would be there.
And your mom controlled the checkbook?
Yeah, she handled that stuff.
Who did all the billing for the practice?
My mom and Erica. Okay. The billing.
How many dentists were in the practice?
Just one dentist, just my dad.
Did there come a time when you bought the practice from your dad?
Yeah, my dad was going to sell the practice, and I thought it would be a good idea for me to buy it, and I thought maybe I'd run it and it would be something that I would always have. But I didn't like the idea of it being sold, so I bought it from my dad when he wanted to slow down in 2012.
During the time period of 2014, who owned the practice?
In 2014, I was the owner of the practice.
Okay. Now, during the time frame of the wires in 2016, who owned the practice?
I had sold it back to my dad in 2015.
Why did you sell it back to your dad?
Because I didn't have any time to run it. And even though I bought it, nothing had changed. My dad was still the same dentist that was there. My mom was still the same person doing the books, and they were spending all their time running it. And I was so busy with my traveling periodontics, I didn't have time to dedicate to it, and it really wasn't financially, it wasn't feasible, and there wasn't a benefit.
I want to talk about cash a little bit. Do you like to collect cash?
I always have, yes.
Why?
I like it probably goes back to when I was a kid. I mean, I get $1 a week allowance, and I would save it up, and I just like the feeling of looking at it. I'd rather look at it than put it in the bank. So whenever I had cash, I always saved it up.
Now, Were there several ways that you accumulated cash?
Yes, there was.
Did you have a real estate business, or some real estate in 2014?
In 14, yes.
And would you accumulate cash through this business?
There was some cash that came in through that, yes.
Did you rent out dock space behind your house?
Yeah, I rented out my dock space behind my house since 2006, and it's been rented ever since.
And how
same
would you
person.
be paid for that dock space?
The guy would come down once a year, and he would pay me in cash for the year.
Were there other ways that you would accumulate cash over the years?
From whenever I did work on someone as a favor, and they were just paying me for the materials, I got paid in cash on that. And probably the biggest source of cash through the years is every time I went out, every chance I could, I used my credit card to build up the airline miles, and I'd always pay the tab, and whoever was there would just give me the cash, and it added up over the years. I've done that 20 years.
And once you had this cash, what would you do with it?
Whenever I had $1,000, I would staple it, and it was a packet. So it was really, I stapled it because I was just being saved. I wasn't spending it. I was always using my credit card, so the cash built up.
Where would you put the cash?
I put it in my safe.
When you, I'm going to go back to your business a little bit. When you started your business, did you make a lot of money the first couple of years?
No. I mean, it took off pretty quick, but it wasn't where it was in 13, 14, or 15.
By 2011, approximately, how much money were you making?
I was probably making $350 a year.
And what did your income look like in the 2014 range?
14, I made between, I think, around 850 to 900,000.
What were your best years financially?
13, 14, and 15.
Have you ever been married?
No.
In the time frame of 2013, 14, did you have any kids?
Back then, I didn't have my son.
During this 2013, 2014 time frame, how would you succinctly describe your lifestyle?
Work came first. I, worked my whole life to get to where I was. So I wasn't turning any work down, and I was single. So I worked. I'd go to the gym late at night, and I'd probably go out one night a week, usually on a Saturday night is when I'd go out.
Now, do you have any children now?
I've got one son.
How old?
5.
I want to talk to you about your relationship with your parents as an adult. Fair to say you're close with your mom and dad?
Yes.
As an adult, how often would you talk with your mom and dad?
I would talk to my mom more often, a lot more often, just because my dad was always working. Scheduling or something like that.
During the 2014 timeframe when you owned the office, did your mom work for you?
You could say that. Yeah.
Did she control the books?
She wrote the checks. Yeah, they had the checkbook at the house.
Now, was there any particular time that you would talk to your mom more often than other times?
Yeah, in the morning driving into work, I'd call my mom, and usually on the way home from work, I'd call them. Just depends on how long the drive was, really.
How involved was your mom in your life?
Business-wise, very involved. guess she was running the office. Personal wise, I mean, I would tell them things and keep them up to date with stuff and my life, but it was my life. I mean, I did whatever I wanted to do.
We're going to get to this later, but how involved was your mom in your sister's life?
The record appearances are as they were before. I have one sidebar to put on the record. I believe it was the state that requested the sidebar during cross-exam, and specifically as it relates to Exhibit 600 and questions regarding it. And we had a little bit of a discussion at sidebar just about not only that exhibit, but whether the bank documents themselves should be used versus questioning with round numbers. I indicated I wasn't really going to dictate what parties could do, but we did have the exhibits available. I did confirm, though, that I was sustaining the objection as to Exhibit 600 due to the witness not creating it, nor having an opportunity to review it and compare with the actual records that he has. And ultimately, when we came back on the record, I think Attorney Nawrocki just continued with his questioning, started utilizing Exhibits 117 and 98, and did questioning on that. So I think I've accurately summarized. It was a little bit more lengthy of a sidebar. So if there's anything either party wants to add to that, please do so from the state.
Nothing from the state. Thank you.
Nothing from us either, Your Honor. Thanks.
All right. I think that was the only sidebar. So I know the subpoenas came in. I had a very brief opportunity to look at them. What I can tell the defense is there's a couple of problems. One is I don't know that I have authority to sign it that quickly, or what the basis is with a turnaround date of would be 24 hours or so, or if you go to the end of the day, add, maybe 8 or 10 hours to that. But it also has the return to my clerk's email, which CCAP would absolutely not like if I did that. I don't think that's proper as well. And then third, why would the defense not simply just do a subpoena ducus tecum for a date next week for when you are presenting the defense? So I'm not saying I want you all to give me arguments right now. Those are just some of the concerns I saw off the top of my head. They'll at least give you an opportunity to look at it and maybe address some of those. I haven't even had an opportunity to read through the statute referenced in the subpoenas. I don't know the answer off the top of my head, but I believe both of these are brought pursuant to 80507. And I don't know whether there's any time frame reference in that statute or not. That's certainly something I want to look at. But I can tell you, I'm not going to sign something that has a return via email to my clerk's email address. That's very problematic. But we can take that up after the lunch hour so that both sides have an opportunity to more thoroughly review. Okay?
Your Honor, we at this point are able to withdraw the one dealing with prison records. We were able to establish what we were looking for there without access to those. So I think we're good on that one.
Okay. So then we're only dealing with the one related to the Department of Health Services.
Correct.
Okay. Good to know. All right. Anything else I need to address prior to bringing the jury back out?
Not from the state.
Nothing from us.
All right. Thank you. We'll bring the jury back out.
All rise for the jury.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Attorney Navretsky, then, when you are ready, you may continue with your cross.
Thank you, Your Honor. I get this pulled up. And we can publish to the witness, please. All right, this is what has been marked as Exhibit 566. This is part of the authenticated business records from BMO Harris, correct?
That's correct.
And this would have been something that you reviewed in your preparation of this case and your demonstratives on the financial health of Lynn's accounts, true?
That's correct.
And you mentioned that there was a loan application that was hard to read. Is this your understanding of what that loan application was?
Yes.
Okay. I would ask at this point to publish to the jury and to admit 566 if I didn't already ask.
No objection.
Exhibit 566 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
All right, looks like the jury's got it on their screens at this point. So this is the best copy we have of this loan application, true?
That's correct.
When you reviewed this, were you able to make out parts of it despite its fuzziness?
Yes, there were parts that you can make out some things.
Okay, I'm going to zoom in here just to try and give us a slightly better look at what we're looking here. So this was a loan that Lynn applied for, correct?
Correct.
And looking at what's circled there, I think it says base loan amount. This, I believe, was for approximately $15,000, true? Or $35,000, I'm told. Is that correct?
I can't say exactly what that number is.
If we go up to the first line there, the base loan amount, does that look like a $35,000 to you?
It possibly could be a 3. It's very difficult to read.
Understood. To your knowledge, she didn't get this loan, correct?
I couldn't find anything that I could attribute to a loan being deposited into the accounts that we had.
All right, I'm gonna breeze forward here. And bear with me, I know it's very difficult for us to actually discern. Now, at the top of page 4 of this exhibit, are you able to read the headings of those columns for us, or at least the ones you can make out?
I guess we'll start from left to right. Looks like an income source. Monthly equivalent. I can't read that next line, next box. Well, I guess the third box might be income type. I'd be guessing at the fourth box.
Let's jump forward just to that last box. I think the next two are kind of indecipherable.
That one, I believe, says income amount.
So that would be Lynn listing how much she was earning per month.
I assume that that would necessarily be what she's identifying as a monthly income.
And what amount is shown there, if you can tell?
Difficult to say. I can say maybe maybe that's a 1, so maybe 1,251.
Okay, that's how I read it as well. How much was she receiving from her disability payments every month, if you recall?
I don't recall the exact amount. I believe checks, if I remember, I remembered some checks. I thought maybe around 800.
Yeah, and that is consistent with the documents we looked at yesterday. So fair to say on this application, she was inflating her income by about 50%, if that's the 1251 number that we think it is.
I guess if that is the actual number that is listed there and the checks that possibly she was inflating, yes. I can't say that that's the number though.
All right, and we've got a couple other places where it's listed.
All the parts you need at the prices you want. Guaranteed to fit every time. So you can keep your ride or die alive.
Number may be a 1, and I do see possibly a 2 following that. The last 4 are difficult.
Fair to say that the boxes above that are all zeros, though, true?
I would say, yeah, those are zeros.
And from what I can tell, first one is something employment income. Fair, if that's listed as 0.
Something, yeah, employment income, I could say that, yes.
The next one appears to be overtime, also listed as 0. Same with bonuses, commissions, dividends or interest, and net rental income. Does that look right from your read?
Yeah.
And so the only income she claimed is this other income, true?
Yes, it would appear that that's the only box that has anything in it.
And that's consistent with what you know of her employment status in 2016 when this was applied for, or 2018 when this was applied for, correct? She was not working.
As far as I know, no, she was not working.
And the only regular income would have been that disability payment.
Yes.
And if we look down here, describe other income. Can you read the white drop-down box there at the right?
The white box there says Social Security.
Okay, and the number before it in the box appears to be consistent with the number that we've consistently been unable to read accurately, but looks like it's something that starts with a 1,200, correct?
Yeah. There's definitely a 1, I believe, in the first number. It will be consistent with numbers we've somewhat been able to read throughout this document.
So we know if she's claiming 1,000 plus in Social Security income, that's not true, correct?
If I remember the Social Security payments, I believe her checks were less than that.
Thanks. Now I'm moving down to, and I'll scroll out a little bit to see if we can get a better image of this. Can you read that title right there?
I believe that says assets.
Okay, and this would be the part of the one where she lists the amount of money she has in her accounts, correct?
Correct.
Now looking at this, it looks like there are 2 accounts listed, true?
No,
Or 3, I'm sorry. There's one that is in the black box as well, isn't there?
there is.
Okay. Are you able to make out what that first account is, the account number, or the last 4 of it, just so we can identify it?
The one that's like, I guess in the bold box.
Yeah.
No. I can make an assumption, but I don't, I think there might be a 3.6 at the end.
Okay. And fair to say we can't really make out the amount in the account at
No.
that point either. Jumping to the next one. Looks like an account ending in 8707 or 9707. Is that true?
That's fair.
No money listed in that account, correct?
That's what's listed on here, yes.
And the one that we can kind of make out is checking account ending in 7601, correct?
That's correct.
And that's her money market account, right?
Correct.
And what total is listed for that account?
That looks like $15,010 And I'm gonna say it's either a 71 cents or 21 cents.
And so I'm gonna pull up, give me a minute to find it again. And we can stop publishing again, because I'll move this one over, just then confirm with the witness that we're looking at the right one. All right. Are you able to see this?
Yes,
And this is page 97 of Exhibit 98. Do you recognize this as part of the records that you reviewed?
yes.
And at this point, I would ask that we publish to the jury.
Go ahead.
All right. It looks like the jury has it on their screens now. This is the account statement for the period ending, I believe, February 10th, 2018, correct?
That's correct.
This is for the 701 or 7601 checking, the money market account.
That's correct.
And this is the only account that was listed on this BMO loan application that we could more or less make out, true?
That, yes, so we could see an actual amount, yes.
What is the ending balance as of February 10th, 2018?
As of February 10th, 2018, it indicates $15,011.73.
And I'm going to jump back to 566. And she listed a number that is 15,000 and something. It's not entirely clear what that is, but consistent with what her checking account balance was at the time that this was filled out.
That's correct.
Would that suggest that in March 2018, she knew how much was in her bank account?
I don't recall if those statements from February. I think this, I can't remember the date on this loan, if this was a March or if we could make out the date of when this actually occurred.
And yeah, let's scroll back and try to find that out. Fair to say that if she were applying prior to March 10th, her most recent statement would be from the Exhibit 98, page 97, this account statement ending in February 10th, 2018,
If you're applying for a loan on March 10th?
or prior to getting her next statement.
This would, yeah, I mean, she would have the statement after February 10th of 2018. So anything after February 10th of 2018, this was a statement that we would believe she would use.
Okay, let's jump back to Exhibit 566, page 8, and we're going to see if we can decipher this date here. Can you tell what that date is in the date sign that we've got circled?
The month looks like a 2. I honestly can't say what the day would be. Could you scroll out just a little bit?
Yep.
It very well could be 2018. February, I don't know the day. I can't make the day.
Fair to say that it is sometime in the month of February 2018,
Yes,
and that Exhibit 98 would have encompassed all of the activity between January 10th and February 10th, but would not include necessarily February 10th to March 10th. Is that true?
that's true.
But if there was account activity that took place after this cutoff date, she still would not have received her March transaction statement.
That's true.
So sometime in February, were she to look up her account balance, this $15,000 amount listed on the loan application would have been what she saw, right?
Correct.
I'm going to scroll down on page 8 of Exhibit 566. Are you able to read what is circled here and the line actually above it that describes what the checkboxes mean?
Yeah. You want me to read it?
If you could, yes.
This application was taken by, and then there's four, I guess, not drop downs, but I guess options. And it looks like the face-to-face checkbox is marked.
And above that, it says to be completed by interviewer. So someone that worked at the bank would have filled this part out, correct?
The way it's written, yes, I would assume that someone from the bank would have had to do this.
And someone at the bank that was completing this loan face-to-face would have verified the identity of Lynn. True?
I would hope so.
Now, looking at this document, do you have any reason to believe that Lynn did not go and apply for this loan herself in person?
Looking at this document, no, I have no reason not to believe.
And just to reiterate, as far as we are aware, this loan was not paid out and likely then was not approved. True?
I couldn't find a payment from a loan, so I can't say.
And
I
we
don't
have,
see anything in her accounts.
And we have the complete records from BMO on all of Lynn's accounts for this time period, regardless of the type, correct?
Correct.
So safe to assume had this loan been paid out and a new account created, we would have those records.
If this loan was paid out, yes. I can't say if it was denied, approved, and she decided not to. I can't say that, but it does appear that this loan was applied for.
Thank you. And we can take this down. And based on your understanding of the case, after this loan was either denied or declined, not paid out, Lynn applied for the Marcus loan.
That Lynn applied for that loan?
Correct.
The Marcus Goldman Sachs loan?
Correct.
No.
You can't say she did not apply for it, though, can you?
I believe based upon the statements and the investigation that Lynn did not apply for that loan.
That doesn't answer my question. You cannot say for certain that Lynn did not participate or approve or partake in the application process for that loan, true?
True.
And you cannot say for certain that at least $9,900 of the proceeds of that loan very likely could have originated from the proceeds of the Marcus loan, true?
I would have a hard time saying very likely, but I can't say that $9,900 cannot be attributed to the $30,000 loan.
And you've identified no other plausible source for that $9,900, correct?
I have not identified a source of where that money came from.
Okay. And fair to say that this loan was applied for sometime, it looked like, in mid to late February.
I would say the loan was applied for in February at some point, yes.
And we know that the Goldman Sachs loan was dispersed March 8th, 2018, correct?
Per the records, yes.
And we know also that it was applied for at or prior to that by some number of days, true?
Correct.
So likely at most a few weeks passed between Lynn applying in person for this loan that was for whatever reason not paid out and the application in her name using false income information was applied to with Goldman Sachs, true?
That was a long question. Can you repeat it?
Right. So about 2 weeks passed between this loan being denied and the Goldman Sachs disbursement, true?
True.
Okay. And this loan and the Goldman Sachs loan both used false income information that inflated Lynn's income, correct?
The Goldman Sachs, yes, they both did. The Goldman Sachs was extremely inflated.
Yet the Goldman Sachs one was approved. True?
Absolutely was approved.
We can take that exhibit down, thank you. You testified yesterday that Lynn did not receive any food stamps requests to your knowledge, correct?
To my knowledge, she did not.
Did you specifically attempt to determine whether or not she did by subpoenaing records?
No.
And food stamps are typically now issued on a debit card that the recipient gets, correct?
That's correct.
And those transactions would not be reflected on someone's personal bank statements, true?
I don't believe they would be.
Okay. And in your preparation for this case, did you review any of the handwritten notes / documents that are depicted in the scene photographs at Lynn's house?
I would have seen, yes, some of the documents that were obtained, or at least from the scene photos.
Are you aware that several of those contain references to a Quest card?
I can't say that I recall that.
And as far as you're aware, no one's ever recovered a Quest card, true?
That's true.
But nobody would have been looking for one at the time. Is that also true?
No, there would have been no reason to look for a Quest card.
Thank you. When we're talking about kind of your investigation and approach to trying to verify kind of the flow of money, especially when it comes to cash being withdrawn and spent elsewhere after a check has come into Jesse's account, for example, what steps did you take to try to determine where the cash was spent?
Just by using the bank statements, the transaction statements.
So several of the checks that you discussed yesterday have memo notes in them that list things like a car payment or car repairs, true?
True.
Did you take any steps to try to verify whether Jesse ever made cash payments at a car repair place, for example, to try to trace that income?
I can't say that I checked into any cash transactions.
Fair to say that yesterday we went through numerous examples of checks from Cone Law Office, for example, that you testified that you don't see any transactions on Jesse's account that would correspond with that memo in the check.
That's true.
Did you ever try to subpoena or request records from Cone Law Office to determine whether Jesse had paid bills there using cash or, for example, a cashier's check, a money order?
No.
So the extent of your attempts to trace that money was to review the records that we had, see that cash was taken out, and then just kind of assume we don't have a way to follow up on that cash, correct?
That the cash was withdrawn from, you mean Ms. Kurczewski's account?
Correct.
No, I used the transaction history. So money would go in and then I'd see the money go out from the transaction history. I can't say if she did any cash withdrawals, if those cash withdrawals would have gone to any of the, I guess, the checks that were issued, to verify if some of those checks, if any of those monies would have been paid by cash to any of the, like the Cone office or any of the other things that were documented in those checks.
Okay, and that was something you did not attempt to follow up on to determine, correct?
That's correct.
Speaking of the memo lines of checks, fair to say that if someone were to give me a check, other than for like services rendered, the memo line doesn't dictate what I can do with that check as gift money, true?
Is it a gift?
If someone were to,
Why, if the check, I don't know if the check doesn't have anything written down, I don't know what the check is intended for.
if someone were to write me a check for whatever reason, and they intend to give me $2,000 and think I'm going to use it on a car payment, am I limited to using that money to pay my car payment?
Depends if that's how you got the check, if that's how you obtained it.
And so that would require you to have facts that are outside of the purview of just looking at the financial records available to us, true?
I would have to talk to the person that issued the check.
So without talking to them, you would have no way to either confirm or dispel the notion, I guess, that it was a fraudulent transaction or procured in a way that was wrongful, right?
Without talking to the individual that issued the check, I'm unable to determine that.
Fair to say you could not and did not talk to Lynn about the memos on any of these checks, whether this money was being given to Jessy as a gift or elsewise, correct?
I did not speak to Lynn at all in regards to the checks that were issued out of her accounts.
So a lot of your opinions regarding whether transactions look suspicious are just kind of based on your gut feeling, having reviewed all the transactions and Lynn's patterns of life, as you put it, true?
My opinions were based off the transaction history in the accounts that I reviewed.
Okay, thank you. Now, I just want to clarify something we kind of touched on earlier today. Is it true that you do not know the exact amount that Lynn inherited from her mom after her mom's death?
That is true.
Also true that the records that we have as of June 2014 don't show those transactions coming in. They're already there. True?
That's true.
What is the basis for your belief or understanding that it was around $250,000?
That was the information that I had received when I started with the case. They believed that money was an inheritance from Lynn's mother or her parents,
Who did you receive that information from?
from other investigators in the case.
Okay, so that was just a number that someone at some point obtained or received or believed, and that was just kind of the basis of the assumptions made when reviewing the financials?
In regards to the money coming, it was where the money originated?
Just the amount of the inheritance?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. Now I want to pivot to kind of Lynn's patterns of life broadly in, I guess, the last year of her life, 2018.
Okay.
Repeatedly referenced yesterday was the fact that based on your review of the records, Lynn's activities were largely confined to the Waukesha County area, Pewaukee and Waukesha especially. True?
That's true.
But we do know that Lynn also enjoyed, for example, going out to lunch with Anthony. I believe Anthony testified to having met Lynn for lunch in West Dallas in 2018. Is that true?
That's true.
So knowing that Lynn primarily used cash, are we limited in how broadly we can make assumptions based on the kind of repeated transactions in her accounts as to like geographically where she was going?
The accounts, yeah, I can't determine where she spent cash. The accounts and the determinations of geological or geographical locations were based upon the transactions indicated in the account.
And so there's nothing that you have reviewed in the records that would make you think that Lynn did not frequent areas of Milwaukee or West Dallas, for example?
I can't say she did not.
Okay. Let's turn to kind of a completely unrelated issue from the financials, another area of the case that you were involved in and presumably have reviewed records on, handwriting samples.
Okay.
And so you're aware in this case that the defense wanted handwriting samples to be evaluated to determine the legitimacy of the handwritten wills and handwritten documents left by Lynn. True?
True.
True that Waukesha County's lab and the state crime lab are not qualified to carry out those services?
That's true.
And that the FBI had to be brought in to do that?
That's true.
And also true that the FBI essentially told us that in order for the FBI to do that, it had to be requested through law enforcement channels and that they could not do it at the request of the defense alone.
That's true.
Now, did you become involved with procuring what were known confirmed handwriting samples of Lynn for the FBI?
Yes.
And that included requesting any handwritten documents from both Corinne and Anthony that Lynn would have written at some point?
Yes.
Did you ask them for all of the handwritten documents from Lynn that you had or that they had, or specific ones? How did you go about that?
There were a lot of handwritten documents already in, I guess, in our possession at that point. But there were, I don't know if we necessarily said bring everything or if you can just bring us some handwriting samples that you have with Lynn's original writing.
And the ones that were already in your possession, were those copies or originals?
Well, there were some copies. I believe there were some originals.
Now, the FBI did their analysis, true?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to review kind of the findings of that?
I didn't really go through the findings of it.
Are you aware that the FBI opined that additional confirmed handwriting
calls for hearsay.
Your Honor, he's been testifying as to kind of collective knowledge he's gained from other officers' work about the investigation.
I presume you're not offering it for the truth of the matter asserted, but to determine what, if anything, this particular witness did with the information.
Correct.
With that understanding, he may answer the question.
And I don't plan to get into the details of what the conclusions were. Fair to say the FBI opined that having additional confirmed original as opposed to copies, handwritten samples from Lynn would have increased the accuracy of their analysis. True?
I honestly don't know.
Okay. So your involvement ended after you gathered the records originally, right?
We gathered the records, and then I assisted in obtaining Ms. Kurczewski's handwriting exemplars.
Okay. But no follow-up after the FBI had done their analysis to attempt to obtain additional samples, true?
No,
And you were present, I believe 2 days ago now, when Anthony Posa testified that he had numerous samples of Lynn's writing still at his house.
I believe I heard him say that, yes.
And you don't recall whether you asked him for all samples or just some, so that's not inconsistent with what you believed you were getting?
No,
Okay. You mentioned that you assisted in obtaining handwriting samples from Jessy, right?
correct.
Isn't it true that you had several, countless at that point, letters that were handwritten by Jessy to various players within kind of the investigation?
Yes,
Yet Jessy voluntarily provided several handwriting samples for you and for investigators, true?
it was a request for the FBI.
And several individuals were present for that, correct?
Yes.
And all of you were kind of sitting there watching, I assume?
Yeah, I believe I was the one that was reading, I guess, the excerpts of the letters that were requested because they wanted certain sections to have Ms. Kurczewski, like me, read them to her, she write them out. We did that multiple times.
Okay, so you were dictating what sections the FBI wanted samples of, true?
They were sections that were decided between defense and the state in regards to.
Okay. And several other people were just there to observe.
I can't recall exactly who was there. I know I was there. I believe representatives from the state and then also representatives from defense.
So Jesse's writing out these handwriting samples essentially while several people just kind of stand and watch her, true?
Yeah.
Thank you. I just wanted to confirm that. We can get into kind of the implications of that with another witness. But since you kind of handled that process, I wanted to get your input on it. And I would like to show you another exhibit that was introduced, I believe, early in the trial. It's a state's exhibit. And if we can publish this, if it's not already, is it on your screen?
Yes.
Okay, let me zoom in a little bit. This is marked as State's Exhibit 19. It was admitted while you were here observing trial, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Now,
It's on the screen, but wait for the jury.
oh, perfect. All right, we're good. We've got the jury screens up. I'm going to zoom in here and see what we've got. And this was a photo of Lynn's, I guess, personal papers and important financial documents, correct?
From yes.
Sorry. And
I declare that. Thank you.
yeah. And there's reference in this to having received a denial letter, true?
That's what appeared, some sort of denial letter, yes.
And so that would have been consistent with receiving a denial letter from the loan that we discussed today, from BMO?
I have no idea if that's would be associated with BMO.
A denial for some loan, though. Fair?
It says there's a denial letter, yes.
Okay. And if you go and read the handwritten text that's kind of underneath the denial letter, can you read through what that says?
Put through as regular loan with no corrections on new packet.
Okay, so fair to say that based on the note, this was a denial letter for a loan that she intended to reapply for with no corrections in it? True?
From what's written, yes, that's what's written on this envelope.
Thank you. You can take that down. Thank you. Sorry for the little delay there. That is all I have for you.
All right, thank you. Any redirect?
Yes, Judge. Detective Plennis, and can we bring up exhibits 98? Actually, I'm sorry, before we bring it up, I'd like to show exhibit 224 to just the witness, please. Detective, can you let me know when that pops up on your screen?
All right, it's on.
Do you know what we're looking at there?
Yes.
What is it?
This would be the signature card for the 9707 BMO Harris account for Lynn Hernan.
Okay. Is this a fair and accurate and complete record of the accounts for, I'm sorry, the financial records for that account?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move exhibit 224 into evidence and ask to publish.
No objection.
Exhibit 224 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
Now, Detective Plennis, it's been pointed out, and I know it's slowly popping up on the jury screen, so I'm not going to scroll through it yet. But to use our time wisely, this is an account you and I did not discuss, if we can believe that, yesterday.
That is true.
And do you recall why we did not address this with all the other financial accounts?
There wasn't much activity, and the activity was old.
Okay. And in fact, if we flip down, and I'm sorry, actually on page 2, if we go to page 2, what is the first statement BMO Harris gave you, again, in response to your subpoena?
The first statement is June 23rd of 2014 through July 22nd of 2014.
But to be fair, if we look at the about almost all the way to the bottom of what's on your screen, do you see previous balance as of June 22nd, 2014?
Yes.
What is that total?
$182,360.86.
So fair to say this account went or existed previous to June 23rd of 2014?
I'm sorry.
Is it fair to say this account existed prior to this monthly statement?
Yes.
And yesterday you explained why you and law enforcement have to sort of narrow your subpoenas to a specific time frame, correct?
Correct.
Okay. This is the first monthly statement you received in this account, though.
Yes.
Okay, if we could flip down to page 12. I'm sorry, can we go down to page 13? I apologize. Do you see what this is, Detective Plennis?
Yes.
And what is this?
This would be a transfer or a deposit ticket of for monies.
Okay, and how much is that amount being transferred?
That's $181,815.58.
And if we switch to Exhibit 98 quickly, specifically page 10. And I'm sorry, if we scroll up to page 9. Did I get that wrong? Sorry, Mr. Buccaneer, could you keep scrolling up to the October 2014? Can you go to page 3, Mr. Volkner? All right, Detective Plennis, on page 3, yesterday you noted that this money market account in Exhibit 98 was opened with 2 deposits.
Correct.
Does one of those deposits match the transfer you just talked about from Exhibit 224?
Yes.
Okay, so when Attorney Navreski was asking you about accounts being depleted and things like that, in early 2014, this money market account did not exist yet.
Correct.
Okay, so it wasn't as though Ms. Hernan just lost $100,000 or even $180,000. It was just transferred to start this money market account.
Correct.
So as of October 1st of 2014, that 9707 account in 224 no longer had any money.
Correct.
And from the records you got related to the 9707 account, did it ever have money put into it again?
No.
Okay. And you see the other deposit that opened up Exhibit 98, that money market account?
Yes.
And what is the amount there?
$68,184.42.
Could we please go to page 10 of Exhibit 117? Detective Plennis, on page 10, do you see a corresponding number of 68,000 some odd dollars?
Yes.
And where is that?
That is on October 1st in the 5336 BMO checking account.
Okay. And after that, does that appear to be the second deposit that starts the money market account?
Yes.
And even after that transfer or withdrawal, as it's called here, is made, what's the ending balance of that checking account?
As of October 19th of 2014,
Yes, sir.
the ending balance is $70,811.73.
Okay, so now that you've gotten to see the actual figures on these actual accounts, earlier it was brought up, did Ms. Hernan just sort of deplete her accounts? Would you agree or disagree with that now having seen the numbers?
No. She moved money from one account.
Object, want a sidebar on this?
All right, hold on, please.
Okay, we have another sidebar. I was just off on another tab checking on something. Looks like we're done.
I'm going to sustain the objection, strike the response that was started to be given, and ask the state to rephrase.
Detective, would you agree, at least as of October 2014, when that money market account is opened with the 2 deposits, it does not appear Ms. Hernan depleted any accounts at that point?
Correct.
Okay. And it was asked to go sort of to that March 2016, where you noted that money market is first touched, correct?
Correct.
And if we can go, and I forgot to write down the page number on 117 for the March 2016 balance. Well, I'm sorry, before we do that, while we're still up on page 10, Detective, after that $68,000 comes out of this account and goes to the money market account, do you see additional withdrawals?
Yes.
And what amounts do you have there?
There is a $9,000 withdrawal on October 10th and a $2,000 withdrawal on October 17th.
And again, before moving on, well, we're talking about account ending 5336. Did Miss Hernan have like any independent income directly going into this account? What I mean by that is Social Security payments or paychecks or anything monthly that was automatically going into this account.
I don't believe so.
Okay, and yesterday you talked about a number of transfers from the money market account into this 5336 account, correct?
Correct.
Again, you were explaining about how money markets work. Why were these transfers coming into this checking account?
Money transfers from the 7601 into 5336 due to bill pay transaction limits on money market accounts.
And this is the account Ms. Hernan was paying her bills primarily through?
Yes.
Okay. Could we go to the page 58, please? Thank you. And this is where Attorney Kurczewski was asking about this end balance of $20,111.69.
Yes.
Okay, so in this intervening 18 months, 17 months or so, between October of 2014 and March of 2016, approximately $50,000 has come out of this account.
Correct.
Okay. And you've been in court when both Anthony and Corrine Posa talked about this amount of money Lynn talked to them about?
Yes.
You recall what amount of money that was?
I believe it was around $50,000.
Okay. So, and you would agree that in addition to paying bills, Ms. Hernan was sort of taking cash withdrawals out of this account?
This account seemed to be an account she used to make purchases.
Okay. I want to go to Exhibit 541, shifting gears a little bit. Detective Plennis, you were asked to talk about some medical records today, and Attorney Kurczewski had you read a very specific portion of page 516. Can we scroll down that page a little bit? Not that far, I'm sorry. Okay, and can you just, in addition to what you read for Attorney Kurczewski, could you just read that top paragraph, reason for consult?
Patient has chronic abdominal pain, nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea. Unable to eat anything, result in AKI with CR to 5. But workup so far, just all negative. She in tears a lot due to pain and look distressed. Please help with symptom control.
And if you could, a few lines down where you see the number 6 with an F/U, could you read what that says, please?
Will sign off as no palliative needs.
So that's the palliative team indicating there are no palliative needs.
Correct.
And if we could go to 520 of that same exhibit, please. If you could scroll all the way to the bottom, please, Mr. Vulcan. All right, right there is great. Detective, can you read that last paragraph?
30 minutes total time with greater than 50% spent of counseling. We, the palliative care team, appreciate the opportunity to participate in the patient's care and will continue to follow. We have discussed out findings and recommendations with the referring provider and with the other team members.
So no life-limiting illnesses and basically a 30-minute time frame where palliative care was even discussed.
Correct.
And ultimately it was found not to be needed for Ms. Hernan.
Correct.
Okay, let's put that exhibit down, please. Can we bring up exhibit 566, please? I would ask to publish it.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Just wait for it to be on the jury screens because it is very hard to read. Thank you. Detective, you said you could not tell if this was an approved loan or denied or declined of some sort, right?
That's correct.
You see that box that's on the form in the middle of the page that's displayed on page 2 of Exhibit 566?
Yes.
If you see the sort of column of words, can you see the last 2 in the row of 5?
Yes.
Can you make out what those 2 lines say?
Is that the enable full product eligibility checking and allow product selection for denial only?
Okay, I think we're looking at different parts of the form. I'm looking in that box section on the right side in the middle of the page.
Okay.
You see that now?
Yep.
I'm sorry. Do you see the words to the left side of that box?
Yes.
Okay, the last 2 lines, can you make out what those words are?
Disbursement date and first payment date.
And does it appear to have dates written in next to those 2 words?
There's something in those boxes.
Okay, next to the words disbursement date and something about a payment date, correct?
Correct.
You can't make out what the date is by chance?
I can't.
Okay. You said earlier that you searched Miss Hernan's bank records for any amount from a loan, 15,000 or 35, whatever that number is. You searched for it, right?
Yes.
No loan of any amount from BMO Harris went into any of Miss Hernan's accounts.
Not that I could find.
And this was a face-to-face application, you said?
That's what it states.
I noticed BMO Harris did not give you anything about what ID was used.
No.
Could you even tell whether it be a state ID card as opposed to a driver's license or something like that?
Not that I could see.
Okay. And you've been in court to hear that Ms. Kurczewski, in fact, has used other people's identities in person to apply for loans.
Correct.
Okay. So when Attorney Navreski asked you, I think he said, based on this document, does it appear Lynn Hernan filled out this application? Correct?
Correct.
I want to ask you, based on your entire investigation, do you have any reason to doubt Lynn Hernan made this application?
There is reason to doubt, yes.
Okay. We can take that down. Thank you. Ultimately, Detective, and I am wrapping up, I promise. Regardless of whether it be Lynn's mother's inheritance that led to that $250,000, does that matter at all to your investigation of the theft of that money?
No.
Does anything the defense team brought up with you today change your opinion on these changes in pattern of Lynn Hernan's life?
No.
And what did those changes mean to you in your investigation?
The changes meant that
What they intended the check to be used for, correct?
correct.
And obviously you were not able to do that in this case.
Correct.
Does that mean you can never determine if a victim consented to money being taken?
Correct.
So why did you look at all these financial records and why did you look at patterns of life if you knew you could never talk to Lynn Hernan and just say, hey, what did you want with these?
Because to identify where this money went, to see why it was being taken out, to see why it was being spent that way.
Okay.
And in your review of all these changes and patterns of life, did you come to some opinion about what was going on with these financial accounts?
Yes,
And what was it?
that these accounts were being used by Jessy Kurczewski.
Okay. Those are all the questions I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Detective, you may step down.
I suspect we're going to have lunch.
Let me excuse the jury. I want to talk with the attorneys about our schedule and going forward and make a determination if we'll start with another witness or just simply break early for the lunch hour. So all rise for the jury.
Discussing the schedule, so it sounds like they're going to talk about how long before the state rests. Looks like the one prosecutor lady is cold. She's kind of hugging herself. Then I think I remember, was it Judge Dorow or a judge in another
All
court?
right, thank you. Be seated. I do have a sidebar to put on the record as well. The sidebar was requested by Attorney Kurczewski regarding a question that was asked by the state during redirect. The defense believed that the question did not accurately relate back to answers the detective gave during cross, given the time frame that Attorney Kurczewski was questioning. My understanding between 2014 and 2016, that being Attorney Kurczewski's questions earlier on this topic, I indicated I was going to sustain the objection based upon the ambiguity in it and not referencing a specific time frame. So I didn't get to the ultimate issue that was raised by Attorney Kurczewski, but and then ultimately the state, I guess, rephrased the question. I did strike the portion of the answer that was already given at the time the objection was made. Anything that the state wants to add to the sidebar?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Anything from the defense?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, now, I'm not sure where the state is at. An earlier lunch break today, and I did let the jury know that it's due to a schedule issue that I have over the lunch hour, so they're aware that I needed to stop at about 11:30, and I don't really want to start a witness with 10 minutes, so that's why I indicated I would talk to the parties. But I don't know who your next witness is, so I assume it's not a short witness, but let me know.
Go ahead.
No, it's not.
Judge, to give you the landscape, we have 3 more witnesses. I think they're all somewhat on the lengthier side.
All right. I presume there's no objection to starting a witness, knowing that I need to take the break in 10 minutes from the defense.
No objection.
All right. So we'll take our lunch break now. Unfortunately, I don't think I can get back until about 1:15. So you all will have an extended lunch hour, and we'll be back here. I'm hoping I'm back by 1:15, but be back here ready to go. And hopefully it's not any longer than that. So we are in recess. Thanks, everyone.
Wow, that's nearly a 2-hour lunch. Wow. Okay, sounds like she's got some important business in another case that's going to take some time. So let's go back to listen to Charlie Adelson testifying. We'd got 23 minutes in. So let's do that. Here we go.
I think she was more involved. I think my sister involved my mom maybe more. And it just depends on different issues.
I want to talk a little bit about your sister, Wendy. As adults, before she married Professor Markel, how often would you talk with her?
I'd call my sister, I'd say about every 10 days or so we'd talk. I'd call her, but she was busy and she wasn't real good with the phone. So I would call her and she would always take a day or two to call me back. I spoke to her half the time when I called. Half the time she didn't pick up. How
often would you see her, again, pre-marriage? How often would you see your sister?
Not a lot. In 1995, I left to go to college. In 97, she left to go to college up in Boston. So it was pretty much, I would say, holidays, like every 3-4 months, Thanksgiving, Christmas time, sometimes during the summer. So maybe 3-4 times a year I see her.
There came a time when Wendy started dating Professor Markel, right?
Yes.
Do you remember when you first met him?
I do. I think he was in town, and I remember all of us going out to lunch. I think we went to a deli.
What did you think of him?
I thought he was a nice guy. I mean, he kind of seemed like all my other sister's boyfriends she's had in the past. I've never really had much in common with them. And she kind of seemed like the rest of them, but I that was pretty much it.
Now, after they got married, what was your relationship like with Professor Markel?
It was the same as before they got married. I mean, we texted each other on our birthdays. I don't think we ever really called each other or hung out. I mean, I would just see him when he came over to the house with my sister.
And how often would you see him and your sister?
I would say twice a year, maybe, or roughly around there, maybe 3 times a year.
In the years that Professor Markel and your sister were married and living in Tallahassee, how often did you come to Tallahassee?
I'd only been to Tallahassee. I was there twice, I believe, when her children were born. And then once when I was working in Alabama, I had a research fellowship, and I was passing through Tallahassee. I spent the night with them, and I saw them that time too.
When Professor Markel and your sister were married, did you still communicate with your sister about the same amount of time?
It may have been a little less, because I remember when she had kids, I mean, she had even less time. So I probably spoke to her. I'd call her, and then probably more times than not, she didn't pick up the phone. And then I'd get a call back a couple of days later. So it was pretty similar.
Did there come a time when you became aware that Wendy and Professor Markel were having marital issues?
Yes.
What did you learn?
I took my sister out to dinner when she had come to town, and we went to the Melting Pot. And I remember her telling me that they were having issues, and it was pretty serious.
Did she tell you that they were going through marriage counseling?
Yeah, that's when I found out, and I guess that's what I was going to say, is like, if you tried to work things out. And that's when I found out that they had been in counseling for 6 months. I didn't know about it before.
Now, what were some of the issues, if you remember, that she told you they were having?
He was becoming very, very religious. There was becoming issues with diet and how she was cooking in the house. She wasn't really respectful he wasn't really respectful of her career. He would belittle her. He obviously seemed like he lost his eye for her, and she seemed like she'd lost his eye for him, and she wasn't happy.
Now, did she complain about violence or danger or anything like that?
Never.
Did she complain that he was not a good father?
No, he was very attentive to his sons.
Did you learn at some point that your sister was going to file for divorce?
I did.
And when you heard that she was going to file for divorce, how did you feel?
I felt bad for her. I mean, she was sad. I mean, no one goes to get married to get divorced. But she seemed like she spent 6 months in therapy with him, and it didn't change anything how she felt, and he didn't change how he was. And I said, listen, the kids need to grow up in a happy household. Like, they can't have fighting. They can't have a miserable mom who's unhappy. You need to have the kids are better off growing up in two separate households where there's positive environment instead of negative.
Did your sister seem angry to you?
No, she seems sad.
How involved were you with the divorce proceedings?
I wasn't really involved with the divorce proceedings on the day-to-day stuff. I would definitely hear stories, most of which would come from my mom when I'd be driving to work in the morning or driving home. I would hear the latest update of what's going on. But I would say probably 20% came from Wendy and 80% came from my mom.
How did Wendy seem to you during the period when they were going through the divorce proceedings?
Extremely stressed, very stressed out.
How did your mom seem?
She was upset because my sister was stressed, and it was almost like a telephone game. Like my sister would vent to my mom, then my mom would be venting to me.
In general, was your perception that the litigation was very litigious?
Yeah, I did learn that. I mean, he was fighting over bicycles and all kinds of nonsense, and seemed not to end.
Now, were there some big issues like relocation that were issues as well?
Yes.
Let's talk about relocation. Did there come a time that you learned that your sister filed a motion to try to relocate to South Florida?
I did.
And do you know why she wanted to relocate to South Florida?
Primarily, it was because she had no family in Tallahassee, and she had 2 young kids, and my parents lived in South Florida. I lived in Fort Lauderdale. And she wanted to be closer to family, and she had a better, more secure job for her career in South Florida.
How did you feel about the idea of your sister and the boys moving to South Florida?
I thought it would be great. I mean, I hadn't lived in the same town as her since 1995. So I thought it'd be great to have her in town.
How important was it to you?
I mean, it wasn't real important to the point like I thought about it all the time, but I mean, if I thought about it, I'd be happy to have her back home.
How important was it to your mom and your dad?
Oh, to them, it was very important. They wanted her to come back because she had no family in Tallahassee.
And what was your understanding of what Professor Markell thought about this relocation effort?
I knew he was against it, and he wanted her to stay in Tallahassee with him.
Did you learn at some point that the petition was denied for relocation?
Yeah.
And when it was denied, how did your mom feel about it?
My mom they were very disappointed. They were unhappy.
How about your sister?
She wasn't that disappointed, I guess, because she's a lawyer and she knows, what's the probability of something like this happening. And she said it was a long shot. She said she wasn't really expecting it, but it was worth it just to take a shot to see if it would happen.
Were you angry?
No. I mean, it didn't change anything in my life.
Emails regarding converting the boys to Christianity. We've seen some pretty out there emails from your mom. Do you recall seeing those emails in this trial?
I do. Yeah.
And do you recall whether you saw those emails when they were written back when they were written?
Yeah. I would get forwarded me all kinds of stuff for sure.
Did you come up with any of those ideas?
No.
Now, on some of those emails, we'll see that you respond, I like it. Why did you respond that way?
Well, my sister tried being really nice to Danny. It got her nowhere, and he was being really litigious, and he was looking to give her a hard time. And I thought that I thought it was a way that she would go ahead and give him a hard time back and kind of push his buttons the way he was trying to push her buttons. So basically, you know, if he's being a jerk to you, just be a jerk back and see if maybe he'll stop. So I didn't think any of those things she was actually ever going to follow through with, you know, but I thought that it would really push his buttons. So I thought, why not give it a shot?
Now, I want to talk about the $1 million offer. Did you ever become aware of efforts by your family, including yourself,
Yeah.
to offer Professor Markel money to allow your sister to relocate?
I did, yes.
And do you recall who came up with that idea?
It was my parents.
What were the terms of the offer? How much was it for?
The offer was for $1 million to have him move down south to South Florida with my sister and the boys and easily commute to his job in Tallahassee for the days that he worked, just the way senators in South Florida commute to Tallahassee all the time. And that was the idea behind it.
Now, how were you involved in this idea?
I will pay a third of that $1 million. And when Wendy one day starts making real money, you know, she's able to, I want to be paid back.
At this point in time, were you making more money than your parents?
I was, yes.
Did you or your family ever speak with an attorney about the legality of this offer?
I didn't, but I know they wanted to run it by an attorney. I think they used Gary Cohn to run it by.
Do you know if the offer was ever made?
As I sit here today, I know that the offer was never made. But back when the offer I thought it was made and I thought it was turned down.
Did you, Charlie, you like to talk a lot, right?
Yeah, I didn't realize how much I talk until I listened to all those tapes, and evidently I do. I mean, I knew I liked to talk, but didn't realize how much.
When you got involved in this $1 million offer, would you talk about it with others?
Yes.
How would it come up?
It would come up when people would say, you know, doesn't your sister want to move back home? You know, how's she doing? And I said, yeah, no, she definitely wants to move back home. We tried everything we could. Like, we even offered $1 million to Dan to see if he would move down with her, and it didn't work. Like, he turned it down.
Now, did you ever talk with Catherine Magbanowa? And we'll talk a lot about her in a little bit. But did you ever talk with Catherine Magbanowa about that $1 million offer?
Yes, I did.
And what do you remember telling her?
The same thing I told everybody else. Is it came up when she was asking me about, you know, doesn't your sister want to move back home? And I said, yeah. I said, you know, we tried everything we could. We even offered Danny $1 million to move back to South Florida, and it didn't work. It's the same thing I said to her is what I said to a bunch of people.
How did she respond?
She was like, wow, that's a lot of money. She's like, you got to take out a loan for that? And I said, no, I got cash. I can pay for it.
Now let's talk about gifts to your sister during her divorce? In general, did you provide any financial assistance to Wendy during the divorce?
No, she never asked, and I never gave her any money.
Did you pay for her lawyers?
Never.
Now, did you give her any gifts? And let's just start with the broad question, and then we'll break it down. Did you
Yes.
give her any gifts?
Yes, I've given her gifts. To her divorce.
Okay. Do you recall giving her a TV?
Yes.
How did that come about?
Well, when she was moving out of the marital home, and she was starting, from scratch in a new house, she didn't take any of it, only took her belongings. I said to my mom, I said, "What does Wendy need? Like, what does she need for the new place?" And she said, "Actually, she's leaving the TV sets. She needs a TV set for the house." So I said, "All right, fine." I said, go to the store up there, go to Best Buy and pick out a really nice TV set, and I'll pay for it." I said, "Buy it and I'll give you the money."
Now, do you recall making a joke that buying her a TV was cheaper than hiring a hitman? Something to that effect.
Yeah, it was. Want me to say what?
Yeah, tell me what the joke
What
was.
happened was, when I gave her the TV set as a divorce present, the stupidest thing I ever said in my life. And I said, I was going to get you a hitman, but the TV set was a lot cheaper, so I went with the TV set instead. And I said it as a complete joke, and it was stupid, but I do that a lot.
Did you make that joke to others?
Yes.
Did you make that joke many times throughout 2013 and 2014?
I made that joke when she was having problems and she was fighting and she was upset. I recycled the joke, and it was stupid.
Did you ever say that joke to Catherine Magbanua?
Yes, I did.
Just to be clear, did you ever look into hiring a hitman?
No, never.
Are you aware that the divorce proceedings settled in July of 2013?
Yeah, I believe it ended in summer of 13.
Now, how did your sister react to the settlement?
I think she found it as like a sense of relief. It seemed like she had closure. She knew what she was going to be doing and where she was going to be living, and I think she was just looking. I think she was happy, happy in the sense that she was able to put it behind her.
What was the custody arrangement? Do you know what the custody arrangement was?
I know it was 50-50.
After the settlement, how were things with Professor Markel and your sister?
I think they were calm for a little bit, and then it got litigious. There'd be little brief areas of calm, and then I think he was kept trying to bring her back into court, and it started becoming litigious again.
What was your understanding of this mostly based on?
Things that I'd hear from my mom, probably 20% from my sister, 80% from my mom.
Was your mom upset?
She would get upset when my sister would tell her about Danny pushing her buttons and filing all these things in court and giving her a hard time.
What about you? During the period of all this litigation, what were your feelings about Professor Markel?
I thought he was being a jerk. I mean, hearing stories that he's showing up at her work and bad-mouthing her to other colleagues and saying horrible things about her, I thought he was just being a jerk to her.
Now, would you think about this all day long, in the morning and at night? I mean, how important was this to your life?
It wasn't. I mean, I would only think about it when I'd be listening to a story, and I'd be driving in the car talking to my mom. She would relay the latest that my sister told her, and then she'd be telling me, And that's when I would think about it. But I mean, I never for a second was at work thinking about it or doing activities that I enjoyed thinking about it. When I wake up in the morning, I never thought about it.
Were you panicked at all about it? Were you concerned that your sister was going to be disbarred? Anything like that? Was that a big issue for you?
No, I mean, that was a nonsense threat.
When you would learn about things, though, would you talk to them, talk about what was going on to others?
Yeah, I did talk a lot.
Why would you, considering your sister's divorce wasn't, and her issues with Professor Markell weren't a huge part of your life, as you've testified, why would you be talking about it to others?
One, I talked a lot.
How would it come up?
And it would come up when I'd be sitting at the dinner table and I'd hear this crazy story that my mom told me from earlier that day, and I guess it's more interesting than talking about teeth. So I would sit there and I'd share things with my girlfriend or friends, and I'd relay stories.
By the way, during this time period, and now I'm talking about late 13, second half of 13 and 14, were you still speaking with your sister about the same amount or more?
I would say it's probably about the same, but every 10 days or so we talk.
Did you travel to Tallahassee to check on her after she filed for divorce? How many times did you come to Tallahassee during this time period?
Never. I think the last time I came to Tallahassee was 2011 or 2010.
Now, what was your understanding of how Wendy felt about the idea of staying in Tallahassee as time went on?
I think she understood that's what her life was going to be. I mean, she loved her job up here. She was getting excited about things. She was dating people. She was embarking on her new life in Tallahassee.
What was her, did there come a time when she won an award, and what do you remember about that?
I remember I was real proud of her. She wrote a book, and the book was selected by Florida State to be the mandatory reading for all incoming freshmen. And she was chosen to be the speaker to the incoming class. And that was to take place in August. And I know she was super excited about it, and we're all planning to come up there and be there for her.
Okay, I want to shift gears and talk a little bit about Catherine Magbanua. May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Take your time.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about Catherine Magbanua. How did you first meet Catherine Magbanua?
I met Katie in the summer of 2013. She started working the front desk of a dental office that I worked at.
And what was that dental office? Where was it?
The name of the office was Sophie Dental, and it was in South Beach.
What did she do for the dental office?
She was the front desk and office manager for the office.
How often would you work in that office?
I was there, say, every 3 weeks. I was there for half a day every 3 weeks.
Was that office a big generator of income for you?
It was one of my better offices, yeah.
Now, you said you met her in July 2013. When did you first go out with her?
We first went out, it would have been first week of October, around October 10th.
And who initially pursued who?
I pursued her.
Why did you ask her out?
Katie was really cute. She was friendly. She went to the same. She actually graduated from UCF, also different time, but she graduated from there. She was a really smart girl. I mean, she was extremely smart and witty, and that's why I pursued her.
Once you went out with her, did you learn that she had 2 kids?
I did.
Now, initially, did you learn anything about her ex-husband?
No, the only thing I knew is that she'd been with somebody for about 10 years, and that she was now single.
After you dated her a couple times, what did you like about her?
Well, and aside from the initial things, what attracted me to her was she had a very busy life also, and my life was so busy it was hard for me to be in a relationship where someone wanted to go have dinner at 5 o'clock and hang out with me a couple days a week. So she was working full time, had 2 kids, so she was fine seeing me once or twice a week, and we both had very little time.
Now, you said that your first date was sometime in early October 2013.
Yeah, it wasn't even a real date. We just went and had dinner. There's a restaurant in the building, and we finished late. And I said, "You want to grab dinner?" We ate at the building.
Did you ask her just 2 weeks later if she could find someone to kill Professor Markel?
No, not at all.
Did you have a Halloween party with her or go trick-or-treating with her, and after the party say, "Hey, do you know anyone who can take care of my ex-brother-in-law for me?"
No, absolutely not.
Now, back to the relationship. Over time, did it become more serious?
Over time, in the beginning, it's always like you're just trying to see who each other is, and then as time went on, she wanted to get more serious. I'd say probably by the springtime, by probably around March, she started asking me.
Now, did you consider her to be your girlfriend, though?
She was my girlfriend, yeah.
Did you consider yourself to be exclusive?
After the first 3 months together, yeah, for sure.
Did you ever see a possibility of marriage with her?
No, I didn't.
During the time that you dated her, how often, and let's be clear, we're talking about now the beginning of 2014.
Right.
So let's keep it far away from July. During the time that you dated her, how often would you communicate with her?
We talked every day.
When would you talk to her?
I'd call her when I was in the car driving to work. We text throughout the day, and then I'd always talk to her at nighttime.
Where was she living at the time?
She was living in North Miami.
And again, you were living in the same place in Fort Lauderdale?
Same house in Fort Lauderdale.
How often would you see her?
I would see her once a week. Sometimes every once in a while it would be twice, but I would say more often once than twice.
And when you saw her, what would you typically do?
We'd go to dinner, hang out, watch a movie, hang out at my house.
Did you have any relationship with her children?
No, I met her children on one occasion, maybe twice, but definitely no more than twice.
Did she go to family events with you?
She did meet my family a couple times, yeah.
She met your sister how many times, if you recall?
2 times.
And how many times do you think she might have met your parents?
I'd say maybe around 8 times, 8 or 9 times.
Was she a patient of your dad's?
Yes, she was.
We're going to get into this in more detail later, but let's be clear right now. Did Catherine Magbanoa ever work for your dad or for you at the Adelson Institute?
No, never.
Now, I think you alluded to this a little bit earlier, but as time went on in 2014, did she want to be more serious?
Yeah.
And what did you think about that?
I liked it the way it was. I mean, it was good in the beginning. My life, I wasn't looking to change it. I was still in that workaholic mode. But she started asking me, what are we? What are we doing?
At the time that you met her, and I want to talk a little bit about your knowledge of Sigfredo Garcia now. At the time that you met her, to your knowledge, she was single, right?
Yes.
And I think you testified that initially you didn't learn anything about her ex.
Nothing other than she was completely single. She was done with him.
I want to show you defense exhibit. It's not in evidence. Yeah, Kurtzer on it.
You may.
I'm showing you what's marked for identification purposes as Defense Exhibit 34. Please take a look at it. Are these text messages between you and Catherine Magbanoa on November 27th at 2:13?
Yes, they are.
Judge, I'd move in Defense Exhibit 34 at this time.
Response?
Hearsay, Your Honor.
Please
State of
approach. As the hearsay is overruled, you may continue with your examination.
these text messages, are they a true and correct reflection of your messages on November 27th, 2013?
Yes, they are.
Judge, I'd move in Exhibit 34 at this time.
Any further objection?
No, Your Honor.
They are admitted at this time.
May I publish?
You may.
Now, you see the timing is in military time, so it says November 27th at 13:42. We can agree that's 1:42.
Yes.
Katie says, my ex knows about you. I'm pretty sure I know how he knew because he even knows your name. You see that?
Yes, I do.
And you say, do I know him from my past? You see that?
Yes, I do.
What are you asking Katie here?
I have no idea who her ex is. She's saying he knows me, so I'm saying, do I know him?
And that's in late November 2013, right?
Yes.
That's after 1 month almost after Halloween, correct?
Yes.
Now, as time went on, did you learn more about her ex?
In the springtime, I did.
In February, was there an incident with Katie and her ex that you recall?
Yeah. I remember her coming over my house, and she was pretty upset. She had a mark on her neck. They'd gotten into an altercation, and he ripped a necklace that he'd given her off her neck. And she was crying, and she was all upset.
How did you react?
She could tell I was upset. I mean, someone just roughed her up, and she could tell I was upset. And she said, "Don't do anything." She goes, "He will kill you. He will kick your ass. You don't stand a chance."
Now, why did you continue to date her after this?
I didn't take that as a threat to me. I just took it as she's got a crazy ex-boyfriend that wants her back, and she's got 2 kids with him, and it wasn't a threat. I didn't feel like he was threatening me. She just was like, it's a part of her life that I wasn't going to hold against her.
I want to show you a couple other texts related to your relationship with Miss Magbanawa in January, February, and March of 14. And these will be defendants exhibits 35, 36, and 37. And I'll give a copy to the governor. It might eventually be one. The January text is 35. The February text is 36. And the March 24th text, do you have that one?
Yes.
Is 37.
I have March 15th.
That's a different one. There you go. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Just put it aside. That's 36. And that's 37. Can you take a look at these items? Do you recognize these text messages?
Yes, I do.
Were they kept, are they accurate reflections of your text messages?
They are, yes.
I would move these exhibits into evidence now, Your Honor.
Any objection?
Hearsay, Your Honor, I'm still reviewing them.
You can show me a copy of the exhibits.
Yes, Your Honor. May I approach?
Exhibits.
I have, Your Honor, my objection is hearsay.
Attorneys can briefly approach. Ruled as to hearsay, you may continue with your examination.
So let's talk about Defense Exhibit 35.
Sure.
Text from January 19, 2014. And in this exchange, what is Miss Magbanawa asking you about?
She asked me if I wanted things to be different, and she was saying how much she missed me.
And did you want things to be different at this point in time?
No, I wanted things to stay the way they were from when we just started dating.
Now, if you turn to Defense Exhibit 36, text messages from February 5th, 2014.
Mhm.
What is she asking you? What does she start by asking you about? And you don't have to read it. Just tell the jury generally what she's asking you about. What is she concerned about?
She's asking if I'm talking to a bunch of other girls.
And what do you tell her in response generally?
I say, no, I'm not.
And again, in this text message, she's asking you whether she's telling you that she wants more, right?
Yeah.
And how do you respond?
I ask her, are you thinking about getting back with your ex?
And then what do you say after that?
Oh, yeah. I say you're the coolest and most fun girl, that I'm always happy when I'm around. And then I said, I know it's not easy, and I think we're doing a good job at not rushing things. So
And what were you trying to tell Miss Magbanawa in this text message?
I was trying to say I like you and I have a good time hanging out with you, but I don't want to rush things.
Now, moving to text messages in March of 2014. Ms. Magbanawa texts you, you've mentioned me to your mom, and you say yes, and she says, I love you. Aw, baby. Why was this a big deal to her?
I guess when I'd spoken to her, I brought up that I'd mentioned her to my mom, and she thought I was making things more serious. So I think she got excited over that.
Okay, you can put those aside.
Judge, I'm going to object regarding Defense Exhibit 37 and ask for best evidence that it be published to the jury.
I'll sustain on best evidence grounds. Please publish Defense 37. Members of the jury get to reach your own conclusions as to the context of the statements.
Okay, let's publish it to the jury and see if it says what I said. March 24th at 12:17. Do you see she texts you and says, you've mentioned me to your mom?
Yes.
Do you see that you respond, yes?
Yes, I do.
Do you see that she responds, that made me so happy?
Yeah, she took it the wrong way.
Any other clarification, Your Honor? Is it fair to say that she was excited that you had mentioned her to your mom?
Yeah, she was happy. And she got overly excited. I wasn't expecting that.
Now, in the early summer of 2014, what were you telling your friends about your relationship with Catherine Magbanawa?
Objection, relevance.
Sustain. Please lay a foundation if you can.
Was your relationship coming to an end in the summer of 2014?
Yes, she wanted more, and I didn't want anything more.
And were you communicating that to friends?
Yes, I was.
I want to talk to you about a dinner on March 11th, 2014, a Yardbird dinner. One moment, Your Honor.
Take your time.
Do you recall going to that dinner?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember who was the dinner with?
I met Katie down in Miami on Lincoln Road, and my sister was in town, and I was already working down there. I remember I was in my scrubs, and my sister came and she brought the guy that she just started dating, who's Jeff Lacoste.
Do you recall where you sat?
Yeah, we sat outside the restaurant. There was a few tables set up on the sidewalk, and it was the four of us sitting there.
Did you know that you were being watched?
No, not at all.
Did you know that Sigfredo Garcia was thinking about killing you that night?
No, not at all.
Now, this is March 11th, 2014, right?
Yes.
During the dinner, do you recall discussions about ex-husbands between your sister and Catherine Magbanua?
Yes, I do.
Do you recall who initiated those discussions?
No, I don't.
Do you recall making a bad joke again at that dinner?
Yes.
And that's the same joke that we've already discussed.
Yeah, I did.
Now, after the dinner, who came back to your house?
My sister and Jeff Lacoste came back to my house.
What about Catherine Magbanua?
No, she went home just to be with her kids.
And was it a normal night when your sister and Jeff Lacoste came back?
Yeah, but it's the first time I've ever had, I think, my sister and her boyfriend sleep over my house. So it was normal.
Did you ever have any conversations other than some text messages that Jeff Lacoste sent you with him after that night?
No, I never spoke to him again.
Did you know anything about a first attempted murder of Professor Markel in early June?
No.
Now, there's been a lot of talk about birthdays and your dad's birthday and a birthday present. And you may remember some text messages that the state showed during their case regarding wanting to talk to your, give me one second. Do you recall the state showing text messages where you're texting with your mom and she tells you that she can't talk right now, that she'll call you when she's alone, she's driving back and she's at a stop in Gainesville, and to erase the text message?
Yeah.
Do you recall what that is all about?
It was about my dad's birthday.
Who was your mom with at that stop at Gainesville?
She was with my dad, so she didn't want to talk in front of him.
And why didn't she want to talk in front of him?
Because it was a surprise. Originally, we were thinking about doing a cruise.
What was a surprise? That you were going to kill Professor Markel, or that you were going to have a surprise birthday party for your dad?
No, it was going to be his 70th birthday party.
And do you recall in that text message talking about a caterer?
Yes.
Now, you had discussed this caterer as far back as April and May with your mom, correct?
Yes.
And those are reflected in text messages as well, correct?
Yes, they are.
On June 5th, do you recall your mom texting you and asking you, don't forget to get information on the caterer?
Yes.
Now, what did you get your dad for his birthday gift?
I paid for the catering for the party.
And what type of catering was it?
It was a chef came to the party and they cooked paella and seafood, and then we had a bunch of desserts also and salads.
I'm showing you what's marked for identification purposes only as Defendant's Exhibit 43. I'm showing you what's marked as Defendant's Exhibit 43. And these are a composite of all of your text messages between June 2nd, 2014 and June 7th, 2014. May I approach, Your Honor?
Okay.
Can you look through this and see if this is an accurate reflection of all your text messages during that period?
Yes, they are.
Judge, I would move in Defense Exhibit 43 at this point in time.
I'm going to need to review the exhibit. State, do you have any objections?
Yes, Your Honor, hearsay and relevance.
Please bring me a copy of the exhibit. Members of the jury, the bailiff is going to take you back to the jury room. We will resume the testimony momentarily.
Not sure. Looks like we might have a sidebar here. Let me speed this up.
Seated. If the attorneys can approach.
Oh, okay. Oh, yes, it is a sidebar because he's left. Okay, let's speed it up double time. See if it looks like they... Okay, there's nothing more on this here, so let me take a look real quick. Let's go back over to our flagpole shot here while I find more on his cross-examination. Oh, maybe it's okay, it says lunch break. Okay, so that must have been some clips that they were playing. Let's listen to some of their lunch commentary over here. Let's get this set up. Okay. Yep, come on.
Moment when Charlie Edelson on the stand, he's talking about this joke that he made about, he made a lot of bad jokes, buying the TV, the Hitman would be cheaper. Let's listen a little bit more to this.
Now, do you recall making a joke that buying her a TV was cheaper than hiring a hitman? Something to that effect.
Yeah, it was. Want me to say what?
Yeah, tell me what the joke was.
What happened was when I gave her the TV set as a divorce present, the stupidest thing I ever said in my life. And I said, I was going to get you a Hitman, but the TV set was a lot cheaper, so I went with the TV set instead. And I said it as a complete joke, and it was stupid, but I do that a lot.
Did you make that joke to others?
Yes.
Did you make that joke many times throughout 2013 and 2014?
I made that joke when she was having problems and she was fighting and she was upset. I recycled the joke, and it was stupid.
Did you ever say that joke to Catherine Magbanua?
Yes, I did.
Just to be clear, did you ever look into hiring a hitman?
No, never.
It's just not the best comment to make when your former brother-in-law is killed by hitmen. How important is that comment in this case?
It's okay. I mean, there's usually truth in a lot of jokes. And so he could be joking, but there's still some kernel of truth. Remember, I think more powerful is Jeffrey Lacoste, Wendy's ex-boyfriend, testifying that she confided in him to say, my brother's now serious. He's looking to hire a hitman for $50,000 or $15,000. Lacoste wasn't sure about the amount. That's pretty devastating. And so, yeah, he could be right, Charlie. He was joking, but there's a little kernel of truth perhaps in it. And one day he decided to make the joke real.
Do you think it was necessary? I mean, we're still in the beginning part of his testimony, but do you think it's necessary that he take the stand?
Things were going really badly for him, and they had no evidence for their promised defense that he was being extorted. So the only way they could prove the defense that they promised the jury is to put him on the stand. Mm-hmm. That was a necessity after nothing else came out in the testimony. So, yeah, they had to put him up. And so far, he's doing well. He's humanized. He's actually sort of soft-spoken from what I thought he would be. I thought he'd be a big braggadocio like he sounds in the videos and the undercover recordings. But he so far is doing well, but that's different. This is the easy part, as I've said. I want to see how he reacts on cross-examination. That's where the money is. And I think that should happen later today.
It should. And I just want to go back to something that you mentioned with Catherine Magbanua, that she may be working to get a deal. Look, at one point she was offered a deal. She didn't take it because she wanted to fight this out. I'm not confident that she's going to get some sort of deal to get out of prison at some point. You would know better than me, but it also seems to me her admitting her involvement now, doesn't that definitely complicate her appeal?
Yeah. And Charlie's lawyer brought that up. Like, at the same time she's saying she did it, she's calling herself innocent on her appeal. So it really tanks her appeal. She's deciding to go all in with the good graces of the prosecutors to try to cut her a post-conviction deal. There's no automatic there, but she thinks that's her best chance of getting out before she dies in prison. And I think she's probably right. I don't think her appeal had much chance of success. I mean, they had all the evidence against her. She's a bad liar. And that's why I think she told the truth this time. I mean, look, you can tell she was lying in the first two trials. She's not good at it. This time, yeah, she was telling the truth, even though I do think she was lying about her motivations. I don't think she cared about the Markel family or closure. She just wanted to save herself yet again.
Well, talking about her, so Charlie Adelson testified on what exactly he told Magbanua and what he learned about convicted triggerman Sigfredo Garcia. Let's hear that.
You said that your first date was sometime in early October 2013.
Yeah, it wasn't even a real date. We just went and had dinner. There's a restaurant in the building, and we finished late. And I said, "You want to grab dinner?" We ate at the building.
Did you ask her just 2 weeks later if she could find someone to kill Professor Markel?
No, not at all.
Did you have a Halloween party with her or go trick-or-treating with her, and after the party say, hey, do you know anyone who can take care of my ex-brother-in-law for me?
No, absolutely not.
We're going to get into this in more detail later, but let's be clear right now. Did Catherine Magbanua ever work for your dad or for you at the Adelson Institute?
No, never.
You see the timing is in military time, so it says November 27th at 13:42. We can agree that's 1:42.
Yes.
Katie says, my ex knows about you. I'm pretty sure I know how he knew because he even knows your name. You see that?
Yes, I do.
And you say, do I know him from my past? You see that?
Yes, I do.
What are you asking Katie here?
I have no idea who her ex is, and she's saying he knows me. So I'm saying, do I know him?
And that's in late November 2013, right?
Yes.
That's after 1 month almost after Halloween, correct?
Yes.
Now, as time went on, did you learn more about her ex?
In the springtime, I did.
In February, was there an incident with Katie and her ex that you recall?
Yeah. I remember her coming over my house, and she was pretty upset. She had a mark on her neck. They'd gotten into an altercation, and he ripped a necklace that he'd given her off her neck. And she was crying, and she was all upset.
How did you react?
She could tell I was upset. I mean, someone just roughed her up, and she could tell I was upset. And she said, "Don't do anything." She goes, "He will kill you. He will kick your ass. You don't stand a chance."
Now, why did you continue to date her after this?
I didn't take that as a threat to me. I just took it as she's got a crazy ex-boyfriend that wants her back, and she's got 2 kids with him, and it wasn't a threat. I didn't feel like he was threatening me. She just was like, it's a part of her life that I wasn't going to hold against her.
So, Dave, what do you think about that? That, Catherine McBanoa had Sigfredo Garcia, who's one dangerous guy, and I'm kind of the victim in this. Isn't that kind of what that's about?
Yeah, we all knew that Sigfredo Garcia was a dangerous guy. He's a Latin King member. He's a murderer. And so we knew this. So I don't know if this is moving the needle at all. I mean, yeah, he's a bad guy. She was dating a bad guy. She's not a good person. Where's the extortion plot? They're talking around it. Hasn't happened yet. And so we'll see where this goes. But for now, I don't think this really matters in the grand scheme of things.
In direct examination, it's sometimes you got to build it up. You got to give that flavor of the relationship a little bit, right? You have to understand what was going on between the two of them and what he knew, because they could easily go in. I mean, the way they first started was like, did you have any part in the plot to kill Dan Markel? No, that's the way it sets. But you got to build it up a little bit to understand who these people are and who he is, right? Before you get into the fact that he's a complete victim in all of it. Isn't that necessary?
You're absolutely right, Jesse. And they're trying to humanize this person who's been demonized the whole time, and for understandable reasons. But you can see my frustration. I'm only here with you for an hour and I'm waiting for the good stuff. They're talking around it and I'm like, come on, I want to talk about the extortion plot with Jesse. In the meantime, I'm getting all the fluff. I mean, come on, guys, let's get to it.
Well, I think you're with us for like another 10, 15 minutes. So let's take a break. When we come back, I think they're still on a morning break themselves, but hopefully they're not any much longer. When they're not, we will see what's happening. But stay with us here on Law and Crime. We don't want you to miss any moment of Charlie Adelson on the stand. We'll be back. Welcome back to the Law and Crime Network, everybody. So we're following the testimony from the defendant himself, Charlie Adelson. He's on trial for his alleged role in the 2014 death of Florida State University professor Dan Markel. Adelson is accused of plotting the murder and conspiring with hitmen to kill Markel. We have this live feed into the courtroom right now. We're waiting for things to get settled back. He's going to continue his testimony back here with Dave Arenberg. I know what Dave wants. Dave wants the extortion plot to happen. Maybe that's what we'll get into. What do you think he's going to say? I mean, what do you think he's going to say? I think it's his reaction that's going to be very important. So all of a sudden you're hit with Catherine McBanoa saying that, you know, your life is in danger, your family's life is in danger. His reaction is going to be important to that.
Exactly. And then he'll have to explain away why he was still all lovey-dovey with Catherine McBanoa after the extortion plot. I mean, he was still dating her. He was still exchanging loving texts with her. Doesn't sound like someone who's really scared of his life, or where Katie here is the mastermind. The one thing that prosecutors have to be worried about is by putting Katie on the stand, do they shift?
Is Mr. Rauschbaum back?
He stepped out for a moment, Your Honor.
Right.
Make it look like he's totally not credible at all. And so
crazy ex-boyfriend that wants her back.
All right. I'm prepared to rule on the composite exhibit. As a composite, I am going to sustain the objections on the grounds of both hearsay and relevance, and also on 403 grounds, as it may create confusion of the issues themselves. If there are isolated portions that you wish to offer on grounds of relevance, that are relevant, I should say, and also you have a hearsay exception 4, I can reconsider that. Are there any statements that you wish to pull out of the composite and offer separately?
I'll stand on the record, Your Honor. I believe they all go to his state of mind, as I suggested to you, showing what he was thinking on these relevant time periods. And without seeing them in the collection, you don't see a state of mind. So I'll stay on the record, but you're taking away a defense of his, which is his state of mind, and the jury should be able to see that. I'll ask questions about it, but
You certainly can examine as to generally what was going on during the time period. Again, part of this as well goes to the subject matter, which we discussed at sidebar. I don't want the jury to take away from what could even possibly be relevant in the composite to then also make that a prejudicial aspect of the deliberation in any way. You understand what I'm saying?
I do. We're happy to redact those sections, but if that would change your ruling. But
Well, even with the redactions, I think we still have to get back into specifically the 403 aspect of it and also the hearsay. But the court's ruling is what it is concerning that matter. You may examine, though, concerning the subject generally of the messages.
Judge, just for the record, I planned on doing the same thing. Oh, I have it. Yeah. Oh, maybe not. No. What date was it, July 14th? Judge, I planned on doing the same thing for July 14 through 19. I won't do it considering I assume it's the same ruling, but my My same arguments apply to that.
Very well, Ms. Koppelman, do you have similar objections for the entire composite block of text messages?
Yes, sir.
All right, again, if there are portions that you wish to extract from the composite that you believe that are both relevant and are not hearsay, I will certainly consider those, but as a composite exhibit, I am going to find that they would otherwise be not relevant or hearsay or create 403 issues with confusion of the issues at trial.
Judge, I understand your ruling. May I
Go
make
ahead.
just one additional argument for the record?
Go
Just
ahead.
for the record. In the state's case in chief, they were allowed to put in phone calls showing arrows that they have no idea anything said on those calls. They're essentially the same thing as putting in text messages like this, except you actually see the content, right?
The chain of the traffic versus what is actually said.
They put in every call, okay? They put in every call between these participants on on those particular days, which, by the way, correspond mostly to the days that I'm offering these text messages for. They put them in for their own purposes. I think I should be allowed, under a 403 analysis, what's good for the goose is good for the gander, to put in the text messages, to show the pattern or a lack of pattern of anything. And that's what these text messages show. But I can just ask the questions, but I would like the record to reflect that under a 403 analysis, it was allowed for them. It's not being allowed for us.
I wouldn't exactly say it boils down to being that simple, but your objection is noted specifically as to what the state was permitted to demonstrate in their case in chief goes to either demonstrating motive or direct evidence of what they believe show the elements of the charges. As to these composite exhibits, and again, I don't want to get very deep into what the subject matter is, there are messages that either go to embarrassing of the other witnesses or litigants in this matter, matters that are wholly irrelevant, or matters that do not demonstrate in any way the theory of the defense as the court understands it. If there are portions, again, that are specifically relevant to negating either the motive or any of the elements of the charges and are not hearsay, as argued by the defense, I will consider those separately, but as a composite on the whole, the 403 issues, the relevance, and hearsay issues, I believe, compel me to deny their admission.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Let's bring back in the jurors and we'll continue.
Seeds of that in his testimony so far, that he was a little too open with his words about how much money he had.
The state's objection to the exhibit is sustained. You may continue with your examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. You had an opportunity to review your text messages from June 2nd to June 7th, 2014.
Yes, I have.
Anything in those text messages out of the ordinary?
No.
They're text messages about what types of subjects?
Work, personal life, just
Anything about a first attempted murder in Tallahassee?
No, not at all.
Anything about any sort of violence?
No, not at all.
Anything about any sort of panic?
No, not at all.
I want to talk briefly about July 1, 2014. And just kind of to give you a roadmap. In March, you had dinner with your sister, correct?
Yes, at Yarborough.
And we've learned that at that dinner, Sigfredo Garcia thought about killing you.
Yeah, he was stalking me with Luis Rivera.
And we've learned through this trial that a first attempted murder on Professor Markel's life happened, give or take, 6 weeks later.
Yes.
Now let's talk about July 1, which is about 3 or 4 weeks after that. By the way, up until July 1, had you ever talked to, texted with, met Sigfredo Garcia?
No, not at all.
What happened on July 1?
July 1, I was going to take Katie jet skiing, and I had the jet ski attached to the car, and I drove to her place in Miami, and I went to pick her up, and I remember it so well. I got flowers right before I picked her up. I bought flowers from the guy selling them in the middle of the street, and I picked Katie up, and we started driving out of her complex, and we got about 100, 200 feet, and this blue car comes flying out of nowhere, flies in front of us, and slams on the brakes. And I've got a car, and I'm towing a 1,200-pound jet ski behind it. And she started screaming, "That's T, that's T, that's T." And I'm like, I almost rear-ended this car. And this guy gets out of the car, and he comes over, and he's screaming every kind of four-letter word at me, threatening me. His face was real red. My windows were up, and the guy was going crazy. And I'm kind of a little bit boxed in because the front of my car was almost against the rear of his car, so I couldn't drive past it. And I had a big jet ski and a trailer behind my car, so I ended up putting the car in reverse, doing like a little bit of a three-point turn, a little bit, swinging the car around. He then got in his car, chased alongside of us. And you can't, if you're towing a jet ski with a car, you can't go real fast. You don't have much acceleration. He was right alongside of us, rolled his window down, was screaming all this stuff at us. And when we got to the light, it was just turning yellow, and I gunned it. I remember making a left-hand turn. And I said to Katie, I go, "That guy's fucking nuts." And she goes, "Nuts?" She goes, "He's really calmed down." I go, "What do you mean he's calmed down?" And she goes, "The old T I know would have broken your window and dragged you out into the street and beaten your ass."
Now, that evening, by the way, let's talk about, you say T. Did you know Sigfredo Garcia under another nickname as well?
Yeah, well, she referred to him as T or Tuto, or Sigfredo.
Now, that evening, did your father call you?
Yeah.
And what did your father say to you when he called you, Harvey? What did Harvey say to you when he called you?
He was worried about me.
Why?
Because he got a threatening message on his voicemail, and the guy was saying, something to the effect of, "Next time I see you, it's going to be mano a mano. Don't fuck with me. You don't know who I am," something like that. And then hung the phone up.
Okay. Again, this was July 1, correct?
Yeah.
And this is now 17 days before Professor Markel was murdered, correct?
It was.
So we have Sigfredo Garcia thinking about killing you in March before the first attempt, right?
Yeah.
And now we have him threatening you and trying to run you off the road just 17 days before the actual murder occurred, right?
Yes.
You're aware that the state's theory is that you are co-conspirators with Sigfredo Garcia?
Yeah, that's their theory.
Now let's go to July 5th. Your dad's birthday party. By the way, what was served at the birthday party?
We had the paella and the chef there cooking it.
Okay. And how many people approximately attended the party?
It was in their apartment. They probably had, let's see, roughly about 30.
Okay. Did you invite Catherine McBanawa to the party?
No, I didn't.
The party was in their apartment, which was where?
It was in South Beach. It was in South Miami at the Continuum.
Now, what time did the party end?
It went from probably 7-ish to probably about 11:30, 12 o'clock.
How far is the Continuum in South Beach from your house in Fort Lauderdale?
It's every bit of 45 minutes, depending on traffic.
That evening, where did you sleep?
I slept over at Katie's house
Why did you sleep over at Katie's house?
because my brother was in town for my dad's 70th birthday party with his wife and their kids. And then my sister was in town, and then the whole family was doing stuff the next day, and it was going to be at my parents' house, at their apartment. So I didn't want to drive all the way back to Fort Lauderdale and then all the way back to Miami.
Does Katie live closer to South Beach than your home in Fort Lauderdale?
Yeah, she's probably 15 minutes away, 10 to 15 minutes.
And did you go back to your parents' apartment the next day on July 6th?
Yeah, I slept at Katie's place. It was one of only 2 times I probably ever slept there. And then I went back to my parents' place like for lunch the next day.
Did Katie come with you?
No, she did not.
Now, I want to draw your attention to June 16th and a late night work with your assistant, Erica.
Yeah.
Do you recall that?
I do.
I know you're not going to know specific times, but how late did you work with Erica that evening?
We worked till about 10 o'clock at night.
And what did you do after work?
We'd worked through dinner, so we were both hungry. So me and Erica went to go eat dinner.
And what time did you get home, approximately?
I got home about 11:45.
When you got home, did you speak with Catherine McBanawa?
I did. We texted or I called her.
And during that conversation on the 16th, but it's really the morning of the 17th, I think, because midnight.
Yeah, it was after midnight.
What happened on that call?
Katie was questioning where I was and who I was with, and saying it was suspicious because I think I ended up calling her probably about 12:30 that night because I came home, changed, took a shower, and then when I finally called her, it was like 12:30. So she thought I was cheating on her.
And was it a heated discussion?
Yeah, I mean, I worked hard all day. You know, I didn't do anything wrong. I went out to dinner with Erica, and like she was just questioning on who I was with and what I was doing, and she was unhappy with me.
Towards the end of the discussion, what did you agree to do with Katie the next day?
I told her I actually don't. My morning off is canceled. I don't start work until 1:45 tomorrow. I said, if you want, come up here and we'll grab lunch.
And did you have lunch with Miss McBanawa the next day?
Yes, I did.
What happened when you had lunch with Catherine McBanawa on the 17th?
She started all over again with like questioning me about the night before, and then she wanted to make plans with me to do dinner on Friday night, and she got very upset at me, and she was just like weirdly adamant, like, this Friday night I want to do dinner with you. Like, why are you saying you don't know? Like, you don't know you're fine to go do dinner with Erica and not call me till 12:30, and just didn't stop. And we got into a fight at lunch.
So let's take that a little bit slower. So you meet with her on the 17th, and on the 17th, your testimony is that she was adamant that she wanted to have dinner with you on the 18th. Is that right?
Yeah.
And where did she want to have dinner with you?
She wanted to make dinner plans and go down to Miami.
Was that odd?
I mean, it was Friday night. She was my girlfriend. So from that perspective, it wasn't odd. What was odd is that she was so adamant. And when I pushed back on it, there was no push. She was like, started questioning me even more.
Now, where were you going to work on the 18th?
I was working in Jupiter.
Okay. So we're in Tallahassee. So let's just make sure everyone knows where Jupiter is compared to Miami, where Catherine McBanawa lives, where she wanted you to have dinner. How far is Jupiter from Miami?
I would say with no traffic, it's probably 2 hours and 15 minutes, maybe 2:30.
And so, and I might have said the wrong month. We're in July. It's July, not June. July 17th, correct?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. So, why did you want to go all the way back down to Miami? And what did you tell Catherine McBanawa?
Telling Katie I'm going to be in the car for at least an hour and a half driving up to Jupiter. My back kills me when I'm in the car for that long. I got to drive back another hour and a half home. I got 2 offices I'm working in. I got 10 hours of surgery I'm doing. I'm like, I don't even know what time I'm getting out. And she was just like, oh, so it's just going to be another late night and you don't want to see your girlfriend on a Friday night?
And how did the lunch end?
I told her that I said, you're acting like a bitch. I didn't call her a bitch, but I said she was acting like a bitch.
And did you leave the restaurant?
Yeah, we had some words, and I put some money down on the table, and we both walked out. And I'm like, I got to get to work. I can't deal with this now.
Did you contact her, or did she try to contact you during the day of the 17th, July 17th?
She called me while I was at work around 6:30, but I was still working, and I didn't pick up the call.
When did you speak to her again?
I was pretty pissed at her, so I didn't call her until after 12 that night. After I came home, I went to the gym, took a shower. I called her after 12.
And when you called her after 12 that evening, did you apologize?
We eventually smooth things over a little bit. Like I felt bad for saying that to her, and she was still mad at me and still wanting to see me. So I did smooth things over, but not entirely.
Now, the next day, you have several text communications with Miss Judge. May we briefly approach?
Approach.
Looking through your phone to see whether or not you texted about a caterer. So I think there's certainly issues with the way that he's testifying, and it is a definite risk. I do think that, his attorney's doing a good job considering what he has to work with, but I think his testimony is at this point hurting him.
Well, Josh, I turn it over to you. I mean, he says that he is a victim of an extortion plot where Catherine McBanawa was the ultimate mastermind. What's your thoughts?
I appreciate Mauricio's notes, but I think as far as his presentation, meaning his demeanor, how is he holding himself on the stand? I think he's doing a good job. I think he's presenting himself as, like you said a couple of times now, as a person who was victimized by this. Here's a guy who's a dentist, never committed a crime in his life. Why in the world would he get involved in this kind of a world? And I think he's doing a good job of giving that story to the jurors. Now, bear in mind, this is direct. A lot of people can do really well on direct. Let's wait till cross when the rubber hits the road on his examination here. We'll see how he holds up.
Okay, so with that in mind, let's unpause the testimony and hear more of what Charlie Adelson has to say.
Swinging the car around,
Can I continue, Your Honor?
You may.
That day, now we're on the 18th, July 18th. Did you speak with your sister that morning?
I did.
What do you recall talking to your sister about?
I called her in the car on the way up to work. And I ended up talking to her. She's told me that she was having the TV set repaired. I thought she had told me that Lincoln had thrown something at it and broke the screen. So she was getting it TV fixed. And then I was also, the reason I called her was because I was in a fight with Katie and I wanted to get her opinion on something. So I spoke to her and told her what I said to Katie, and she gave me sisterly advice like she usually does.
And again, that morning, you're in the car for quite some time?
About an hour and a half.
Where were the two, you were working at one or two offices that day?
I was working in two offices, but they're across the street from each other in Jupiter.
Okay. And during the call up to Jupiter, did you make several phone calls?
Yeah, and that's my morning routine, and I was in the car for an hour and a half, so I was on the phone a bunch.
Now, there's several times where there is a phone call made, and then immediately after there's another call, and there's short calls, and then immediately after there's another call. Do you know why that was the case?
Yeah, because there's a stretch of highway between West Palm and up in Jupiter where you'll get drop calls constantly. So you'll call somebody and then you can't hear the person or it doesn't go through, and they start talking and you hang up and call them again. So the calls drop constantly up there.
Okay. Do you recall having some text message communication with a friend named Mike and also Catherine McBanawa about dinner that night?
Yes, I do.
And without getting into too many specifics, what was the general issue?
Mike had wanted me to get dinner with him because his house is kind of close to Jupiter, and sometimes when I'm up that way, I'll see him. Katie was still upset about the other day and feeling like I give more time to other people and questioning why it's a Friday night and I don't want to spend it with her. I eventually just texted with Katie and I apologized for calling her a bitch and telling her I said she was acting like one. I didn't call her one, but evidently to some people there is no difference. And I shouldn't have said it. So I ended up apologizing and making dinner plans with her.
So you chose to make dinner plans with Katie that night, correct?
Yeah.
And where the dinner plans were going to actually happen, did you get that far in making specific plans?
No, but I said I just want to do something casual in Fort Lauderdale. I don't want to get all dressed up and head to Miami.
Okay. Now, the second office you're working in for a little period of time, right? That evening. In other words, let me rephrase.
Yeah.
You had a bunch of surgeries in that second office, right?
Yeah, they're usually packed.
And do you recall from a text message that around a little after 6, you were about to start a big procedure?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Now, at some point in time, you hear from your mom. How do you hear from your mom?
I had a missed call from her, 1 or 2 missed calls, and then she texted me, "Call us ASAP."
And why did you miss the calls? What were you doing?
I was in surgery.
Okay. After she texted you, call her ASAP, what did you do?
I stopped what I was doing. I could see the text messages on the phone as they come in. So I knew it was important. I stopped what I was doing and I called her right back.
When you called her back, what did she tell you?
She told me that Wendy had just called her and that Dan had been shot and that it was serious and that her and my dad are going to be going up to Tallahassee to be with her.
How did you react?
I was shocked. I said, is he okay? Is he going to be okay? Are the boys okay? Or Wendy's okay? Like what happened?
And what did your mom tell you?
She said she didn't know any details, that it was really serious, and that Wendy's with the police right now, and they're questioning her.
Now, after you got off the phone with your mom, what did you do?
I went back to work.
And did you have some communications with people after that through text messages about how you were feeling?
I did.
And generally speaking, how were you feeling?
I wasn't feeling great. I was pretty upset about what I just heard.
Now, around what time, if you remember, did you leave the office?
Probably about between 8:20 and 8:30.
Okay. And again, it's a pretty far drive, correct? Even
Yeah.
at that time of night.
Yeah, there's no traffic at that time, so I could speed a little bit. But
On your car ride home, did you make phone calls?
yes, I did.
And in particular, and we'll do it one at a time, did you speak with Catherine Magbanawa?
Yes, I did.
And what did you tell Catherine Magbanawa on your ride home?
I told her that my brother-in-law, my ex-brother-in-law, had been shot, and it's serious. And I just told her I really didn't feel like going out tonight, and just hang out at the house if you still want to come over. She said, "No, I'm still coming to see you."
How did she seem?
Seemed normal. I mean, she seemed concerned, but nothing out of the ordinary.
Now, are you aware that after that phone call, Catherine Magbanawa had to frantically go around and try to get a babysitter for her kids?
No, not at all.
No. Did you speak with your mom on the way home to your house?
Yeah, like I called my parents also from the car.
And what did you find out from your parents?
That they were getting ready to leave, and that they were heading up to they were going to head up to Tallahassee, and that they were going to probably stop up in Orlando because it's late and they wouldn't get up there till. So they're going to spend the night in Orlando and then go up to Tallahassee.
Now, you've seen text messages in this case where there's some indication your mom says outside your house, and 20 minutes later, after that text message, you say 10 minutes. Do you recall those text messages?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Did you see your parents that evening?
No, not at all.
When your mom says outside your house, does that mean to you that she was actually at your house?
No, it meant that she was passing by my house outside it on the vicinity, seeing if I was home.
On the phone call that you had with your mom on the way home, did you discuss anything about your parents stopping at your house?
Yeah, I said, text me when you're close. If I'm home, stop by and see me, because my house is a football field length away from the exit of the turnpike.
And when they were close, were you anywhere near your house?
No, and I missed their text. I didn't get home for 40 minutes after that text came through.
When you got home, what did you do?
When I got home, I changed, took a shower. Changed, and I played phone tag with Katie to see where she was at. I think I talked to her after I got out of the shower, and she was going to be heading over to hang out with me.
You have a text with your friend Mike that said you went to the gym. Do you have a gym? Did you go to the gym?
No.
Okay. Do you know if you worked out in your house that night?
I don't know if I've got some workout equipment in our house, so I may very well have, but I didn't go to the gym that night.
Your friend Mike wanted to have dinner with you that night, right?
Yeah.
Now, when you get to the house, you said you called Katie after your shower. Why did you call her?
To see if she was still planning on coming over and what time she was going to be there, because it was already like 10:15.
And did she come to your house that night?
Yeah, she said she was going to be leaving shortly. And I think I even said either text me or call me when you're on your way.
Did she actually come to your house that evening?
Yes, she did.
Around what time did she arrive?
She got there about 11 o'clock.
What happened when she arrived?
When she arrived to my house, she came in through the garage, entered into the kitchen from the side door like she always does. And she just looked panicked and upset. I mean, she walked straight in and gives me this big, tight hug and asked me, like, are you okay? And I said, yeah, just a horrible day. But she looked more upset than I've ever seen her. I'm like, are you okay? She's like, no, I'm not. I'm like, what's wrong? She's like, just come sit down. I need to talk to you.
Where did you go?
We walked into the living room.
And what happened when you got to the living room?
We sat down on the couch and she started to talk to me. And she said, listen, this is all my fault, but I had no idea anything was going to happen, but this is totally my fault. I spoke in too much detail about your family's personal problems, about your sister, Dan Markel, and the $1 million offer.
What did you say?
I'm like, what are you talking about? And she's like, my friend killed Dan and he wants to be paid $250,000.
How did you react?
I was like, what did you just say? And she's like, my friend killed Dan and he wants you to pay $250,000.
What happened next?
I stood up and I started cursing it. I'm like, what the fuck? Are you kidding me? And she's like, no. I'm like, who did this? Who's your friend that did this? And she's like, I don't want to say. I can't say. And I said, who was it? And she just kept saying, I'm not going to tell you. And I was like, was it Sigfredo? And she's like, no, I'm not telling you. And I just walked in my bedroom and sat down on the edge of my bed.
What happened when you got in the bedroom?
She came into the bedroom, followed after me. She sat down next to me. She started telling me, like, I'm so sorry. This is all my fault, but I didn't know any of this was going to happen. And I'm like, Katie, I'm not going to be part of this shit. Like, I'm not going to be part of paying for a murder. This is insane. And she's like, look, if you don't pay in 48 hours, they will kill you. And I said, Katie, I feel like I'm getting extorted now.
How did she respond to that?
She got really mad at me. She got angry. And she's like, look, I'm not extorting you. She's like, I got dragged into this the same way you got dragged into this. She's like, it's my fault for running my mouth the way I did, but I'm not extorting you. Like, I'm trying to help you. So she's like, she goes, what are you going to do? You're going to go to the police? She goes, you go to the police, they'll kill you.
Did she tell you that they would just kill you or they would also kill other people?
She said he'd come after you, he'd come after the family. Like, Charlie, you don't have a choice. Just pay the money. You said you had the cash. You said you were going to pay a third. Like, just do it. Like, I'm trying to help you out.
What did you do then?
I said, Katie, I don't have $250,000 in cash. And she's like, you said you did. And I was like, no, I cash isn't, I can write a check for $250,000. I don't need to take out a loan. And she's like, well, you have a ton of money in your safe. And I said, Katie, I don't have that much in my safe. I do have a lot. And I said, come take a look. And I walked over to my safe. I opened it up. And I'm like, here, take a look. And I took it out in piles and put it on the dresser next to us. And I said, go ahead and count. That's not $250,000.
And did she count it?
Yes, she did.
How much money did she count?
$138,000.
So it wasn't 100,000. It was 138,000.
Correct.
What did she do with $138,000?
She had a big purse. She put it in her purse. And she asked me, she goes, how can you get the rest? And I'm like, hey, that's all the cash I've saved up from forever. And she said, can you go to your parents and get it? And I was like, if I go to my parents, my dad will go to the cops in a second. Like, there's no way I'm going to be able to stop my dad from going to the police. Like, I could never say anything to him.
What happened next?
She asked me, she said, well, can you pay can you pay like $3,000 a month? And I said, yeah, I can do that.
Now, at this point in time, did you have any idea that she was part of the extortion?
No. She kept saying it was all her fault and that she didn't know any of this was going to happen. And she was upset.
What did she do next?
She took her purse, her keys, and her phone, and she's like, "I'm going to go call my friend and see if this works for him, and I'm going to try to help you out." And she walked out of the house, and my bedroom was right next to the front door. She walked out of my bedroom outside of the front door and closed the door behind her.
When she went out of the house, what did you do?
I just paced around my house, and I remember sitting in the living room. I got a wood coffee table, and I was just sitting on the coffee table, just in shock, thinking, what the fuck just happened?
What happened when she came back in the house?
She came in the house, and she was being the good guy and telling me that she's going to look out after me, and she's so sorry this happened. The same thing she was saying beforehand, and that she was going to make sure that nobody pays me a visit. And she's like, I spoke to him. You can pay $3,000 a month, or you can pay the rest off. She goes, but the $3,000 a month you're paying doesn't go towards the balance.
What did you do after she told you that?
I just said fine, and I walked downstairs into the kitchen, and I was shaking, and I took a bar of Xanax.
Where did you go?
And I walked outside from the kitchen through the sliders into the backyard. I closed the sliding glass door behind me. I think she got the picture. I wanted to be alone. And I just sat outside behind my house for a while.
Now, when you came back into the house, what was she like?
She was just apologizing and just telling me that her friend's crazy and she's so sorry, and she ran her mouth too much about everything and about the $1 million offer. And she was telling me that she was going to protect me.
Did she take a Xanax as well?
I don't know if she did. She may have, but I didn't give her one.
Did she spend the night that night?
She did sleep over that night.
Now, why didn't you kick her out?
I was in the state of shock, and I didn't think she had anything to do with it. I didn't even want to believe that she had anything to do with it.
When you came back in the house, what happened to you next?
The Xanax was really starting to set in. It's probably about a half hour I was outside. I remember going into the bedroom and sitting down. I sent the text to my parents to see if they were up in Orlando yet or where they were. And then I laid down in bed, and I passed out pretty soon after that.
The next morning, when did she leave?
She left about 8:30 in the morning.
And how was she in the morning? How was she acting?
She was apologizing and telling me how sorry she is, and she was blaming herself and saying it's all my fault for running my mouth, and telling my friend about this. And she was just telling me that she was going to protect me and that I wasn't going to get a visit from anybody.
What did she tell you anything in particular before she left the house?
Yeah, she told me, whatever you do, she said, please don't tell anybody about what happened. Like, don't tell anybody about this. Never talk about this. Never talk about it on the phone. She said, never call me up and start talking about this. And the last thing she said to me is like, can we just pretend like this never even happened?
She leaves the house, and we're going to get into specifics, but that day, July 19th, where do you go?
I don't leave the house. I was home all day.
What were you thinking and what were you doing when you were home on the 19th?
I was sleeping a bunch. I think I took probably some more Xanax, just trying to relax. And I was just real upset.
That morning, did you speak with your parents and with Wendy Adelson?
I did. I talked to my parents that morning.
And what did you find out?
I found out that Dan had died.
And why did you call Wendy Adelson?
Because that was the first call I called after my parents told me that, to see how she was, see how the boys were.
Now, you're home alone the entire day of the 19th. Did you think about going to the police?
I thought about it, but I thought I'm going to get killed if I go to the police. It's not going to bring Dan back. It just seemed like a bad idea.
Over the days following, did you continue to go back and forth about whether to go to the police or not?
Every time I thought about it, I thought through what could happen to me, what would be the benefit versus the pros versus the cons.
And why didn't you go to the police?
I thought if I went to the police that they'd kill me.
Now, there are some text messages into evidence on the 19th. Text messages between you and Catherine Magbanowa. I think there's 3 of them. Do you recall those text messages?
Yeah, we texted during the day.
And there are text messages about the weather and pool and going and her and Catherine Magbanowa going to the pool. Do you recall that?
Yeah.
What are those text messages about?
I was trying to show her that I was trying to pretend like this didn't even happen. Like, I think one of the texts said I'm going to the gym. I didn't go to the gym that day. My phone will show I never left my house.
Now, you say that she said that you could pay it all at once, or you could pay $3,000 a month. That's what her friend would accept, right?
Yes.
Did you think about paying it all at once?
I thought about it. I thought, if I'll do it and it'll get these people out of my life forever. But then I thought, this is extortion. One thing I know about extortion is it never ends. So if I paid it all at once, I thought that may be more of a reason that they come kill me. Or if I pay it all off, they're going to come back and ask for more money.
In the days following the extortion, did your sleeping habits change?
Yes.
What did you start doing?
I slept with a gun in my nightstand ever since then. And then I started carrying my gun on me also.
I'm showing you it's marked for identification purposes only as Defendant's Exhibit 51 and Defendant's Exhibit 52. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Okay.
Take a look at those. Do you recognize those items?
I do.
Judge, I would move Defendant's Exhibit 51 and 52. Well, before I move in 52, the 52 are some text messages. Are those text messages that you recognize that you kept in your ordinary course of dealings with text messages?
Yes, they are.
I would move in at this time 51 and 52.
Any objection from the state?
I have not reviewed these.
Please let Ms. Keppelman look at 51 and 52.
No objection, Your Honor.
Defense 51 and 52 are admitted at this time.
Now, on within 11 days after your extortion, did you do anything in particular to your house and to the Adelson Institute?
Yes, I did.
What did you do?
A few days after it happened, I called up a camera guy and I got a whole system set of cameras installed at my house and in my office, like pointing out to the parking lot also.
Judge, may I publish? I'm showing you what's marked as Let me show you the original. I'm showing you what's marked as Defendant's Exhibit 51. Is this a check for the cameras?
Yes, it is.
Okay, it looks like there was some problem with the thing on the other thing. It looks like it started back a few minutes ago. Let's see, they actually got into...
Should be coming through with those updates. And again, as for the 10 days, it might be the case that they do not respond quick enough for it to be made, useful to us. But in the chance that they can respond quickly, we'll give them the full time they're due and hope
Looks
for the
like
best.
we're about 10 minutes behind, so I'm going to turn it up to catch up.
I mean, I don't have an issue if you have the appropriate 10-day deadline. I don't have an issue if they're returnable to me at the courthouse. I just want to look at one other provision. So I'd looked at this previously in a family case where an attorney had issued a third-party subpoena under the discovery, and it was fine that way, but they put some alternate language in. The way I read the statute very specifically, which is what I was refamiliarizing myself, unless there is agreement of all parties, it can't have an alternate form. I would like it to say, and I would hope you would all agree, but it's up to the individual parties that allows them to send it electronically to either one or both email addresses, one for the defense, one for the state, and to allow that to be received electronically within a shorter time frame. Any objection to that?
No, so long as it comes with
from the
a
state.
certificate of authenticity, I would not object to an electronic submission.
And any objection if it goes to the defense email address with an understanding that it's going to promptly be turned over to the state?
Correct. I was going to say, subject to our discovery demand that's on file, I don't object to that.
Is that agreeable to the state? Absolutely. I mean, agreeable to the defense?
Absolutely, yes.
All right. So put some language in there that says all parties agree that the information may be electronically delivered to insert an email address at your firm in lieu of personal production, and something to the effect of this. There's an ongoing trial and it's requested that this information be provided as soon as practical early next week or something to that effect.
Understood. We will get that typed up and resubmitted.
Then make sure you email a copy because it's just, well, you should get it as a proposed order, but just in case, email it to the state. What I'd like to do is you all either send Teresa an email that says we all agree, court can sign it. She can literally slip me a note and I can sign it while we're sitting here, and that would be great. Okay. And for the record, the state does not have any objection to the additional language about the timing of when these things can be produced electronically in lieu of a personal appearance.
Correct.
Okay, great. Then I think we are in compliance with the statute then. All right, then with that, we'll bring the jury out. You can call your next witness from the state. No, it was not.
All rise for the jury.
143, 145, yes. Right. Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. The state may call its next witness.
Thank you, Judge. State calls Detective Fredericks.
All right. Good afternoon, sir. If you could please make your way to the witness stand. When you get there, please remain standing, raise your right hand, and my clerk, Teresa, who's on our left, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. First thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
Brian, Brian, Fredericks, Frederick's.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you, Judge. Detective Fredericks, where do you work?
For the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department,
How long have you been there?
13 years.
Okay. What is your current role with the Sheriff's Department?
I'm a detective.
Okay. Is there any special unit that you're in?
Not at this time.
Okay. Have you ever done work in the Sheriff's Department's forensic lab?
I have.
And what is that lab for?
That's a computer and phone forensics lab where we would examine cell phones and computer devices based on a investigator's needs.
When were you in that position?
I started in that position towards the end of 2012, and I remained there until spring of 2020.
Okay. Do you have some special training in order to perform duties in the lab?
I do, yes.
Okay. Do you also have all the law enforcement training required to be a certified law enforcement officer?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Could you just briefly describe what some of that more specialty training is, maybe where it took place, what it was about?
Sure. I took computer forensics training at various locations. Digital Intelligence in New Berlin hosts various schools on computer forensics. They also hosted a 5-day phone forensics class that I attended, and that was based on Celebrite phone forensic software. I'd attended additional training down in Alabama at the National Computer Forensics Institute, also on computer and phone related forensics.
Okay. When you were working within the lab at the Sheriff's Department, how many detectives were in there doing that type of work?
Generally, it was myself and one other detective.
Okay. Where does the Sheriff's Department get devices in terms of what you're required to download in the lab?
So investigators, detectives, or officers, deputies will bring in devices from their investigations, either by way of a search warrant or consent from the owner of the device.
Okay. Is your lab at the Sheriff's Department limited to submissions from Sheriff's Department personnel?
No.
Could you explain that, please?
Yes, we have. We work with a lot of agencies in and around Waukesha County that don't have dedicated and trained phone and computer forensic training, so they rely on the Sheriff's Department to assist with those investigations.
When you were in the lab, did you carry a caseload of criminal investigations as well?
No.
Why not?
My focus and my specialty was in computer and phone forensics, and there's so much in the way of devices coming in for examinations that there really isn't any time for casework per se.
Okay. So when a device is given to you, how do you know what to do with it?
The investigator will bring it in and explain to myself or the other detective assigned to that position the nature of the case and whether it's a search warrant or a consent search, and specifically what they're looking for from that device.
On July 9th of 2018, did you take part in a search warrant?
I did.
Were there devices recovered during that search warrant?
Yes, there were.
Was one of those devices a cell phone?
Yes,
And did you learn that that phone belonged to a Scott Craig?
I did.
Were you asked to analyze that in the lab?
Yes.
I'd like to show just the witness exhibit 169, please. And Detective, let me know when that's on the screen before you.
It is up.
And if we scroll to page 2 of exhibit 169. Detective, is that a 2-page exhibit?
It appears so, yes.
What is it?
This looks like a Celebrite report from phone extraction.
Looking specifically at page 2, can you tell what device was downloaded?
Yes, this is Scott's iPhone.
Okay. Do you know who conducted the download of that device?
That would have been me.
Okay. Does exhibit 169 appear to be a fair and accurate copy of the first 2 pages of that download?
Yes, ma'am.
I'd move exhibit 169 into evidence, ask for permission to publish.
No objection.
Exhibit 169 is received, permission to publish granted.
Okay, so, sorry, Detective, I'm just waiting to make sure that the jury has that image in their box. Again, this is Exhibit 169, is that right?
That is correct.
Is this the way that most extraction reports begin if they're created in your department?
That's how they were when this report was created.
Fair. If we go to page 2 and we zoom in on the top summary piece, does this page tell you when you created the report?
Yes, it does.
If we could zoom in a little more up to the top of this page, please. Could we unpublish for a moment? You should be good. Well said. Okay. Detective, does this summary area indicate when this report was created?
Yes, it does.
And what is that date?
The report creation time shows July 22nd of 2019.
And then a couple boxes down, is that your name, Detective Brian Fredericks?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at the bottom row of that box, there's notes in that. What does that say?
States Scott Craig's iPhone and Detective Hoppy,
Do you know why Detective Hoppy's name is on there?
because he was the detective assigned as the lead investigator.
Okay. I'd like to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 170. It's a CD, and I'm going to hand this to you, Detective, and I'd like to ask if you recognize what it is.
I do recognize this.
What is it?
That is a disc that has our incident report number on it, and it also indicates that it is Scott Craig's Apple phone containing a Celebrate report.
The same report that begins on Exhibit 169?
Correct.
Okay. Have you actually looked on that physical CD to make sure that that's what's on there?
I have, yes.
Are your initials on there for that reason?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'll take 170 back for you. I will move 170 into evidence, ask for permission to publish.
All right, continue, please.
I would
And
move-
170 is received,
Thank you.
and permission to publish is granted.
Now, Detective, in terms of, all the jury can see in my hand here is a CD, right?
Correct.
Is it fair to say that there's a lot of files on here from the download you did?
Yes,
Is it only from the one phone that they're looking at, described on Exhibit 169?
that's correct.
So would it be fair to say that Exhibit 169 and 170 go together? This is essentially the first piece of what's on here?
That's correct.
Okay, so I'm gonna just paper put these together and set them up here. Now, if you could explain to the jury generally the process that you used to download this phone, and we can take the publish down.
So when a phone is received, one of the first things that is done is we put it into airplane mode, which prevents a couple things. It prevents the phone from ringing or receiving text messages. And we set the phone settings within the phone up so that it'll communicate with the software on the forensic phone computer, and we'll essentially trust that computer so that we'll extract the data from it to our phone PC.
During this process, are you able to alter data on the device through your software?
Yes and no. The phone is altered in that it will show that it was connected to our device for that extraction. It doesn't
alter or change any of the user's data. It doesn't manipulate timestamps or things like that.
Is that very important in the work that you did within a lab?
Yes.
Why?
Because we want to work just based off the information and not adjusting or not touching files on the phone itself and changing access dates or times.
Okay. Now I'd like to show just the witness exhibit 167, please. And detective, let me know when that's up in front of you.
I have it.
Okay. Is that also a 2-page exhibit?
It is.
And going to page 2, does the second page show, give you some information about what exhibit 167 is?
It does, yes.
And do you recognize these 2 pages in exhibit 167?
Yes, ma'am.
What is it?
This would be another Celebrite extraction report.
Do you know whose phone this was for?
I do. The case name has our incident report number with an underscore, and then it says Jesse's LG K540.
Okay. Does this look like a fair and accurate copy of the first 2 pages of the report you generated for this phone?
Yes, it does.
I move exhibit 167 into evidence, ask for permission to publish.
No objection.
167 is received. Permission to publish granted.
And if we can flip back up to page 1, please. Detective, is this, again, that familiar face sheet that you saw on the previous exhibit?
Yes, it is.
So going to page 2, and again, if we could zoom in on the above, the summary piece of it. Detective, could you tell the jury when you created this report?
Yes. This report was created July 16th, 2019.
Similarly with this report, is Detective Hoppy referenced?
He is.
And you indicated, could you circle there where you read the device or the case name? Okay. We can take that down. Thank you. I'd like to show you 168, which is another CD. And I'll ask you to recognize that disc.
Yes, I do.
Have you ever seen that actual CD before?
Yes, I have.
How do you know?
Because my initials are on the front of the disc.
Okay. What is contained on that disc?
That would be the phone download from Jesse's LG phone.
Have you looked at the download on that CD?
Yes, I have.
Is it a fair and accurate copy of the extraction you did in this case on Ms. Kurczewski's phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Right, I move exhibit 168 into evidence. Well, I'll just move it at this point.
No objection.
Exhibit 168 is received.
Thank you, Detective. So again, similarly with the first set we did, would it be fair to say that exhibits 167 and 168, they go together?
That is correct.
So is exhibit 167 just the first 2 pages of what's on this disc?
Yes.
Okay. So we'll put these together and set these up here. Detective, I just have a couple other questions for you. It sounds like you've got, you talked about your training and you were in the lab for several years working on these kinds of devices. Is that correct?
That is correct.
When someone uses a cell phone to make a call, generally the person receiving the call sees the phone number associated with that device, right?
That is correct.
Through your training and experience, do you know whether it would be possible for someone to make and receive calls on a device, but have it display a different phone number than that associated with the actual device?
Yes, that is possible.
Could you just talk about that generally, please?
There's different applications or apps that you can install on your cell phone that will give you a different number than what your, say, your Verizon or AT&T actual phone number is.
So how does the original phone number from your provider still exist on that device?
Yes, it does.
But the person could also use a different number on the same device.
That's also correct, yes.
Would it be possible to use multiple different phone numbers from one device?
Yes.
Have you seen that before in phones that you've downloaded?
Yes, I have.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Any cross?
No, Your Honor, I don't have any cross.
All right, thank you. Detective, you may step down. All right, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Judge. State would call Detective Schrader.
Good afternoon, sir. If you would please make your way to the witness stand, which is all the way to the front, up one riser. When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand, and my clerk, Teresa, who's on our left, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Please have a seat. First thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
First name David, David. Last name Schrader, Schroeder.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you, Judge. Detective Schrader, where do you work?
I'm employed as a detective with the Waukesha County Sheriff's Office.
What are your current duties with the Sheriff's Department?
I'm assigned to our computer forensics lab. My primary responsibility there is to identify, acquire, process, analyze, and report on electronically stored data. That would be to collect digital data from cell phones, hard drives, computers, and then analyze that data. Along with that, I am assigned to analyze historical cell site location information.
Okay. Did you ever work with Detective Fredericks in the lab at the county?
I did not. I actually took his position when he left our lab.
Okay, so when did you start in the lab?
I was promoted December of 2019. It would have been within a couple months of that.
Okay, so when you started with the Sheriff's Department, how long ago was that?
I was hired as a deputy in December of 2014 and then promoted in December of 2019.
Okay. When you got promoted, did you have the opportunity to attend some specialized training to work in the lab?
Yes, ma'am.
And could you just give the jury a little bit of background about what kind of training that was?
For the historical cell site location information, that training, I've attended cellular record analysis training through the National White Collar Crime Center. I've also attended cellular record technology and analysis training through ABM Intel, which is a third-party training company for CellHawk. CellHawk is software that assists in analyzing these records. In terms of the digital forensics, I've attended several vendor-neutral training sites. Vendor-neutral means it's not specific to a software. So the majority of my training there would be at the National Computer Forensics Institute. That is a Secret Service facility down in Alabama. As part of that training, I've taken a certification to become a certified forensic computer examiner through the International Association of Computer Investigative Specialists. And then I also hold several certifications in vendor-specific software, which would be software we use, such as Cellebrite, Axiom, and Graykey.
When you do work on a case within the lab, does that investigation become yours at that point?
No, ma'am.
What happens?
I typically am in an assisting role. A detective could bring me a cell phone and say, hey, I'm just looking for you to extract the data, and then they would analyze it. Or here's some cell phone records. I need you to map these in CellHawk. Sometimes they request I analyze those records. Other times they prefer to do the analysis on their own. So it's really whatever the request of the assigned or lead investigator is what I do.
Okay. The jury just heard testimony from Detective Fredericks about these two sets of exhibits. They're cell phone downloads. So are you able to create reports like this if a detective gave you a cell phone to download?
Correct.
Okay. Is this type of information different from historical cell site location information?
Yes, ma'am.
How is it different?
Hold on, before you answer, just for the record, when you were holding up and saying this, you were holding onto the 2-page documents 167 and 169. Thank you. Go ahead, you may answer.
So the information that we would extract from the cell phone would be data on that physical device. That could include location information, but it would also be your text messages, your calls, and anything that's stored locally on the physical device. The cell records, or the historical cell site analysis, is conducted on records that are acquired from your provider. So if you use an AT&T cell phone, it's tracking, I guess, general locations based on the network, and we would acquire that information from AT&T themselves, not from the physical device.
And we'll talk about this more later, but do you know why cell providers collect that kind of information?
Understanding difference in reliability. They're tracking that information to see maybe you're driving through an area and your call drops and everybody gets frustrated. If they can catch on to that, well, then they'll build another tower in that area. So my understanding is they're doing it to track different usage on different towers throughout their network.
Is law enforcement able to call and ask for those kind of records whenever they want and get information about anyone's cell phone?
It would require a legal process.
Okay, what does that mean?
Typically a subpoena would be drafted to the provider, so AT&T, Verizon, T-Mobile, whoever it may be. And it would be a subpoena for records for a specific phone number.
Does there have to be some acknowledgement from a judicial official that it's an appropriate request?
Yes, a judge would review the subpoena or the warrant for record.
Okay. At that point, are those providers generally cooperative in responding to those requests?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is AT&T one of those providers?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to please display to the witness Exhibit 171. And Detective Schrader, have you seen letters like this before?
Yes, ma'am.
What is it?
It's a certificate of authenticity or a certification regarding the records that were obtained. This one is from AT&T.
Is it important in your work to have a certification from that provider?
Yes,
Why?
they're essentially certifying that the records are accurate and it's whatever information they have in response to our request.
Okay. Does Exhibit 171 appear to be in the response to a request to AT&T?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And I'd like to show you Exhibit 172, which is another physical CD. And ask you if you've actually seen that specific CD before.
Yes, ma'am.
How do you know you've seen that disc before?
I have signed my initials on it.
Okay. So do you know what files are on there?
Yes, this would be the response from AT&T for cellular records.
Okay. The records relevant to this case?
Yes.
Okay. Looking back at Exhibit 171, that's before you, would this document be something that's also on the CD that you initialed?
I don't recall specifically if it's on there, but typically it would be included with the records, yes.
Okay. The files on that CD, are they voluminous?
I'm sorry, could you use another word?
Sure. Are there a lot of files on that CD?
Defining a lot, there's probably 10 or 15 maybe on here.
In terms of if I wanted to print in paper everything on that CD, would it be hundreds and hundreds of pages?
Yeah, absolutely, yes.
So generally in your experience, when a provider responds to a request, do they include a certification for the records they're giving over?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that generally all contained in one response?
Yeah, it's typically, and I can't recall specifically for AT&T, but it's typically like a zipped folder that would come and we can download that in an online portal. And then we would unzip or unarchive the records and see those.
Okay. Have you used the records on Exhibit 172 before?
Yes, ma'am.
Why did you use those records?
Detective Hoppy brought these records to me, I believe it was around August of 2022, and requested that I do some, display some maps for like specific dates and timeframes from these records.
So did you actually ask AT&T for those?
I did not.
Okay. Who gave those to you?
Detective Hoppy.
Okay. At this point, I move Exhibits 171 and 172 into evidence.
No objection.
Exhibits 171 and 172 are received.
So again, Detective, I want you to hold that Exhibit 172 up, please, and remind the jury, where is the information on that CD from?
This would be from AT&T.
Okay. In terms of what you were asked to do with that information, could you just generally tell the jury?
Yeah, so within the number of files that are on the CD is for AT&T, it's called the Report AU file. That file, it's a PDF. I don't know how many pages, but at least hundreds of pages of PDFs that has individual network transactions. So every call that was made on the network, incoming calls that were answered or weren't answered, data usage, incoming and outgoing text messages. And it's all just about network transactions. It's not any content. So for your text messages, I may see a text was sent. I am not able to see what that text said with these records. In there is historical cell site location information, which would provide coordinates for the tower that was used to complete that transaction, along with sector information, which tells you which direction off the tower that signal was coming in. Somebody could go through the hundreds or maybe thousands of pages and map each individual record by hand. We have CellHawk, which is software that maps all of these very quickly. And then we can go and analyze them and typically verify any specific points of interest to make sure that our software worked appropriately and read the correct data.
Were you able to compile some information requested by Detective Hoppy in this case?
Yes.
Is that in the form of those maps that you just talked about?
Correct.
Okay. I'd like to show the witness only, please, 173. And Detective, let me know when it's before you.
I can see it.
Okay. And if we can slowly scroll through the slides, please. Detective, do you recognize Exhibit 173?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It is a PowerPoint presentation that I created. The first several slides are basic information regarding cell towers, similar to how I just explained. Then they're followed by several slides that are specific screenshots of a map that will show records specific to the request from Detective Hoppy. There's then a demonstration of an animation of those records that is not relevant to this case, but it presents a demonstration of what they're going to see. And then the last slide would be a full animation of a cell phone being, I guess, moving throughout the day.
Okay. Does it look like a fair and accurate copy of the report, so to say, that you created in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
I'd move exhibit 173 into evidence, ask for permission to publish.
No objection.
Exhibit 173, receive permission to publish is granted.
And Detective, what's that number on the top of slide 1?
That would be the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department incident report number specific to this incident.
Okay. And then both your name and Detective Hoppy's name is on the front page, is that true?
Correct.
Okay, so if we can please go to slide 2. You've included some information. Is this information that you've used before in your professional capacity?
Yes, ma'am.
Would it be fair to say sometimes it's hard to understand these things?
I would definitely agree with that.
Okay, so I'd like you to please walk the jury through some of the basic things that it's important for them to understand before we look at any maps, please.
Okay, so a cell phone is a radio. It uses radio frequencies to communicate with towers on the network. If your cell phone's on and you're moving or you're sitting here and it's on, it's constantly scanning the network looking for towers available to it, so that the second you decide to pick that device up and make a phone call, it already has that in queue and it's ready to know which tower it should provide you with. It doesn't pick, generally, it doesn't always pick the closest tower, but it's basing its selection on the best signal and quality available to it at that time. Normally that is the closest tower to you, but again, it's going off of signal strength and quality. There's several factors that play into that. The biggest two are going to be geographical obstructions or man-made obstructions. If there's a cell tower, say on the side of a building, it's mounted on the side of a building, that would obviously cause an obstruction going through the building, or a large mountain. A cell tower might have issues getting the radio waves around that tower. So it's not always necessarily the closest tower to you, but it's going to be the one with the best signal at the time the network transaction is made.
Okay. Slide 3, please.
So cell sites, as I just kind of said, they can be anywhere. Some of you, actually most of you have probably seen them driving around, whether or not you knew what they were. A typical cell site is going to have 3 sectors to it. Each sector covers 120 or approximately 120 degrees, giving that tower a full 360-degree coverage. It's important to know that each tower is unique with an identifier. That number is not used anywhere. So an AT&T tower, each individual AT&T tower will have its own unique number to identify that tower and its location.
Can you get information about tower numbers from the provider like AT&T?
Yes, we can request a cell site list. AT&T has location information in their call detail record or in these records. Some carriers don't provide that. They just give the tower identifier. We would have to reference a cell site list then to identify which tower or the tower's location and then use the records to show where that is.
Okay, thank you. Slide 4, please. We're looking at a couple images on here. What's the one on the left?
So the one on the left is, I guess, a tower in full. You can see the equipment structure at the bottom, full of, I guess, cell phone tower equipment. I'm not an engineer for these towers, but there's equipment in there helping run the tower. The picture on the right shows those sectors that I was talking about. That specific tower has 4 antennas on each side. Those 4 antennas where, I guess, the gray area is, the gray arrow is pointing to, that would be one sector. So those 4 antennas are all one sector. And then you can kind of see with the triangle there that there's 3 sectors. Each of those would cover approximately 120 degrees.
Okay, thank you. Going to slide 5. What's the jury looking at here?
So this is a screenshot from CellHawk. This is, I guess, what the records look like when we put them into the software. It's typically not going to have all 3 of those areas shaded, but if we had a record that indicated sector 1 was used, just that top right area would be shaded with the 60-degree mark there, indicating that the cell tower or the cell phone used, if north is up, we'll say it used the northeast third of that tower to complete that transaction.
And what kind of transaction would that be?
Again, it could be a call, a text, it could be data usage, anything being tracked by the network.
Okay. And the center point of that, those 3 lines then, what would be located in the very middle of the circle?
That would be the cell tower that we just saw on the last page or something. That would be the location of the tower itself. It wouldn't necessarily look like what we saw on the last page, but it could look like that.
Okay. And again, is slide 5 something specific to the Jessy Kurczewski case?
No, this is just demonstrative.
Okay. Moving to slide 6, please. What's the jury looking at here?
This is very important. The shaded area that I had just talked about, that has nothing to do with the range of the tower. That shaded area is by default a half mile, and CellHawk puts that arc in there, I guess, to make it easier on your eyes visually to see which direction the sector was facing. But again, that has absolutely nothing to do with the range or the radio frequency coming from that tower. And then it just kind of also shows that arrow coming out would be what's known as the azimuth. That would be the center point for the sector. So if the record indicates it's got an azimuth of 0 degrees, which would be due north, I guess that sector would go straight up, but it would cover anywhere from guess, 300 degrees on the compass to 60 degrees being that 120 degrees.
Okay, detective, I have a question. So if I put an X inside the red piece and outside the red piece, which is in white and you can't really see it, can call detail records tell you whether someone that makes a call is on inside the red piece versus outside the red piece?
No, ma'am.
Okay, is that kind of exactly what you were just talking about?
Correct. Again, the shading has nothing to do with where the device is located or the range of that tower. It's just to make it easier on your eyes to see which sector was used.
Okay, and we can, if we need to do that again, so. Moving to slide 7, please. Now this is that data in the middle white box seems like a lot of numbers. What is that?
The report AU file that I talked about on this disk, this would be a screenshot of that information. So I guess working briefly left to right here, each individual line on there or item number is a record. You got a connection date, a connection time. The connection time here in that entire file is in UTC time. That is Coordinated Universal Time or Greenwich Mean Time. We would have to offset to Central Standard Time or analyze these records. The seizure time would be how long, if I dial a phone number, that brief time that it takes to make the connection to the network would be your seizure time. The ET, which would be the elapsed time, is the duration of the transaction. The originating number is going to be the, I guess, the party that initiated the transaction on the network, or the phone number that. Area code, and then the CID, which is the cellular identity. Those are, I guess, for the network to track. It's specific to the network to track the tower or what tower it is. Following those, you'll see that there's coordinates, the -88, and looking in the top line, -88.05, etc., and then a colon, and then 43 dot, etc. That would be your latitude and longitude of the tower. The following colon there is going to be the sector information or the azimuth. So in that top record, following the coordinates is the 120, or the number 120. That indicates that the azimuth, or the center point for the sector used, is at 120 degrees on the compass. So if you lay the compass flat with 0 degrees being due north and go around to 120 degrees, that is the way that sector is facing. I'll follow up by some other information, which we don't use except for the last one, which is the time on tower. Some calls may use more than one tower. If you're driving down a freeway, a call could use 5 or 6 towers as you go along that freeway or on that call. In that case, you would see several entries in that last column for one transaction, and that last spot would tell you how long they were on each individual tower during that call.
So this piece in white is similar to what's on the CD 172 of records?
That's actually a screenshot that I took from these records.
Okay, so read that first originating number for us, please.
1414 514 1039.
And if I told you the jury has already heard that that number belongs to Jessy Kurczewski, is that name familiar to you based on the work you did in this case?
Yes, Detective Hoppy identified these as Jessy K's records to me.
Okay, so if you open the files on Exhibit 172, would it?
AU file would be. The other files may contain subscriber information and other information, billing records, that type of information.
Could Detective Fredericks have gotten all that information from State's Exhibit 168, which is a cell phone download?
No, ma'am.
So that isn't contained on someone's phone as you're walking around with it?
Correct.
Okay. If we can go to the next slide, please, slide 8. Now, at slide 8, Detective, do we start getting into a more case specific?
Correct.
Okay. And how did you know what date and time you wanted to display in slide 8?
Detective Hoppy provided me with dates and times that he was looking to display the records in.
Now, were you an active member of the investigative team for this case?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so if I wanted to talk to you about what happened on August 21st of 2018 between 7:45 and 8 a.m. in this case, what would you say?
I don't know.
Okay. Could you please go through what the jury is seeing that you mapped nonetheless?
Yes, so the next several slides are going to look similar to this, but the time frame being displayed is 0745 to 0800 hours. That would be 7:45 a.m. excuse me, to 8 a.m. And I did convert this to Central Standard Time. On the top right, or I guess the top side of the right, is the phone number that I have, or that I'm targeting here, which is the number ending in 1039. In the list of all activity from the call detail records during that time frame I queried, there's 2 icons there. I think you'll see the third one eventually, but the globe or the circle looking icon would be a data event. So they're using data on the phone or on the cellular network. The one that looks like a telephone would be their incoming or outgoing call. And then towards the bottom, that last one with the telephone, you see there's what's called a first and a last on there. That would be what I talked about earlier, where there were more than one tower used. So it'll track each individual tower used for that network transaction. When I went through and I reviewed all of those points and confirmed that they are in fact using that tower, which you're seeing on the screenshot of the map there. And they all use the same tower. However, they're using 2 different sectors. So some of those transactions are using that sector facing due north, or it could be a little offset. I don't know the specific degrees on that. And then the other calls or transactions are using that sector kind of facing southeast. The blue pin on the map, which reads Jessy K's residence, is the address that Detective Hoppy provided me for Jessy K. As I was going through the different transactions that happened in this specific time frame, I noted that Cellhawk read an error on one of the calls. So on the bottom right, there are 2 different, I guess, detailed boxes regarding 2 calls that are made. At the very bottom of those boxes is the calling number and the called number. Those would coincide with the originating and terminating number that I had just talked about. And you'll see on the right side there that the calling number and the called number are the same. That was an error in the Cellhawk software. And at the bottom left, that's a clip of that phone call or that transaction from the actual records. And you can see there that the originating number ends in 1039. The terminating number ends in 9702. Under the originating number is the 9702 number, and there's a notation on there with a D as in David. What that means is that's the number actually dialed by the originating number. I don't know the significance of it other than it begins with 011, which is typically dialed before international calls. So I'm not sure why that was dialed. However, it affected the Cellhawk software and it read that the calling number and the call number were the exact same.
So when you talked about the gray box right above the slide number 8 and that data that's put in there, did you type all of that in yourself? How did that get there?
No, that is Cellhawk reading the data from the raw files that are on this CD.
So is Cellhawk a software that you can have on a computer, for example?
Yeah, it's web-based.
So then in this case, did you import all the records from Exhibit 172 into that software?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you're saying when it was reading that, it actually made an error that you caught?
Correct.
Okay. Moving to slide 9. And Detective, if you could please explain to the jury what this is a map of.
Similar to the last slide, this is from August 27th, 2018. The time frame being displayed is 1400 to 1430 hours Central Time. That would be 2 p.m. to 2:30 p.m. Along the right-hand side, the activity for the phone number ending in 1039 is listed. And now you're seeing that third symbol at the very bottom. There's 2 text message entries as well that occurred during this time frame. All of the location information for those transactions occurs on one tower. And I should preface that by stating not every record is going to have all the information needed to map. So there might be, maybe one of the entries is missing the location information or the tower information. If that happens, we'll still see the network transaction, but we wouldn't be able to map that specific record. So what this is displaying is all of the information that is in those records. I don't know how many are there, but say 10 out of the 15 have location information. All of that information is using that one tower in either one of the 2 sectors that is highlighted there.
So if, and you said this is from 2 p.m. to 2:30 p.m. on that day?
Correct.
So if that device had been moving miles and miles during that half hour, would the map look different?
As long as there were network transactions being made, yes.
How would it be different?
You would see each individual tower highlighted and the sector information for those transactions that occurred on a different tower.
Is that something that you see when you create maps pretty often? That movement?
Yes.
Okay. Moving to slide 10, please. Now, Detective, again, if you could please explain to the jury what date and time this map is for.
This is for September 2nd, 2018. The time frame being displayed is 2200 hours to 2300 hours Central Time. That would be 10 p.m. to 11 p.m. Down the right-hand side is going to be all the activity from the call detail records for the phone number ending in 1039. And here's where you're seeing that all of those records, some of which may not have location information, are using one of those 4 towers. So there's one in the top left. I know it kind of goes along that fence line there, but there's one in the top left, one, I'll say top middle, one on the right side towards the top, and then one on the bottom. And each of those towers is being used somewhere in these that list of activity during this time frame. The red, I guess, border you're seeing on there is what's called a geofence. If we're dealing with a much larger area, that basically draws a border that's not from the records. It's just a border around the towers that it's displaying, so you can kind of see your overall geographical area that you're dealing with.
And generally, does slide 10 appear to be in the Wisconsin Dells area?
Yes, in the general area, yes.
Okay. And again, all of these maps that the jury is seeing are based on the phone records from Exhibit 172 that you have, the CD?
Correct.
Okay. Moving to, and again, if we ask Detective Hoppy why he asked you to map this date and time, he would know the answer, but you don't necessarily know that.
I don't know at all why this is relevant.
Okay. Moving to slide 11. Please, Detective, if you could just give the jury an overview of what this is.
The date is September 27th, 2018. The time frame being displayed is from 1358 hours to 1400 hours. Just a 2-minute window from, that's 1:58 p.m. to 2 p.m. and that is Central Time. The phone number being displayed or the activity there is for phone number ending in 1039. On the map on the left, you can see that geofence a little better now, but that is showing that it's irrelevant to the records, but all of those network transactions used one of those 3 towers. And on the bottom left, you're seeing 2 different sectors were used. On the other ones, only one sector was used. I'm not sure the significance as to why there's call information there, but that would be the one call that is made during this time frame.
Okay. And moving on to slide 12. Detective, what is in slide 12?
This is going to be an animation. This is not related to this investigation at all, but I used it to preface what you're about to see. In CellHawk, we have the ability to animate the records. If a device is moving, this can be helpful to see a general route of travel or something like that. When we make these animations, we get to pick how fast we want to play it. So if I wanted to show something in real time, I could. In this case, I believe I show you close to 16 hours. Nobody wants to sit here for that long, so we could raise the display to say 1 second here, real time as we watch would display 5 minutes of the records. In this case, on the very bottom right, and the bar is kind of covering on my screen, but the top line there, it says 1 second equals 15 seconds. So when this plays through, 1 second real time here in this courtroom, 15 seconds is passing and the records being displayed. And then the line below that is a fade, telling us how long we want the records to remain on the screen. If you're covering a long day or an extended amount of time, you want your records to fade, because if they come back through the same route, it can kind of be hard to visually see. So we'll typically have the records show and then fade after 15 seconds or whatever that may be.
What's the right side of slide 12 showing?
So the right side is a timeline or a bar. As we hit play on this, you'll see that bar start to move down, and that time on there will display the record, the time in the records being displayed. So as it starts to play, you'll see that bar start to move down, and that's a running timestamp for the records. And then you'll see, I believe, if I recall correctly, on this specific one, you'll see records come across with that sector information, and it's going to be moving from your right to left.
Generally, geographically, are you familiar with the area depicted on slide 12?
I am.
It's near the Milwaukee County Zoo.
Correct. Right in the center is the Milwaukee County Zoo. The zoo interchange, I-94 is running east and west there, and I-41 is running north and south through the middle of the screen.
Okay, and in terms of animations, would it be fair to say that in your casework, some animations can be very simple and others can be very, very complex?
Yes, and I would lean towards that. The majority of animations are very complex, and they're hard to, see or analyze, because you're watching just the recording and you might not have all the information.
So on slide 12, is this a more simple animation so that the jury can kind of understand what they're watching?
Yes, this is very basic, and it's played at a rather slow speed, with that 1 second equaling 15 seconds. If you're trying to animate a full day or maybe sometimes a week, and you're playing that at a faster rate, the records are moving so fast that it's sometimes hard to keep track of where you're going.
Okay. And at this point, Mr. Vulcanier, if you can play the animation in Exhibit 173, side 12. Now, detective, as the jury watched that animation, they saw some of those sector shaded areas show up and then disappear on the screen, right?
Correct, and I stand corrected. It was moving left to right.
Okay, which would be west to east?
Correct.
Okay. Can something like this tell you who's using the device that's hitting on these towers?
No, ma'am.
Can something like this tell you whether the device was within the shaded area that pops up?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And again, remind the jury what's at the center of each of those shaded portions that display?
A cell tower.
Okay. And we'll play that one more time. It's very quick, just so the jury can watch that again, please. Detective, it looked like as the shaded areas display themselves, there's some information in white in the middle of it. Do you know what that is?
That's the timestamp for that specific record being displayed.
And another word for record in this instance could be phone call or web.
Correct. It would be whatever network transaction is creating that record. So it could be a call, a text, data usage, etc.
Okay. And going to the last slide, slide 13, Detective, were you asked to create that kind of an animation in this case by Detective Hoppy?
Yes, ma'am.
For what day?
It's gonna be for October 3rd, 2018. The animation is from 07/06/13 to 23/40/28. So from approximately 7:06 a.m. to approximately 11:40 p.m. And then here's where I sped up the animation here, given the time frame trying to be shown here. So this one will display 1 second of real time here in this courtroom. 5 minutes of the records will have passed at that point. And then they'll fade after 30 minutes of the records has been displayed. So doing simple math, if you see a record on the screen, that record should stay for 6 seconds, and then it would dissipate as 30 minutes of the records have passed. And this is for the phone number ending in 1039.
Are there some locations that are pinned on slide 13?
Yes, those are addresses provided to me by Detective Hoppy. I have Lynn's address and the death location or location of this incident, Jesse K's residence, and then Flowers' residence.
Okay. Now, in terms of this being almost a whole day, is this quite a bit longer than the last animation that was shown?
Yes, I mean, I sped it up, so it's not going to be as long as you think it will be, but it's going to move rather quick.
Okay. But in total, this is, I think, over 5 minutes long, right?
I don't recall specifically how long it is.
And again, in terms of your ability to explain to the jury what significance the movement has, you're not able to do that.
I mean, I could describe what they're going to see, but I don't know the significance of it, no.
Okay. But someone like Detective Hoppy could watch this and explain that to them.
I would think so, yes.
Okay. At this time, I'm not going to ask to play that animation in Exhibit 173, slide 13. And we can actually bring that down. Detective, I just have a couple more questions for you. Well, let me start here. Does the lab see quite a bit of volume of devices and requests come through for different cases?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it pretty common that, does the lab see quite a bit of volume of devices and requests come through for different cases?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it pretty common that digital evidence is involved in crimes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can it sometimes be helpful to have information about a device, not only from the device itself, like in Exhibit 168, but also to be able to compare that to the provider's records?
Yes, ma'am.
Theoretically, would it be possible in comparing those two sources to tell whether something's been removed from a physical phone, deleted?
Yes, you would be able to see that.
How would you be able to see that, comparing those sources?
I guess for an example, if I make a phone call on my cell phone, obviously I would see that in the call log on my cell phone, and then AT&T, my carrier, would retain that network transaction. If I went into my physical cell phone and deleted that call from my phone, and then a forensic examiner looks at my phone, they would not see that call in my phone. However, when they get my records, they would see that a call was made, and they're not seeing that on the device. You could make an inference there that something was deleted. In the case of, say, a text message, I could see a text message was deleted by looking at the records, but I don't have the content of that message, and we might not ever be able to, I guess, determine what that content was.
In terms of, would it be fair to say that technology is changing all the time?
Absolutely.
And what might be correct today wasn't necessarily true in like 2018?
That could be, yes.
Okay. So focusing more around the 2018, 2019 time, would it be possible for an examiner to get deleted information off of a device?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you going to get every single thing every time?
No.
Is there a way that the examiner can try to target certain deleted information while they're examining a phone?
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Okay. When the examination is done, would it be fair to say it's pulling whatever is on the phone, and if it's not there, you're not going to get it?
Correct.
Okay. Those are all the questions I have. Thank you.
All right, go ahead, Cross.
Detective, following up on that last question, fair to say that when you are trying to recover deleted information from a phone or hard drive, whether or not you're able to recover it generally will depend on whether that sector of the hard drive has been rewritten with other data?
Generally speaking, yes, correct.
Or had been zeroed out intentionally?
Correct.
Also fair to say that text messages or other phone records that are contained within the physical hard drive of a phone are deleted periodically by the phone itself, depending on user settings, so that the log data just doesn't become overwhelming. Is that true?
That is true.
So seeing deleted records would not necessarily indicate somebody went in and manually removed them, correct?
True.
Also fair to say that people, for completely benign reasons, delete text messages, delete information on their phone?
I guess some people could, yes.
Thank you. Two questions kind of related to the location analysis based on cell phone towers. One is just for my clarification. When we're looking at a record of a given transaction, and we have, for example, an azimuth of, let's say, 270 degrees, is that telling us that that cell phone tower is not pointing true north and is offset by like 30 degrees?
Yeah, so I guess like you could, or I guess the cell provider could install a tower however they wanted and arrange their sectors however they wanted. So I guess, for instance, if we're in Colorado and I put a cell tower at the base of a mountain, I might only have one sector and I'm going to face that directly away from the mountain. I don't need a sector going back in to the mountain if it's not habitable or there's not a lot of people there. And due north being 0 degrees is just, that's the reference point they use. They could arrange their sectors to cover whatever degrees they want.
So fair to say when we're looking at a record that has like a 270 degree azimuth listed, that's not saying that the cell phone was being used somewhere along that 270 degree vector, correct? It's just that's the center of the section.
Correct. That would be, if it says 270 degrees, that is simply the azimuth for that antenna or that sector being used. Again, that sector covers generally 120 degrees, so they could be a little left, a little right, but it's a general, that direction.
And as you testify to, geography and other infrastructure can play a role in selecting a tower that's not necessarily the closest, true?
Correct.
And with that in mind, we don't have a good ability to know how far from a tower a cell phone is based on these records, true?
Correct.
Another question that I had was, if we have a phone in a single location over the course of, let's say, half an hour, multiple transactions occur, could there be changes in, let's say, network congestion that would cause the phone to switch to another tower without actually moving locations?
Yes, that could happen. Yes.
And that would show on a map as the center of a tower suddenly being somewhere, probably nearby, but not the same?
Yeah, I guess, for instance, like that one where there's 3 towers being used, that phone or device could be stationary, and just at the time of each individual transaction, it picked this tower versus that tower, and it could use 3, even though the device was not moving.
When we're trying to look at specific locations, like on this slide 13 that you had, you mentioned 3 different locations that you put on there: Lynn's address, death location, for example.
Okay.
What level of accuracy do the cell tower locations have in terms of, we don't know where the person is? Can we say that there's a meaningful difference between one tower and another tower an inch up on the page?
So I can't speak to like specific technology on a given tower. Typically in a rural setting, or actually I shouldn't say that, an urban setting, say the city of Milwaukee, you're gonna have a lot more towers in that area. So you could kind of use the full tower list for, say, AT&T. And generally speaking, if it's gonna, I'll say the word jump, but if it's gonna jump a tower and go to a different one, it's not like it's gonna jump miles and miles and miles. So if you're in a city setting, you could get a little closer in on a better location of that device. Still not specific, but it's not going to jump 15 towers and go across the city of Milwaukee. If you're out in an area where towers are very infrequent and spread out more, it would be a lot harder to narrow down a specific location for that device.
Understood. And final question in terms of reading the location data. We've got 3 sectors on most cell phone towers, true?
Generally speaking, yes.
Is it possible for a individual who is located at the 270-degree azimuth location to connect to either sector 1 or 2 despite physically being tangential to sector 3?
Yes, I have not done testing on that, but in theory, yes, you could be, I guess, behind the sector you're using and still hit off that sector, if that makes sense, in close proximity too.
So what we can be sure of is the phone was connected to that tower, but not necessarily the person's location using that phone on that 360-degree circle, right?
I guess, again, generally speaking, yes.
Okay. I believe that's all I have for you. Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you. You may step down. You can give it to Attorney Nicolai and she'll put it on the table where we're collecting the exhibits. Before we start the next witness, just curious if it's a shorter one or a longer one. How about we take a short break then? All rise for the jury, please. This one will be a little shorter. Don't go too far. They're not going anywhere, so. Inside joke. Any more info on that subpoena? No, you're fine. You can sit. Please be seated. Before I let you all go for the short break, I know I received the revised subpoena. Has the state had an opportunity to review it?
I did, Your Honor. It looks like everything we talked about.
All right, then I will sign it. I believe I have one sidebar, right, to put on the record. So that was
Exhibit 170 on the evidence.
yes, that's what my recollection. I was just trying to. Was that during Detective Fredericks, or was that?
Yes.
I know, I wrote a note. I'm just trying to find it. Oh, I wrote it on the exhibit. That's why. Not sure why I did that, but
Either 170 or 169 is the face sheet.
right. Oh, there we go. Sidebar regarding 170. There we go. There was a question just on the flash drives, and we cleared that up at sidebar, even though the defense had been provided the CDs ahead of time. The information is on a CD, not a flash drive, because, and this had to do with my order ahead of time regarding the exchange of exhibits. I know Attorney Navreski, you weren't here earlier, so I handed the 3 court copies just in case you wanted to put them in a DVD and look at them while the witness was testifying. So based on that, I received the exhibit, and I think that's it. Anything on that sidebar, Attorney Nicolai?
No.
Attorney Navreski?
Nope, that was right.
Did you find your copy so I can have mine back?
Yes, I've got yours.
Excellent. We'll take those back. You all can have 10 minutes, and then we'll start back up. Thank you.
Okay, and while they're doing the break, let's go dip in and see what happened after the lunch break over in Charlie Edelson.
Two things. First of all, I just need 1 second to set up the computer.
Go ahead.
And also, if we could approach on a new attempted exhibit.
This is from the prior composite.
Yes.
You may.
Oh, I think this is after the break, but he's not on the witness stand. Let's see.
To the state as well. And you've just taken portions of it that are.
Okay, let's jump forward a little bit. See if this sounds familiar. Come on.
I guess we'll continue.
They don't seem to be hurrying. Looks like they're having technical problems. Okay.
Okay. Just tell her write a letter to you or something?
Okay.
Okay, everyone's good? All right, so we're not gonna do the screen. That's just causing for more problems. All right.
Continue at your own peril, but you may continue.
Your Honor. So, Charlie, I'm gonna play for you call A. This is a call on April 19th, 2016, 2:09 p.m. It's the first call with your mom after the bump, okay?
So, you know, if we have time tonight after work or some other time in the very near future, and need to keep it.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Just tell her write a letter to you or something? You're being sued?
No, that's what I thought it was. I'm going to talk to you.
Okay.
Okay. So, you have to figure out something. Control it, just be wherever you are.
Well, I'm in Mitch Klein's office on Oval Park Boulevard.
Okay.
So I'm right now in the Skyline Chili, and I'll be at his office in the afternoon.
So the boys will finish their piano lesson around 4-ish, and the traffic will be, and they take a ride with them upstairs.
Did Dad know about this?
The dad's at work today, fortunately.
What's I can't. Is it IRS? Or?
You know, the IRS people, they're kind of foggy sometimes, but fortunately not me.
Okay.
So I will talk to you. I'll give you a heads up if I'm going to drive up that way. Okay. And
just let me know that. Is it involved?
No. So let me just talk to you later. And
what is it? Is it his house okay?
Yeah.
All right. Does it involve me or other people?
Well, probably both of them.
What's that?
Probably the two of them. They're always probably have a general idea of what I'm talking about. So let's just find some time to talk to each other and just the place for a while, okay?
You're going to take the boys up there?
Home, if you can get this way about 7, you can get it.
So it's harder to talk to today.
You or tomorrow.
All right. Well, I'll be up in Mitch Klein's office. You want to come up? Oh yeah, so really like.
I'm just concerned that I can get up there and get back in time for Angie to get them. Sometimes she gets out a little earlier.
Can I ask you a question? Whose paperwork has them?
I see them, that's great. Something that Stephen's hands with him, I was going to go into today.
And he was arraigned, was it anonymous or?
Oh, no, not anonymous. Not anonymous. I just don't want to discuss it on this phone.
Right, whatever it is.
No.
I was silly, but, if you want.
I wouldn't bother you, trust me.
Yeah, I know. You want me to come down to see you tomorrow? I actually have the day off.
Yes, that would be wonderful. That actually starts later tomorrow. You know, he goes in at 1 o'clock. We both work out at the gym from 9:30 to 10:30. So
Whatever it is, I'll take a look at the paperwork.
Yeah.
I hope it's not the IRS. But I
I
will.
just would like you to review it and give me some input as to what your thoughts are. Okay, so coming down tomorrow, Dad leaves at 12, so after 12 is good.
12 tomorrow.
Yeah, he leaves at 12, he stops at 1 there, so 12, 12:15.
All right, I'll come down in the afternoon. I'm going to do
That would be great.
All right, I'll talk to you later.
Love you, bye.
Charlie, where are you when this call happens?
I'm at Skyline Chili, eating a bowl of chili.
Your mom says that she had some paperwork delivered to her. Do you have any clue what she's talking about?
I have no clue what she's talking about.
What do you guess?
I thought it was the IRS.
What else do you guess?
Is everyone's health okay?
Do you think it has anything to do with either your extortion or Professor Markel's murder at this point in time?
No, not at all.
Why are you asking so many questions?
My mom, I know my mom my whole life. She's talking weird on the phone. She's like, it's like something's obvious. I can tell something's bothering her, but she's beating around the bush.
Now, your mom says, you say, does it involve me or other people? And your mom responds, well, probably both of us, probably the two of us. So you probably have a general idea of what I'm talking about. And I want to focus on those statements. Okay. When she says that to you, did you have any clue what she was talking about?
No, I think I asked her a few more questions after that.
Now, as the calls progress, do you know what she's talking about?
By the time I got to the end of the third call, I knew exactly what she was talking. I felt like I knew pretty much what she was talking about.
By that point in time, and I want to go back to this line, does it involve me or other people? Her answer, well, probably both of us, probably the two of us. So you probably have a general idea of what I'm talking about. By the end of figuring out what this was, what did you understand her to be saying here?
By the time I got down to the third call, I realized fully what she was talking about in this call, in that she's getting extorted.
And so why the two of us?
She knows I was extorted 2 years earlier, and it's the same people that are coming to extort her for money. So she's trying to say like it's the same thing that happened to you is happening to me.
And just to be clear, about a month and a half after the extortion of you, who did you tell?
My mom. She's the only person I told.
Now, when she says it's probably the both of us, probably the two of us, you understand the state's theory is that this murder conspiracy was, in addition to Katie, Sigfredo, and Luis Rivera, you, your mom, your dad, your sister. Do you understand that?
I do now, yeah.
She doesn't say probably the four of us, does she?
No, she's not.
She doesn't say all of us, does she?
No.
She says the two of us, right?
Yeah.
Now, the bump, what was the bump?
The bump was an extortion from Latin King gang members. or actually it was the FBI pretending to be Latin King gang members.
Now, on this call, there's discussion about your dad's schedule. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Why was it important? Why do you learn later that it was important what your dad's schedule was?
Because my dad never knew what happened to me. He wanted to talk to me when my dad wasn't around.
If we could go to B, which is a call right after, and it's you calling your mom back. May I publish, Your Honor?
Hey, how are you?
Okay.
Good. Is it me not paying the sun pass? I'm kidding. No, listen, what was I gonna say? Do you mind paying my Brown and Brown insurance?
No.
Okay, because I company. Yeah, but the thing is this, if you stay with the same company for 3 years, they can then try to bump you down into lower bracket.
Oh, okay. So it's a good idea to do that.
So I might as well stay with them and then hope that it's actually true that they can do what they said about putting it in a lower bracket.
Okay. So you want me to call Pam Hall?
Yeah, because I told her that my mom would call her because she handles like that stuff at the office.
Okay.
And then just write, and then just send them in a check. Because they have to have it before, I want to say, the 29th or something.
Okay.
But I do that. And listen, whatever it is, I'll set you. So someone can write whatever they want to write, someone can say whatever they want to say. Was it another bad review on Yelp?
You know, there's reviews and sometimes they are bad reviews. This is a particularly bad one.
But I'm not being sued.
No.
Okay. All right. Honestly, whatever it is, and I wouldn't just judging from what you're making it sound like. I wouldn't stress it out too much.
Okay.
Yeah, listen, people can always write, people can always say anything they want. It doesn't, someone says you're a bad dentist, it doesn't mean you're a bad dentist. So, but anyway, I'll definitely come down. It actually worked out perfectly because I had the day off.
Okay. So I'll make you take me out to dinner, so make sure you bring cash with you.
All right.
Okay?
Do I need to bring cash?
Yeah, it's like if you take me out to dinner, I think.
I want to pause it there. You call your mom back and you start talking about the Sun Pass. Does that have anything to do with this case, the Sun Pass? Is it code?
Sun Pass is not code.
Why do you mention the Sun Pass?
Because a couple of weeks earlier, my Sun Pass had gotten stolen out of the car from a valet. I didn't realize it. My parents were getting all these bills, so they make a big deal about little things sometimes. So whatever it was, I was making fun of my mom. I thought she was like a small issue, like a Sun Pass thing.
And you then start talking about Brown and Brown insurance. What's Brown and Brown insurance? Is that code?
No. I forgot to tell her that I had to pay that insurance. Otherwise, if my insurance lapses, they'll cancel the policy. And it was due. So it was due by the 29th.
You then start making more guesses. Is that fair to say?
Yeah. Still at a loss for what's going on.
You bring up Yelp. You bring up getting sued, right?
Mm-hmm.
Again, any clue whatsoever. Okay. Then we get to the part that we just stopped. And she said to you, I will make you take me out to dinner, so make sure you bring cash with you. At that point in time, what happens to your demeanor? You can hear it on the call. What happens?
I stutter and I repeat back to her what she just said. I'm like, I got to bring cash with me. Like it was so out of place.
Why did that happen at that point in time?
I think she was trying to hint to me that she's getting extorted.
So what was odd about you bringing cash to dinner?
I put everything I possibly can on my credit card. That's how I've ended up saving up so much cash.
And let's hear how you respond.
Yeah.
That's probably a good idea, right?
Yeah. Was this? I should bring cash. I don't have much cash to bring.
No, I'll see if I have money to get. Let's see what I can share.
Was it? Can I ask you, is someone blackmailing you? You think someone's trying to blackmail you?
Maybe.
No. That's crazy. Is there, I don't know what blackmail is called, but is there any way I can see you? You can't come up here at all.
Even if I must do that and got there at 5:15, it was going to be tough to, necessarily get back here in time for the month.
Was this? Can I just ask you this? Is this anything government related, or is this like whack job writing a letter to you?
Like who?
Is it like a whack job writing a letter to you, or is this government related?
No, I don't know if it's government related.
So it's not government or military or anything like that.
No.
Who was the letter addressed to?
Me.
To you.
Looks like we are back in the Waukesha, about to start up again here. Tomorrow I will be leaving probably towards the end of the lunch break so that I can go up to Park City for the Corey Richens hearing. They've got a motion to dismiss the case and to move it to Salt Lake. And so it should be a big hearing. And so I want to go up for that. So I won't be able to find something alternative to watch during any breaks. So I apologize in advance for that. I think we're waiting on the jury. She's got a collection of mugs, doesn't she?
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Statement call. It's next witness.
Thank you, Judge. State calls Detective Aaron Happy to the stand.
Good afternoon, sir. If you would please raise your right hand once you get up to the witness stand. Teresa will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Have a seat. When you are seated, if you would please state your first and last names for the record.
Aaron, Aaron, Hoppe, Hoppe.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you. Detective Happy, where do you work?
I am a detective with the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department.
How long have you worked for the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department?
Almost 17 years now.
Okay. What was the first job that you had with the Sheriff's Department?
I actually started in corrections.
Okay. And then what?
I was promoted to deputy.
Did you go through the law enforcement academy in order to become a certified law enforcement officer?
Yes, I did.
as a deputy, were you doing patrol in a marked squad as some of the witnesses have testified about here in this trial?
Yes, I did.
When did you move into the detective role?
I was promoted to acting detective in 2010, and then I was promoted to detective in 2012.
What is acting detective?
Acting detective was a position in our, at the time, the Waukesha County Metro Drug Unit. It was an acting detective position for deputies to get experience and also as a detective as well. And you're placed in the drug unit for that time that you're temporarily assigned as detective.
Okay. What is your current role with the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department?
I am assigned to a DEA drug task force.
Does that have people in it from different departments?
Yes, we have people from all surrounding agencies, including local along with federal as well.
Okay. How long have you been in that unit?
This is the second time. So this is almost about 1.5 years now.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that the detectives in the Metro unit may have a different outward appearance than detectives maybe in the General Crimes Bureau?
Usually, yes.
Okay. Do you have a somewhat different appearance than maybe a general detective would?
I probably have a little more facial hair than I normally would. Yes.
So have you also spent time in the General Crime Division of the Detective Bureau?
Yes.
Have you had the opportunity to move into specialty units throughout the time you've been a detective?
Yes, I've been in and out of specialty units during my time as a detective.
Okay. In terms of the casework that you've handled as a detective, did it include homicide investigations?
It did.
Do you have some special training in conducting homicide investigations?
Yes, I've gone to several death investigation schools put on by DCI or Wisconsin Department of Justice, the Division of Criminal Investigation, along with local death investigations.
Have you ever been part of an organization that has a goal of training investigators in death investigations?
Yes, I was on the board of directors for the Wisconsin Association of Homicide Investigators for several years until I resigned from that board this past year.
Okay. Throughout your time as a detective, have you had experience in investigating overdose cases?
Yes, I have.
Including ones that result in fatalities?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to ask you about the investigation into the death of Lynn Hernan. At this point in time, are you the lead investigator on that case?
I would say the lead for the homicide portion, yes.
What do you mean by that?
Obviously, during the initial stages of the investigation, once it was reopened, it was fairly evident that there were two major components to this investigation. One would have been the investigation into the homicide itself, and the second would have been the crimes of the financial crimes portion of the investigation.
Do you have a lot of background in white collar or financial crimes?
No, I do not. Most of the detectives who are assigned to white collar or financial crimes have more specific training regarding that, and that was not my specialty.
Okay. In terms of October 3rd of 2018, did you actually go to the scene or Ms. Hernan's residence that day?
Yes, I was at the scene briefly.
On that day, what was your role with the Sheriff's Department?
I was in the General Detective Bureau at the time.
Okay. I think the jury heard, well, I know the jury heard testimony from Detective Lober. Do you work with him as well?
I do.
Did you see him when you were on the scene?
I did. I actually knew that Detective Loberg had been dispatched to a death investigation scene, and I was actually heading to a separate investigation that I was conducting, but I detoured from that, and I actually eventually responded to the scene and met with Detective Loberg.
Okay. Were you inside the residence that day?
I was.
Were you there for a very long period of time?
No, I was maybe there. I was there about less than a half an hour.
Okay. At that point in time, were you assigned this case?
No, I was not.
Okay. Ultimately, you said that the investigation turned into a homicide, right?
Yes, we had learned of new information, which led to the investigation being reopened.
When was that approximately?
It was in January of 2019.
Was there a point in time when you actually were assigned this case as a detective?
Later on during the investigation, yes, I was.
Okay. Since that point in time, have you familiarized yourself with the different aspects of this case, including scene photos and reports that have been written?
Yes, I have.
Have you familiarized yourself with different pieces of evidence that have been analyzed or down financials?
I have.
Okay. Did you also play a major role in this case in terms of interviews that were conducted with Ms. Kurczewski?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think that it would be helpful for the jury to see some of the major time points in this case as you're testifying?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so if you see to your right, State's Exhibit 228 is on a piece of foam board. And have you seen that exhibit before?
Yes.
And it's got limited information on it right now, correct?
That's correct. Yes.
Like what?
Basically, it's there's some months of the year. We're talking 2018, and then and that's on the right side, and then on the left there's a couple dates from September of 2018.
Okay, so what I'd like you to do, there's a marker in front of you. I'd like you to pull that cork board so that you can write on it, and I'm going to ask you to add some things to Exhibit 228.
You want me to pull it down now?
Yeah. Yes, thank you. Detective, in terms of that exhibit, there's one piece of information on the left side of the line. Is that true?
Yes, there is.
Do you see dates there already?
I do.
What are those?
It's 9/15/18 and 9/28 of 18.
Was that time period significant in your investigation?
Yes, it was.
Why?
This are the dates that we know that Lynn Hernan was hospitalized, the last hospitalization.
Okay, could you please write hospital near those dates on Exhibit 228?
Everyone hearing him okay as he steps away from the microphone? Okay, good.
Is there another date on Exhibit 228 written out fully?
Yes, there's October 3rd, 2018.
And what date is that?
That's the day of Lynn Hernan's death.
Okay, could you please write that near the date on Exhibit 228? Did you participate in what the jury's already heard about in regard to search warrants that were conducted in this case?
Yes, I did.
And when was that done?
July 9th of 2019.
Is that, is there a space on Exhibit 228 for July
There is.
near the bottom?
Yes.
Could you please fill in that date and write search warrant? Do you recall when Detective Cole testified and the jury was shown an interview in this case?
Yes.
Were you actually in the interview as well?
I was present for this. Yes.
Okay. With Ms. Kurczewski?
Yes.
And was that March 6th of 19?
That was.
Could you please add that to Exhibit 228? Were you in the courtroom when Ms. Zabaniak testified.
Yes, I was.
And you're aware there was a portion of time where she was actually living in close proximity to Ms. Kurczewski.
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that was about the fall of 2022?
Yes, it was.
Could you please indicate that at the bottom of Exhibit 228 and just list, please? And then in terms of a couple, you were in here when the probate case of Lynn Hernan's estate was testified about. Is that true?
Yes, I was.
And that was Mr. Paul Nowakowski, the register in probate?
Correct.
Okay. And you were here when there were multiple exhibits entered into evidence regarding that matter. Is that true?
Yes.
And in one of those exhibits, do you recall Exhibit 77 showing when that estate actually closed
I
for
believe-
Ms. Hernan's estate?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And was that date May 23rd of 19?
Yes, that was.
Could you please add that to Exhibit 228? And then lastly, throughout your investigation, and throughout sitting through this trial, have you seen and heard that there was a second or new will filed in that probate case?
Yes, I did.
And the jury saw that in Exhibit 83. Is that true?
Yes,
Had you actually seen that document yourself before this trial?
I believe I had.
Okay. Nonetheless, regarding that probate file, is it fair to say that that new will was filed November 4 of 2019?
Yes.
Could you please include that on Exhibit 228? And then you can pop that back up on the easel, please, sir. Okay, so fair to say not all of the pieces are filled in, but you've entered the items that we just talked about, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And I mentioned a few times now that you've been in the courtroom throughout the trial so far, right?
Yes,
Have you ever sat in the courtroom during a trial before with the state?
I have.
Why do you do that?
Usually as the lead investigator on a more serious case, the investigator will sit with the district attorney's side and be there for the presentation of the case to assist with matters if there's any questions or anything else that we can be helpful in providing from the investigation.
Okay. Now, I am going to leave Exhibit 228 while you testify. I'm not going to move it into evidence yet because it's not complete, but I would like to ask you a few questions, Detective Hoppy, about some things that Detective Plennis testified about yesterday. Were you here for that testimony?
I was here for the majority. I did miss the first half of it.
Okay. In terms of, were you here when the jury heard some phone calls that the defendant made in this case?
Yes.
And Detective Plennis said that those came actually from the banks that were subpoenaed?
Correct.
Okay. Specifically Exhibit 105 from Citibank. Were you here when that call was played?
I believe so.
When throughout your investigation, have you been able to speak with Ms. Kurczewski?
I have.
Have you been able to listen to different recordings that she speaks in?
Yes.
Do you think that you can identify her voice at this point?
Yes.
Okay. When Exhibit 105 was playing, did you also believe that was Ms. Kurczewski speaking?
100% yes.
Okay. So in terms of that call, I'd like to reference back to Exhibit, sorry. Terry. You're just gonna need one moment. If I could have Mr. Vulcan here open up exhibit 138, which is already in evidence. Go ahead. And if we briefly go back to slide 1, Detective, can you see this is exhibit 141?
I can.
And this was testified about yesterday. Detective Plennis indicated this was Lynn Hernan's Capital One credit card account.
Yes.
And if we go to slide 2, do you recall specifically the information that was displayed in this slide?
Yes.
Was the information in this slide significant to you in terms of the homicide aspect of this case as well?
Yes, it was.
In fact, is some of this information things that you asked Detective Schrader to map in this case?
It is, yes.
Explain to the jury.
Excuse me. It's basically we're trying to identify locations that we know Miss Kurczewski was at or with and spending again or using credit cards linked to Lynn Hernan and not in that area.
On the top entries for September 2nd of 2018.
There are.
And again, this is a card belonging to Lynn Hernan, right?
That's correct.
And what locations are being used in the circled transactions?
Monk's Bar and Grill in downtown Wisconsin Dells, Castle Rock Sitco, Friendship, Wisconsin, I believe. Highway 12, Baraboo, Wisconsin. Another address, 750 Wisconsin Dells, Parkway Lake, Parkway Lake, Delton, Wisconsin.
Okay. When you saw these transactions, and fast forwarding a little bit, were you able to analyze the phone downloads that Detective Fredericks talked about today?
Yes.
On the bottom half of Exhibit 141, slide 2, it looks like there's a piece of a download. Is that true?
That's correct.
Did you look at that in this case?
Yes, I did.
Is that part of a longer discussion that's consistent with the spending in the Dells?
Yes, it is.
Who's involved in the discussion about the Dells?
Scott Craig is sending a text message to, I believe it's going to be the mother of his child regarding a trip that he and Jessy were going to take.
Is there actually a discussion that includes Ms. Kurczewski about the Dells?
I believe there is later on.
Okay, I'm going to show you States Exhibit 200 and 201 in paper form. Detective, have you seen those two exhibits before?
I have.
What is Exhibit 200?
200 is a portion of a timeline regarding the text messages from Scott Craig's cell phone.
So would it be fair to say that that exhibit is from exhibit 170 that I'm holding up that Detective Fredericks talked about?
Yes,
And this is the download of Scott Craig's phone, is that true?
that's correct.
Is exhibit 200 the entire download?
No, it is not.
Okay. Have you seen exhibit 201 before?
I have.
What is that?
It's a demonstrative exhibit, basically messages that were picked out between Scott Craig and Miss Kurczewski.
Okay. Is exhibit 200 a fair and accurate copy of a part of Mr. Craig's download?
Yes,
Is the information in exhibit 201 an accurate copy of that information into a more readable form?
yes, it is.
Did you check it?
Yes, I have.
How do you know that you checked it?
I initialed it.
Okay.
I initialed each page.
At this point, I'd move exhibits 200 and 201 into evidence.
No objection.
And ask to publish.
Exhibits 200 and 201 are received, permission to publish granted as to both.
So, Mr. Balkanier, if we could start with page 200. Detective Hoppy, I'd just like to ask you a few questions about it so that the jury can see what you're looking at there. Could we unpublish, please?
Mm.
And Detective, this is the 8 pages of exhibit 200 that you have before you.
Yes, it appears so.
So when the jury is looking at this, what part of the phone download are they looking at?
This is most likely going to be from the text messages portion. There is different sections that the cell phone downloads are usually broken up into, and you can go to timelines or text messages themselves. And I'm sorry, this is going to be part of the timeline thread, which just gives everything in a chronological order.
So in terms of these downloads, do you find the timeline feature to be helpful to you when you're reviewing a download?
I find timeline to be most important, and that's usually the first thing I research.
Why?
Because it's a chronological order that we have in mind that we're looking to specifically investigate or look for information. And it's easier to go right to the chronological order and see.
So in terms of these messages, this doesn't look like the way messages on my phone look.
That's correct.
So is this what the Cellbrite program gives you when a device is downloaded?
Correct. This is the version that we get. If I ask Detective Schrader to conduct a phone download for me and he completes the report, and this is one of the reports I would get back, and this is the format that it was placed in.
Okay. Now moving to exhibit 201, how is this exhibit different than exhibit 200? Sorry, we have to unpublish. We have quite a few exhibits open that are not entered, so. All right, we're all set.
Most of the messages are in here. It's just, again, more of a, in fact, yeah, the majority of the messages are in here. In fact, they all are. It's just a more readable format. Obviously, exhibit 200 is a little difficult on the eyes, so 201's hopefully to make it a little easier and more understandable.
Okay. And Mr. Balkanier, you can stay in this screen mode, please. We're ready to publish, starting with slide 1. We're all set to publish.
Go ahead.
Now, Detective, is this the same 201 that you have before you?
It is, yes.
And going down a slide, have you reviewed this piece of Exhibit 201?
Yes, I have.
Does it accurately depict phone numbers involved in this case?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Is it important for the jury to know that 2664 number?
Yes, it is.
Okay. In terms of the person that uses that number, is that important in this case?
Yes.
Okay. So if we can go down to slide 3, please. Now this looks more like messages might look on a phone, right?
Correct. This is more, again, what you're more likely going to see.
Okay. So would it be fair to say this is just an easier way to read a cell phone download?
In this format, yes, it's much more easier than obviously it would be than looking in 200.
Okay.
Exhibit 200.
So in terms of the pink boxes, what cell phone sent those messages?
That's going to be the cell phone belonging to Miss Kurczewski.
And then in blue, who is that?
From Mr. Craig.
Okay. If you could please read the content from slide 3.
Starting from the top at 1:49, I'm just going to say the hour minute for time's sake here. 1:49 p.m. Jessy to Scott, now find a place to stay for us. Presumably that's going to be please. At 1:50 p.m., Scott responds, "We're going to wing it." Shortly thereafter, he sends another message to Jessy saying, "We'll find something when we get there, LOL." At 1:52 p.m., Jessy to Scott, "OMG, oh my God, such a bad idea, babe." At 1:53 p.m., Jessy to Scott, "I would prefer to go tomorrow." Jessy to Scott, "What about it's supposed to be American Inn in the Dells? We can get a patio, hot tub, and room. It's in the Dells, and it's not super expensive. Plus, I get to use my AAA."
And slide 4, please. If you could continue.
2:06 p.m., Jessy to Scott. Again, presumably, please say yes. I think this is good. Jessy to Scott, call me on lunch. That was at 2:11 p.m. I apologize. 2:14 p.m., Jessy to Scott, hey, you. At 2:56 p.m., Jessy to Scott, booked. I wanted to do it because it's the last room left with a king bed with hot tub and patio. And at 2:57 p.m., Scott to Jessy, okay.
And next slide, please.
This is August 30th, 2018. So the next day, 10:39 a.m., Jessy to Scott, did you see our weekend weather, LOL? 10:41, Scott to Jessy, no. 12:54 p.m., Jessy to Scott, and I gotta go for car wash and bank. 12:55 p.m., Scott to Jessy, screw car wash, it's gonna rain. 1:04 p.m., Jessy to Scott, I know I want to see out the windows inside bad, out these windows inside bad. 3:14 p.m., Jessy to Scott, I'm just leaving the hospital. Forgot I had to sign papers since we are going out of town. Sorry. At 4:49 p.m., Scott Craig sends a message to 414-587-2664. I just wanted to tell you that Jessy and I are going to the Dells for the weekend in case you need to get a hold of me.
And is that piece of data that's in Exhibit 141 in that financial exhibit?
Yes.
That message is?
Yes.
And you said it's important for the jury to know that orange person. Do you know who that is?
It's not the same number that's in the exhibit on 201 on the front page, but that number is important. I believe that's the number for Jackie, if I recall correctly.
Nonetheless, it's someone that received a message from Scott.
Correct.
On what day?
August 30th, 2018.
Okay. And finally, on slide 6, is there some more communication there about between Scott and Jessy?
Yes. So this is now September 3rd, 2008. Jessy to Scott, hey, hun, I'm going to head back by you. Food now or not yet. At 4:46 p.m., Scott to Jessy, spicy tuna roll, steak make roll, rainbow roll, sweetheart roll, transformer roll. 4:51 p.m., Jessy to Scott, nothing like spending $100 on a dinner after vacay. 4:51 p.m., Scott to Jessy, then don't shit. 4:52 p.m. Jessy to Scott. Already did, not bitching, just saying LOL.
So in terms of this content, does the time frame coincide with the expenditures shown to you in Exhibit 141?
Yes, it does.
Is this time frame something that you asked Detective Schrader to map?
Yes, I did.
And if we could please unpublish and Mr. Vulcanier open Exhibit 173 and go to slide 10. And while that's being done, Detective, do you also have a background in using CellHawk?
I do.
Okay. Have you used that on your own for cases before?
I have.
Have you testified about CellHawk before?
I have.
Okay. And we're all set to publish, Madam Clerk. Now, Detective, this is Exhibit 173, slide 10 that the jury just heard about with Detective Schrader. Can you remind them or tell them why you asked for this to be mapped?
This was important because
Exhibit standing alone, does this tell you whether or not Ms. Kurczewski was in the Dells?
no, just her phone. This is what the exhibit says.
Okay. What about when you couple that with the messages that you looked at and the financial data for this time period?
Now that the totality of everything would say that Ms. Kurczewski was in the Dells at this time.
And remind the jury whose phone activity is being mapped on this slide.
Ms. Kurczewski.
Okay. Now, calls that I mentioned to you in with the.
Yes.
And were you also in court when
Okay, well, aside from a little bit after the jury goes out, looks like we are done for the day. Should be good tomorrow morning. We've got the lion's share of the police interview to go. And it ought to be really interesting. Now, I could be wrong, but it looked to me like when she was doing hand gestures in the interview that her hands never got more than a few inches from each other. And I'm wondering if she's handcuffed during the interview, which means custodial interrogation, but I didn't hear him read the Miranda rights. So I'm not sure if that's just my imagination or what. I wanted to watch her body language, and I was thinking that's really strange because her hands are staying in close proximity. So yeah, bright and early tomorrow morning, 9:30 on the East Coast, so 7:30 for me, and I think I'm ready for a nap about now. But I'm looking forward to it tomorrow. I had concluded, because I expected the interview to be much earlier in the case, and so I had concluded that she lawyered up after she and her mom talked to the police and were yucking it up. So yeah, we'll see you tomorrow morning, and this ought to be good. And I think this is probably getting pretty close to the state concluding the case, because they said about 9 days, and tomorrow is day 9. So look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Have a good evening. Bye-bye.